Hi everyone! If you enjoy my content and want more videos, support me in Ko-fi. The link in the description. Chapter 761. Shocking Change of the Century. All the players in the Evolution Sandbox felt extremely humiliated. This guy had sneaked in secretly. However, they quickly reacted. Yuan King Hua and the other old players were about to die of old age, and now was probably the time for them to die. Knowing that they were about to quit the online game, they immediately turned to this side. Menmei, no wonder a few days ago, I heard that your pants were a little cold and you suddenly disappeared. I thought you went to wash your pants and shut yourself in. Who knew you were up to something? Picking nose. These days, they were still discussing the follow-up. The Samsara official sovereign had broken through and become an immortal. Another giant had entered the war of the heavens and stirred up the winds and clouds of the myriad worlds. A Tier 9 world war was about to officially begin. The three pillar gods, the Cherry Blossom Emperor, the Samsara official sovereign, and Emperor Qi. Who would win? After winning, even if they break through to the 9th step, with many of them breaking through to the 9th step, they shouldn't be able to accumulate a strong foundation and quickly gain shocking battle prowess among the 9th step. After all, he had just broken through, so his combat strength was definitely not as good as his opponents. This was because the enemy of the ancient gods, the enemy of the mysterious universe that destroyed the ancient Huaxia civilization and made Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva shed tears in the ancient temple, how powerful was he? Who was it? When will it appear? After the ancient god fell into a deep sleep, could they survive it? They were all discussing a mysterious legend in the vast history, an unparalleled enemy in the fog. He destroyed the ancient Huaxia civilization on Earth. He was hateful, but he wanted to know the truth. But now, a certain someone's actions had broken the silence. Yuan King Hua laughed, ha 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 ha. Brothers, I have finally succeeded. I've evolved into a living being and entered the universe. My dear brothers who have been through life and death with me, I'm going to quit the game for the time being. Bai Ziajun and I will leave behind 7 children. Please take care of them. To be honest, ever since I became a warrior of the Azura Deo and was imprisoned by the path of the Heavenborn as a breeding pig, I used the speed of light in there to study the theory of evolution crazily for 80 years. After all, the evolution of the Deo of Azura relied on evolutionary knowledge. At the same time, I've been studying the flesh of the giant octopus, tears. Shameless. The faces of countless Spore evolution players darkened. Some of the animal path players had ugly expressions on their faces. Some of them had thought of this method, which was to use the time in the game to learn knowledge and then go back to vindicate their path. However, he didn't expect this beast to be so fast. Furthermore, the species that this thing evolved was probably related to the characteristics of the giant octopus and the path of Azura. This was simply walking their own path, leaving them with no way out. After all, a similar species could not appear in the same species. Yuan King Hua, brothers who evolved from spores. Don't be angry. The reason why you hate the planning team and curse that the threshold for the species to enter the universe is getting higher and higher is because you still don't understand the deep meaning of the planning team. They have good intentions. Everyone was stunned. Yuan King Hua, as the saying goes, take a step back and the world will be boundless. You are too obsessed with acting here. The opening of the online game world is clearly to let you go there to study, and then come back here to prove your Deo. The lifespan of a heavenly emperor of Azura Deo warriors is 80 years. Why? It's to let you all go in and learn about evolution in these 80 years. The correct learning posture is progressive. The wizard community, the online game of 6 realms Spore evolution. Through continuous learning and evolution, you're all here shamelessly and stubbornly. Without time to accumulate and learn, you're definitely not going to do it if you're not bald enough. Boom. Everyone's heads quickly exploded, and they felt a violent blank feeling of enlightenment. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed the case. The timing matched perfectly. After the speed of the spore's evolution slowed down, the online sandbox game of 6 paths of reincarnation was launched. So the goal was for them to spend time there to study and then come back here to vindicate Deo, but they had ignored the deep meaning behind it. Brothers. Tomorrow, we'll move to the next room. Is there any server that wants to accept us? In an instant, they all spoke up. Countless servers started to fight for these talents. After all, anyone who could write a thesis and enter the game would not be simple. If they could enter the 6 realms of reincarnation and evolve into Azura warriors, their evolutionary abilities would definitely make them extremely powerful life creators. Their various extraordinary organs could be sold for a high price. Which game guild would not try to rope in such a person? The players who were about to die of old age in the Yuan dynasty's blue and white flower faction said. Brothers, then it's our turn to write our papers and go evolve spores. After all, I've been developing the Dao of Azura for so many years. I'm very knowledgeable, and I'm more confident now. In an instant, the two sides exchanged territories, forming a golden age. A mature industrial chain was completely formed. Wizard Community 6 Paths of Reincarnation Online Game Spore Evolution. So that's how it is. When Su Ji saw this, he thought that it was going to be eliminated. Who knew that it would become a completely mature supernatural biological industry chain instead? As expected, there's no need to pay attention to them at all. They will develop and update their own iteration. I just need to watch their wonderful performance from the side. After taking a deep breath, Su Ji looked at the new species that the Yuan King Hua had evolved into. It was a human-shaped skeleton with fine and tiny holes on its skeleton, like a sieve. Name, External Plug-in Warrior. Endowment, Compatibility Characteristic, Ultra-Rapid Flesh Regeneration. 2 Heaven Gene Creature? Su Ji was very indifferent to this. It wasn't that the more talents one had, the better it was. If it was a life with 4 trashy genes, its potential would be extremely low. After all, when one became stronger in the later stages, talents could be fused. It would become a life with 4 genes sooner or later. Compatibility characteristics, does it eliminate organ rejection from all races? Su Ji thought that it should be a biological talent that he had developed by studying Azura warriors. Ultra-rapid flesh regeneration was obviously the giant octopus's talent, which was dispensable. It seems to be an ordinary Azura warrior, but there are endless possibilities. Su Ji felt that it was a good idea. After all, Azura warriors are disabled creatures. They made use of the time difference between the stages of world creation and continued to evolve, causing their lifespans to be greatly reduced. Even if they advanced to the celestial thearch level, they would only have a lifespan of 80 years. This was also the current difficulty for the players. No matter how hard he worked, he could only barely reach the level of a celestial emperor. It was very difficult to break through the threshold of a god in 80 years of life, unless he was a monster with extremely exaggerated talent. After all, 80 years was too short. And this in itself was also a form of selection by Su Ji. After all, in a large online game world, there were a huge number of people. To completely transcend to become a god, no matter how harsh the restrictions were, it was not too much. As for this creature, it's a normal creature. Although it doesn't have any evolutionary characteristics. However, it has high compatibility. Su Ji's expression was calm. It can be inserted into various bloodlines, such as magic cores. In addition, it can even be done to a level that is difficult to even steal bloodlines like Dichi. For example, Dichi cannot steal the bloodlines of the entire clan. After all, the entire race's cells were the whole body, not a plug-in. However, this skeleton was different. It could store the cells and flesh of other people's entire race into its own body. In fact, it could even surpass the limits of the 5th gene. There was no upper limit. He had more than a dozen bloodlines. Of course, the combat power was not really heaven-defying. After all, each bloodline was not native, and it would be good if it could reach 60% of the standard, which was very heterogeneous. Ha ha ha. Brothers, I'll see you in the universe. At this time, in the Spore Evolution sandbox, Yuan King Hua was in high spirits. You are all short-lived ghosts who are only 80 years old, while I was born with super potential. Entered the universe and have lifespan of 800 years. With the previous cultivation experience. Am still worried that can't break through to God. I wonder what world we've entered. On the Spore Evolution sandpit, all the trees, and the players looked at him with bitter expressions. They had worked so hard here countless times and failed, but this guy had succeeded so quickly the moment he came in. Who could not be angry? At that moment, Su Ji's expression did not look too good. He looked at Yuan King Hua, who was swaggering and preparing to enter the universe. After being messed up by the secluded mountain prefecture lord, you animal path players know that you are going to die of old age, so you came to mess with me? I wasn't prepared for this at all. He felt a little speechless. There was no one who didn't cause trouble. He wanted to come in. In an emergency, he was not prepared at all. Letting this primitive civilization in would simply destroy the balance. Su Ji suddenly had a strange expression on his face as he looked at the fish tank next to him. Then, whoosh! It was pitch black in the world tunnel. After walking for a long time, light gradually appeared. When Yuan Qinghua, the skeleton warrior, opened her eyes and saw everything again, she found herself in a huge glass fish tank, with vast mountains and rivers, green trees, valleys, and even pools. So beautiful! This is the universe. Yuan Qinghua was very satisfied. Roar! Suddenly, a majestic and handsome black dragon flew into space and roared. A golden Kylon was swimming elegantly on the ground. It was handsome and holy, radiating with the light of Buddha and endless auspicious signs. This place? Yuan Qinghua was suddenly dazed, and his entire body fell into numbness. Every pore on his body contracted, and he was in a state of shock. Suddenly, he turned his head. Pomfrets? They have the body of a fish and the wings of a bird. Their sounds are like mandarin ducks. When you see them, they are like a flood. He looked at the river and saw a divine and extraordinary strange beast. Roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out. Yuan Qinghua turned her head and saw the strange beast. Her body trembled violently and she lost her mind completely. She began to recite ancient Huaxia records. There are beasts on Mount Mang. They look like oxen and have fur. They are called Kyanki and sound like jackals. They eat people. How could this be? There's no mistake, it's the classic of mountains and seas. Why were there so many ancient mythical beasts from China and Earth being put on display in fish tanks? Yuan Qinghua turned around in horror and looked at the scene outside the glass of the fish tank. It was a huge living room with a sofa, chairs, and a coffee table. There were fresh flowers in a ceramic bottle. It had a very classical and elegant style. The ancient divine beasts of Huaxia, the strange beasts in the classic of mountains and seas, are all locked in fish tanks for people to see, as if they are spoils of war. This. Yuan Qinghua was sweating and terrified. He suddenly remembered the topic that the netizens had been discussing, who exactly was the enemy back then. His entire body trembled, and he shivered like a sieve. He laid in the fish tank and looked out, his hands touching the glass wall. Could it be that this place is the legendary, terrifying and mysterious level 9 existence that destroyed the Huaxia divine system back then? Living Quarters. Chapter 762. The Seething Forum. This. Yuan Qinghua's face was filled with horror, and she felt her legs go soft. The mysterious huge fish tank in the living room was filled with all kinds of ancient mythical beasts. It was supposed to be a magnificent and colorful ancient painting, but at this moment, it looked like a hunter who had been hunting in the mountains all year round, displaying his ancient spoils of war. It was too amazing. As for the coincidence? How could it be a coincidence? True dragons, Kylons, countless ancient divine beasts, and their bodies were filled with the unique smell of Buddhism and Daoism. Is this the real ancient true dragon? It seems that our deduction of the revival of ancient Buddhism and Daoism is correct. It's exactly the same. It's clear that our generation of Earth's geniuses are also full of heroes. Each of them is amazing and can restore the glory of the ancient myths. Yuan Qinghua took a deep breath. This true dragon was the culmination of all the Azura Dao players and the deduction of all the ancient Huaxia systems. Just by looking at this true dragon, I finally understood the truth of the ancient times. The dragon is worthy of being the representative divine beast of our Daoism. It has appeared in the myths and legends of various Daoist heavenly venerates. At this moment, he seemed to see a condensed ancient legend. Later on, dragons also began to gradually appear in the stories of the Buddhas. From the looks of it now, the ancient Buddhists used radiation Buddha land to convert true dragons into guardian divine beasts of the Buddhist sect. This completely fit the history of ancient China. They turned into radiation golden dragons that emitted golden light all over. The truth of history has been revealed. In an instant, he had the same first reaction as Su Ji. Zi. He became even more solemn as he looked up at the sky. The majestic true dragon was discharging electricity, and the electric sparks flickered, filling the air with divine might. Yuan Qinghua was completely shocked. Observe it carefully. This is a true dragon, and the principle of our Tesla coil's discharge. What happened next? Yuan Qinghua curled up in the corner of the fish tank and observed the next scene. He was completely dumbfounded. This true dragon was coiled in the shape of a snake and was still cutting with magnetic lines. What's this? Yuan Qinghua's eyes widened, and her mind went blank. Seeing that no one was looking at her, she quickly clenched her right fist and tried to calculate the direction with her thumb. Knowledge is indeed the force of everything. To say that it was a coincidence was simply unreasonable. At this moment, the ancient creature from Huaxia's mythology had truly appeared in front of them. As a pure earthling, no one could remain calm. It was natural for him to do so, and the impact he brought was far more terrifying than any of the sandbox worlds. The truth of ancient Chinese history. He lay in the glass fish tank, looked at the living room outside, and murmured, "I didn't expect that just as the venerable sovereign became an immortal, the rank 9 reserve forces began their final battle, and a terrifying enemy appeared. The enemy who destroyed our ancient Chinese gods, the Buddha of physics, the enemy of the Dao of chemistry. Those are the last batch of earthlings who ascended in the ancient times, and they all died at the hands of these existences. The most ancient taboo existence." He was shocked and scared. He looked at all the decorations in the living room, hoping to find some information. It seems that the civilization is not very developed, and it looks like China in the Middle Ages. However, this could not be used as a basis. It's because the world of the three-pillar gods looks more primitive, and it's also so easy to be careless. However, the scale is too big. The furniture in this world is simply terrifying. Our bodies are even smaller than ants. No wonder these ancient godly beasts are placed in fish tanks. What kind of transcendent universe is this? Fortunately, after seeing the even larger giant octopus of life, he had some resistance and could barely accept this terrifying scene. Suddenly, a sound came from the distance. Thump thump thump. A bunch of unknown spiritual fluctuations, as if someone was talking outside the door. In the living room, another door opened. A beautiful maid in a white dress came out and opened the door. Her body was huge, and her perfect curves were exquisite and alluring. She looked like a Pangu giant who had used the 9 revolutions mysterious art. This person's head is so big. Yuan Qinghua was shocked and no longer observed the mythical creature in the fish tank. Instead, she curled up and hid in a corner. Cacat. The beautiful maid opened the door. Outside the door, there was a middle-aged woman dressed in simple clothes. She had dark skin and handed over some vegetables and fruits in a basket. The two of them talked for a while, then handed over the vegetables and closed the door. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed like an ordinary wealthy family. There were also very normal social interactions, and there were even village women delivering food. But just by looking at the fish tank, it couldn't be ordinary at all. He had fine goosebumps. Could it be that he was hiding somewhere? However, it's really huge. Just that red vegetable that looks like a carrot is as big as the demon-subduing pagoda in Mount Shu. A basket of demon-subduing pagodas. Yuan Qinghua was scared out of her wits. She curled up even more, feeling too terrifying. But fortunately, the beautiful maid took the basket and walked straight to the living room, ignoring the fish tank and not noticing him. She went to the kitchen. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He quickly dug a hole in the ground with great familiarity and buried himself. Then, he suddenly posted online for help. "Brothers, save us! A mysterious and unknown world has appeared. We've discovered an ancient Chinese divine beast that has been suppressed and admired. It's suspected to be the mastermind behind the destruction of the ancient Buddhist civilization of China and Earth." As soon as the post was posted, the entire forum was like boiling water, instantly boiling. Before this, everyone was still discussing what the future would be like after venerable sovereigns became immortals. Were the ancient gods asleep? How mysterious was the enemy? After all, these were all on the agenda. However, in front of her eyes, it was really screenshots. 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 As the screenshots were taken, everyone's expression changed drastically. True dragons, Kylans, and all kinds of strange beasts from the classic of mountains and seas all exuded the aura of Buddhism and Daoism. Their behavior was even somewhat similar to the body shape of Asura Daoist warriors. They were worthy of being their ancient ancestors. Menmei, isn't this too exaggerated? The divine beast from the classic of mountains and seas was made into a fish tank in the living room for display. How arrogant and overbearing was this? Dumbfounded. The racer of Mount Harana asked, "This is our nemesis? Destroyed our ancient Earth? The great enemy of human civilization, another three-bodied person? How did you get in? You're in the three-body alien's fish tank. Are you still alive? Terrifying. I'm still alive, but I feel like I'm going to die soon." Yuan King Hua screamed in pain, and she was so scared that she had goosebumps. It couldn't be helped. It was too tragic. Was it easy to transform into a species? He had only been smug for a few seconds before he was struck by lightning. Life was really too difficult. He briefly explained the process to everyone. Don't worry, the alchemy monarch said. According to our speculations, the mysterious existence of this space civilization might not have noticed you. Because the teleportation world is likely to be random and undetectable. As for why he was teleported here, it might be because the air in the fish tank was the same. After all, there was a way to descend through the aura, Ollie. The racer of Mount Heron replied, yes. Don't be anxious. It's not too late to die when you see what that terrifying existence in front of you looks like and the situation of this world. Good luck. Menmei, don't worry. Most people would probably be dead. They're feeding the fish tank. If they see something different, they'll definitely find out that they have no chance of living. Don't you have the talent to insert things? A skeleton can be covered with some flesh and blood and implanted with some organ plugins to become a weird divine beast and pretend to be one of them. Everyone gave their own ideas. Chapter 763. Observing in secret. None of the netizens had expected that another wave would rise before the previous one had even settled. He had just defeated the Samsara official sovereign and opened up the path to immortality when he was beaten up by society. The players were full of complaints and more than half of them died. The leader of the players, Yuan King Hua, escaped directly. In the end, he escaped to an even more terrifying transcendent universe. This was too exciting. It wasn't even enough to describe it as a turn of events. Brother Yuan King Hua, hold on. You've received professional beating training. The path of the heaven-born gives birth to babies, breeds pigs. It was all for this moment. For the sake of humanity, for the sake of the people of Earth. Ollie. Charge. Countless people were so excited that their faces turned red. Yuan King Hua was not feeling well. Why are you all so happy? I'm going to die soon. This mysterious world overlord that's as terrifying as the ancient gods, a forbidden and eternal life form, is jumping around in his fish tank. The members of Earth's major research institutes were completely unsettled. A terrifying enemy that destroyed Earth's mythological civilization in ancient times? It was as if they were looking at a terrifying, forbidden existence in outer space, overlooking their base Earth. If he knew that those ancient legends had all come from this planet, he would definitely tear the void apart and descend here to destroy human civilization. Facing such an existence, any information that leaked out could be found. On the other hand, no matter how hard the Earth cultivated, only one Stage 2 warrior had appeared. It was unimaginably weak. Without 100 or 200 years of development, it was impossible for a real powerhouse to appear. The enemy that destroyed Earth's prehistoric civilization. Oh! My God! That's a star system level civilization. We Earthlings are finished. Dr. Hawking's words are right. Face the signal from outer space and don't reply. Don't reply. Don't reply. Stop him. Stop that idiot whose brain is filled with water. He must have given birth to 7 children and turned himself silly. The researchers from various major research institutes and scientists in white coats were completely unable to remain calm. They quickly posted their comments on the comment board. I suggest you commit suicide. God will bless you. I suggest you commit suicide by C-section. I suggest you feed it to those divine beasts. A series of warnings were issued. Yuan King Hua was dumbfounded. She was completely upset. These honest foreigners had learned the bad things from those silly netizens. Was there such a way to comfort people? What the hell was suicide? However, he couldn't be bothered to care so much. After browsing the internet once, he asked them to leave a message if they had any suggestions. Then, he went offline and went back to the fish tank to lay low. I'll observe in secret. I shall be the Falmo flower. There is only one truth. Home is naturally the closest place to the truth. He buried himself in the ground, revealing a pair of empty skeleton eyes that were constantly observing in the dark. It looks like they're looking at me as a pet in the fish tank, but in fact, I'm a human looking at those fish lips in the fish tank. He was full of confidence. Every day, the maid would come to the fish tank to feed it. According to the time outside the window, the sun was high up in the sky, and she would feed it to the fish tank around noon. She would put in vegetables similar to carrots and some market meat like pork. Is it really good to feed these divine beasts with pork and carrots? However, even if it was a vegetable, it was still quite rich in energy because of its huge size. He even thought that if he killed an ordinary person who was an earth-shattering giant, he wouldn't have to worry about energy, right? She would cook regularly and send it to that mysterious room. It seems like the real boss is inside. I'll dig out all his secrets, even the color of his underwear. At the same time, there are often farmers and women greeting each other at the door and delivering food. They are very enthusiastic. Yesterday, there were few young people dressed as students. They seemed to be wearing special long student uniform and were quite handsome. They brought documents and came to ask for some academic knowledge. Of course, the boss inside still hasn't appeared. It's the pretty maid who's answering the questions, which is very disappointing. However, judging from the flow of people, the mysterious, wealthy family is not living in a busy city. It may be in a remote mountain forest, but they are still authoritative figures in certain fields, professors, and so on. They have certain prestige in the local area. Therefore, many people will make a detour. There are even some students who want to be apprenticed to a master and are very attentive. They naturally saw the fish tank and were very interested, but they didn't show too much horror, as if these ant creatures were normal. However, it might really be quite normal. After all, they could be said to be some kind of foreign species of ants or insects. It would also be more natural. After all, the fish tank was made of a special material that isolated energy fluctuations. If one could not sense its power, one might really think that it was a species like the seven-spot ladybird or little gecko. Of course, the humanoid creatures in this world also have radiation energy. Maybe their subjects are not only science but also radiation? Do students like them use radiation to modify species? Another day. I've already understood some of the crude language of their divine sense. Today, the pugnacious Kyanki and Dowdy started fighting again. I took the opportunity to collect some minced meat and put them on my body. When I become a real living creature, I might be able to move around outside. At night, when no one was around, I secretly made friends with these divine beasts and taught them how to cultivate the Buddhist system. It was like 1,000 miles a day. It was as if the genes that were engraved in their bones were awakened again, and it's too terrifying. Just the food alone is enough for my initial cultivation. I'll be rank 1 soon. Today, I finally saw the owner walk out of his room and sit in the living room. He's still drinking tea. Su Ji sat in his chair and ignored the 2 round eyes in the fish tank. He was like a perverted tram fanatic, peeking through the crack of the door. I didn't expect that a random fish tank could cause such a big storm. Su Ji sipped his tea, his expression calm and peaceful. After all, he was used to being watched by a group of strange creatures when he sat on a chair in the courtyard and drank tea in the past, so he turned a blind eye to it. This situation means that the battle camp has been established. My main body fought against 3 avatars, the ancient god, the overlord, and Hermes. I'm hitting myself. He was speechless, but he couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. After all, the most important thing was to develop this new world that was still in its infancy. Sunspots. He stood up and looked up at the sun from the window. As a true god of the magic core system and a god-level computer, my computing power is too powerful. Even for ordinary living beings, according to the newspapers and information from various countries, I can almost see a future of the world that has a high probability of development. Chapter 764. The Evolutionary History of the Planet's Civilization. Very quickly, time flew by. In a short 10 years after science and technology entered the Industrial Revolution, the world map of each continent was completely clear, and the countries of each continent started a great civilization explosion. It was not difficult to create practical weapons based on the various scientific and technological parameters obtained, the laws of the universe, and the laws of physics and chemistry. Soon, with the emergence of planes, trains, chariots, and artillery, the distance between continents began to shrink, and the planets as large as the entire Earth began to exchange what they needed. The distance between the 2 worlds was shortened, and small conflicts began to occur. In order to stop the war, all the continents had the same goal: to improve the living environment. They used a large number of green plants to improve the concentration of the atmosphere. This planet's atmosphere was extremely thin. The planet's weak atmospheric environment caused the gas in the planet to be unable to be retained. It was almost a vacuum state, and liquid water could not be retained in the vacuum. It could only exist in large quantities in the form of solid ice. The people on the planet lived in a vacuum environment of 60 degrees Celsius. They were completely vacuum creatures and lived on ice in primitive times. At this time, they began to improve the poor living conditions of the planet. After all, even a vacuum creature would not be willing to live in a vacuum for a long time. The vacuum would circulate with the air in their bodies, forming a huge air pressure difference. As long as there was a certain amount of bleeding, the gaseous blood would dissipate into the vacuum. In just a minute, all the blood in the form of gas would be drained, and they would lose oxygen and carbon dioxide, leading to death. At the same time, the huge pressure difference caused their skin to loosen up in their old age and couldn't withstand the vacuum pressure. An old man walking on the street suddenly screamed, and his body was torn apart by the pressure. The gas all over his body turned into wisps and drifted in the air, and he died. It was not uncommon. The vacuum caused their lifespans to be very short, and their later years were very miserable. The leaders of the various continents started a meeting. The Undermoon Atmospheric Plan was officially opened and passed by all votes. It was quickly launched. The main goal of this plan was, through the release of gas from a large number of green planets, as well as various other methods, by thickening the atmosphere to improve the ecology, the environment of the various continents gradually improved. After several years, the outside world was no longer a strong vacuum. The difference in internal and external air pressure had reached a relative balance. Even if the blood vessels were ruptured, the blood would not be quickly drawn out of the body. He could still quickly go to the hospital for treatment. The pressure in the planet's vacuum quickly reduced and was filled with a large amount of nitrogen. It was later known as the era of planet Chi. This era made the atmosphere of the entire planet thick, completely suitable for the survival of living things. Another 10 years passed. The moon astrologers of the various continents studied the moon's information on full moon nights and finally managed to study all the knowledge of the moon. Without spiritual sustenance, the continents began to lose faith. A person without faith would face a riot. Small border skirmishes continued rapidly in every continent. Due to the exposure of the East Continent Immigrant Human Experiment Plan, using smuggled slaves for human experiments, this immoral behavior was greatly exposed and continued to ferment. The war between continents had completely begun. Finally, the First World War began. The East Continent was the first to develop nuclear weapons. The forbidden mythical weapon named God's Arrival was the first atomic bomb to be dropped on the Guangbei coast of Yunzhou. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud was formed. It was as if a huge mythical sun had fallen from the sky. It was as if a huge fireball had passed through the sky and smashed into the earth. The world was dazzling. The air expanded rapidly, and the terrifyingly high temperature distorted all the scenery. Endless matter evaporated. More than 1 million people were killed in the explosion, more than 2 million were killed by radiation, and hundreds of creatures were deformed by radiation according to an uncertain rule. The entire planet fell into complete panic. Bang bang bang! On this day, there was a knock on the door, and many students and residents in the vicinity came to inquire about the matter. Their faces were filled with horror. After all, he was the most knowledgeable person in the town. Some of the students were holding grey paper newspapers and asking the maidservant nervously. They obviously thought she was a knowledgeable professor. What the heck? A nuclear war on this planet? It's exploding. Yuan Qinghua was curled up in the entire fish tank, shaking and frightened. One could imagine how terrified the people on this primitive land were. After all, just the radiation caused by the nuclear explosion was already a ruin. Within a few hundred years, no one would be able to live. Death, mutation, deformity, and distortion would cover the entire black ruined land. However, it was clear that the students conversing in the living room were not panicking at all. They only treated nuclear weapons as powerful bombs. Heavens! These people are too scary. Yuan Qinghua was stunned. You guys are too big-hearted. That's a nuclear bomb. That's a nuclear bomb. 3 days later, more students came to visit. Even some professors and the higher-ups of some towns came with a stack of the latest newspapers. After all, the families living in seclusion here were becoming more and more famous. Even the nation's chief moon seer, Ji Yang, who was known as the second generation of the Moon of Wisdom in the Middle State, came to invite them, but he was rejected. In the living room, Yuan Qinghua learned from the conversation of these people. Yesterday, another nuclear bomb exploded, and the 2 neighboring states were completely at war. China is also extremely vigilant. Yunzhou had also developed nuclear weapons. The Indra arrow retaliated and the bridgehead city of the east continent, Mahakabalyado, was destroyed. Boom! A few days later, the situation became more and more intense. Both sides continued to produce lunar weapons and bombard each other's land. Gradually, the other continents started to join the war. They started to throw out forbidden weapons, and terrifying mushroom clouds rose up from the ground. A global nuclear war had completely erupted. All the continents started to enter a state of emergency preparation for war. In the research institutes of the major countries, the Moon Dominator of the Military Strategy Bureau began to make an announcement. War, the war begins. The people began to build a series of underground shelters and homes to hide. The nightclubs began to close, and the newspaper sellers on the streets disappeared. Travelers carrying suitcases, wearing thick trench coats, and holding crutches were running around everywhere. Ta ta ta! A group of students and professors knocked on the door again. We should also build a shelter, right? These weapons are truly terrifying. It's 1,000 times more powerful than traditional explosives. Countless students were discussing. In the fish tank, Yuan Qinghua was shocked. Using explosives to compare? How crazy are the creatures on this planet? That's a nuclear weapon. It's to build an underground shelter. The young female butler was wiping the chairs in the living room with a sackcloth. She told them without turning her head, not only do we have to build a sanctuary, but we also have to use a large amount of wood to build an underground ark. Those who can't build arks will have to hide on the mountains, high up. Why? Many students were puzzled. It was hard to imagine building a ship underground. Because Master said that the world-ending flood is coming. Chapter 765. The Moon Landing Program. Flood? When these words fell, one could hear a pin drop. In the living room, the surroundings were shaking. In the end, a representative of the research institute asked, "Can you meet your master?" After decades of living in seclusion, everyone knew that even the servants had such great talent. It was clear how terrifying and mysterious the masters were. The young housekeeper only shook her head in refusal. This scene ended unhappily. In the end, he left with complicated feelings. However, it still caused quite a stir among the upper-class society of the central province. Some nobles and astrologers would rather believe it and began to build underground shelters and arks to continue resisting the nuclear war. The war could no longer be stopped. Boom! The entire world was shaking. At every moment, huge mushroom clouds rose up and bloomed in every continent. The people at the bottom of the society adapted very quickly. They lived in the underground city, and the ground had been plowed countless times. They did not care. The war between the two sides had already entered a state of white-hot heat. To them, the so-called nuclear bomb was just a powerful bomb. They were radioactive creatures, and the reason why they were killed was basically because of the core area of the huge high-temperature explosion, which swept across the entire land. And the most terrifying radiation of a nuclear bomb. Radiation killing? Don't be funny. He didn't feel anything. Unless it was a core area with extremely high concentration, it didn't matter at all in ordinary radiation areas, because they were creatures with radiation in their bones. The nuclear threat didn't exist at all. Therefore, the strategic nuclear weapons that humans on Earth were afraid of didn't pose a threat to them at all. They were used as ordinary bombs and exploded once without any after effects. It was even called the moon arrival of the moon goddess G. After the bombardment of God's weapons, people felt that their lives were more comfortable. They were healthy, full of energy, and their food was delicious. Even their appetites had increased. Thus, he used it even more unscrupulously. The war continued for 3 years. And the terrifying scene finally happened. The constant high-temperature radiation had finally caused the planet's ecosystem to change. Global warming. The high-heat radiation started to melt the glaciers, and the endless liquid glacier turned into a huge torrent that covered the entire planet. Boom! The flood had completely broken out. The people living in the underground cities and air raid shelters were drowned in the first instant. Help! Someone save me! Countless people fled the ground, shouting, wailing, and climbing up to the higher ground. Countless people held onto driftwood and wooden furniture tightly as they were washed away by the huge flood. It was as if the power of a landslide and tsunami had swept across the entire planet. Only a small number of arks were built, rising from the submerged underground city. Due to the huge buoyancy, they broke through the heavy soil and floated in the huge ocean. The nobles of the kingdom dressed in astrologers' clothes stood on the deck. Heavens! They had never seen a liquid ocean in their lives. The prophecy has come true. Could that mysterious and secluded astrologer be a servant of God? It's God's spokesperson. No, it might be the true God, the great eternal moon god, G. Arg. The ancient emperor of the great Shang dynasty, the father of Ji Shang, G. What did we miss? Only the humans on the mountains were not submerged. The nobles who built the arks were floating on the sea. More than 90% of the planet's population had died. In the future, people called this event, the Flood of God. The people on the ground were punished by the moon god because of their greed and warlike nature. A great flood was sent down to destroy the world. The melting of the glaciers had completely engulfed the entire planet, and the liquid water was held in place by the strengthened atmosphere, covering the entire planet and turning into an ocean. From then on, the land of the entire planet was no longer connected. It was divided into regions by a large amount of seawater, and they were completely called the 9 continents. This is too terrifying. In the fish tank, Yuan Qinghua looked at the earth-shaking ocean outside the window. The whole house rose from the ground, and she completely understood something. Radiation causes global warming. How many nuclear bombs will be detonated to cause this? The Great Flood would directly destroy the world. Could people still live on the entire radioactive planet? I'm afraid it has already completely covered the radiation land and the radiation ocean. But in the living room next to him, the mysterious and forbidden whisper made him shiver. The new era of mankind has begun. The era of the recuperation of Reiki. Yuan Qinghua was instantly dumbfounded. It's too terrifying. This kind of taboo existence of universal civilization actually calls the nuclear radiation war on this planet. Spirit. Qi. Fu. Su. They were not on the same level. Yuan Qinghua's mind went blank. She sent his observation diary to the internet, and countless people on the internet burst into laughter in front of their computers. Someone stood up in shock. So nuclear radiation is the revival of spiritual energy? The radiated land is actually a Buddha's land, a heaven? No wonder there were records in the ancient East and West saying that one could see heaven and Buddha land after the world was nuclear leveled. It was indeed true that one could see true Lord and gods. Doghead. Now that I think about it, the history of this planet's development is terrifying. Thicken the atmosphere, improve the planet's environment, and then a nuclear war will break out. Boil the planet and use the thick atmosphere to start retaining the melted liquid water, turning it into a habitable ocean planet. What a terrifying universe! Is this the terrifying existence of the taboo? To tell you the truth, there might have been ancient human civilizations in ancient times, and there might have been an ancient nuclear war. There are even signs of radiation in many ancient pieces of evidence. It seems like it's not just this planet. The ancient nuclear war on Earth was obviously a war between Buddhism and Daoism. Confirmed. The Yuan Qinghua in the fish tank was still very confused. But in the end, after a great flood, a new era began. In the fish tank, he saw everything with his own eyes, this vast planet of giants. The age of the ocean. This era, after the era of planet gas, was later known as the era of the planet ocean, also known as the era of planet recovery. Originally, the radiation on this planet was not high. Because it was not close to the Sun, it was the 4th planet in the galaxy. Its geographical position was the same as Earth, and the radiation was not obvious. However, at this time, the high concentration of radiation residue had caused all the living creatures on the planet to be in a special state of strong radiation. Many people felt that some ancient dust in their genes had been awakened. In fact, in their daily lives, there was a simple and crude version of Qi. Some of the more talented ones could even use the simple radiation. This is too terrifying. As expected of a god's weapon. A few simple warriors were walking in the radiation wasteland. The new era was being reborn and restored to its peak. The newspapers were full of praise. Many people even guessed that the mysterious astrologer who lived in the valley was the incarnation of the moon goddess. The maid was known as Moon's servant. The 2 statues were gradually erected and covered the entire planet. The peaceful development continued for 80 years. Civilization was restored again. After that nuclear war, civilization took another step forward, from the era of World War to modernization, with the emergence of computers and the Internet. During this time, Yuan Qinghua had once again cultivated to the 7th tier. Ha 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 ha. He laughed happily, 100 years, level 7, this speed is not bad. Eating carrots and pork on the market, to be able to cultivate to this level, I am already an unparalleled genius. However, he still curled up in the fish tank in the living room and did not dare to make a sound. In order to calm the people down and stop the war, the new kings of the continents announced two major plans to the people. First, the scientific and technological knowledge on the civilized moon was only basic knowledge. They wanted to use it to deduce their own civilization era. Second, the moon landing program. They continued to observe the moon and discovered a terrifying fact. From the beginning to the end, the moon had been rotating in the direction of their planet like an eyeball. The pupils on the front side of the moon had been staring at the entire planet, and they had never seen the back side of the moon. We are being watched by God. The moon god G is watching us humans on the ground. Even his clone has descended on this planet. Countless moon dominators exclaimed. Countless professors and scholars in Zhongzhou, various well-known universities, and even the re-established Chengdu University in the central capital were extremely fanatical and had begun their research and development plans. They believed that the full picture of the moon's front side was a guiding divine monument given to them by the gods. On the back side of the moon, there must be another divine monument. The truth of their bloodline was probably written on the divine monument. The moon landing program was officially launched. The specific process was as follows. With the current technology, they could launch a rocket with hydrogen fuel as a carrier to transport a manned spacecraft. They could then use a gravity slingshot to accelerate and enter the Earth-Moon orbit to observe the dark side of the moon and even land. On the moon. On the moon. Just like the entire planet, the atmosphere underwent a reform. However, their atmospheric reformation was to isolate the moon from the vacuum outside. Detestable. Those stupid humans are actually coming to our side. Hurry up and get ready. A puny ant-like powerhouse was secretly observing an astronomical telescope and the distant blue ocean planet. Those people actually want to blaspheme our true God. This is intolerable. God, why did you send your incarnation to that planet? Since they had obtained the technological knowledge on the front side, they had naturally obtained the technological knowledge on the back side as well. At this moment, technology and cultivation were progressing at the same time, so the speed of development was naturally very fast. The moon was facing the planet. The back of the moon was facing the entire galaxy. The cultivation system on the dark side of the moon was also gradually noticed by the transcendent creatures on other ancient planets. They observed and began to cultivate. After all, they were naturally gifted and were born powerful. Naturally, they could observe a planet's satellite in the distance. They also had special full moon nights. They were even able to observe the movements of the astrological surfaces of other planets and discovered that there were also mysterious creatures of civilization living on other gaseous planets. On the distant Mercury, the storm swept through the ocean current's ice layer, and a storm sprite wandered within it. It slowly opened its cold eyes and looked at the moon in the distance. What's that? The creatures on that planet tried to launch themselves to the moon. They're always too ignorant. They actually started their own planetary war. However, if they want to land on the moon. Boom! They carried a small meteorite and started their own moon landing program. Don't blaspheme the ancient god. In the sparks of fiery lava. With a splash, a rock was exposed in the high temperature. The hot magma slid like slime, and it let out a silent roar, moon star. In the lightning star of the endless thunderstorm abyss. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A large amount of helium and hydrogen interwove into a planet of airflow. A crack suddenly appeared in the thunderstorm and hurricane. Lightning. In the sun, something even more terrifying was happening. A black shadow gradually appeared. Heavens, what is that? An eclipse. Solar eclipse. Countless people were using their binoculars to observe the sun. It was a large patch of black pieces from the sun, floating in the void as it rushed over. Behind it was a huge sun, as if an ancient black giant beast was carved into the sun, letting out a silent roar. The myths and legends were revived. The revival of spirit chi. The moon landing plan, the entire solar system, the world was about to change. Let's move. Su Ji suddenly said, let's go to the sun and take a look at the civilization there. The young housekeeper's eyes widened. She looked at the living room and the fish tank. Then the things here. Stay here and come back next time. Maybe, I won't come back again. Su Ji said. Yuan King Hua, who was hiding in the room, looked excited. To an ancient being like this, even a mythical beast from the classic of mountains and seas is like a little goldfish that was casually thrown away. It's like a fart. It looks like I have a chance. I'll have to run. I'm a tier 7, and I can beat everything in the world. I've been waiting for this moment. He laughed out loud. However, he did not know what the entire planet was about to face. Chapter 766. The Courage of the Times. In the manor. She's gone, she's gone, she's gone. She's been gone for 3 days. Yuan Qinghua was very cautious. She observed secretly in the fish tank and studied it for a long time. After confirming that there was no danger, she couldn't help but start to break the fish tank. Peng, peng, peng. Although the fish tank was unusually strong, it could not withstand the impact of a level 7 heavenly emperor like him, and soon shattered. After eating the pork and carrots from the market for 100 years, I finally recultivated and reached the top of the celestial emperor. Yuan Qinghua looked at the strange beasts beside her. Charge! Exotic beasts that were as small as ants crawled out of the fish tank like mites. They looked at the huge living room and the ceiling lights as if they were looking at the sky. They were shocked. Like a doll from a toy city, he had barged into the city of giants. He went out. When he arrived at the small road in the village, he saw a huge black-shelled beetle lying on a flower. It was flapping its wings, and it was an ancient prehistoric giant beast that covered the sky and earth. It's so big. Could this terrifying world be the legendary wilderness? Yuan Qinghua, who had already turned into a strange figure, was shocked. Go, do it. The true dragons and other exotic beasts present were at least at the 3rd or 4th tier. Bullying a huge but ordinary creature was a piece of cake, like a hulk piercing through a 100-meter-tall building made of paper. Whoosh! The figure pierced through the beetle as if it had been pierced by a tiny needle and thread. A huge energy nourished its body. Kill, continue to kill. Don't let a single blade of grass or tree slip by. Yuan Qinghua was completely unrestrained. If killing a beetle was so profitable, what about killing other creatures? They killed their way through, and even encountered a wild rat-like creature. They were even more excited, for the energy they obtained was exaggeratedly huge. They actually matched the style of the previous Zerg Empress. As they fought their way through, Yuan Qinghua couldn't help but post. Brothers, this giant world has too much of an advantage for us, the super small creatures. After all, we are small and need too little energy. What should we do next? The internet had already been transformed into a top-tier advisory board. A group of scoundrels came up with ideas in a mess. After all, they were all very excited. The ancient deities, the 3 pillar gods, Caroline, Dichi, and the others had yet to come into contact with the mysterious world, but they had already begun to explore this world. Of course it's to teach martial arts. Activate the revival of spirit chi in this world and teach them our system. Let them become the inheritors of Buddhism and Daoism and fight against the enemy. The divine dragon appears on Mount Tai, and the flying dragon soars in the sky. The ancient path of stars opens, and the coffin is pulled by 9 dragons. The auspicious Kirin appeared on the Bohai Sea, on the sea bridge, shining with golden light. It was traveling in parallel with cars and high-speed rail. Are you guys poisonous? You're using a magnifying glass to shock an ant-sized divine beast? Everyone reacted at once. Cough, cough, cough. In my opinion, you should hang in there for now and help the divine beasts develop first. As the Heavenly Emperor, you can create an internal space ring and store it in your body. You can then cultivate the pseudo 9 revolutions mysterious art. Yes, cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art, and then turn into the real Pangu body, the size of the people in this world. After that, I'll go out and show off and revive the supernatural. I feel like he's courting death. It's normal to be killed if it's blown up. Didn't they say that in half a year, the 2 superpowers, Zhongzhou and Dongzhou, will be competing in technology? They will each invest trillions of research funds and prepare for the moon? What if we sneak into them and secretly look at the moon? I think it's fine. I'll take the opportunity to cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art and become a handsome and mysterious cosmos divine beast. I'll let the man-made satellite capture the scene. They began to make up their minds. I'll cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art and see how it goes. When the time comes, I'll go to the moon and join in the fun. Yuan Qinghua also agreed. You guys are going to the moon too? He's really courting death. Su Ji's expression turned strange, but he could not be bothered with them. He would just let them develop on their own. In fact, the manor was only a temporary residence. There was no sorcerer's sandpit either. In the ancient cellar, the housekeeper AI girl briefly packed their luggage, then Su Ji and the other man left. They were walking on the streets. This was a pedestrian street paved with exquisite granite slabs, and black motorcycles were parked outside. On the streets, many divine senses could be heard. What hairstyle should I cut? The lights on the barbershop's signboard flickered as they covered the customers with a black cloth and washed them. Hello. Do you need any clothes? In a luxury clothing store, many beautiful women in black uniforms had exquisite figures. When they saw the customers coming in, they revealed professional smiles. In some of the more luxurious jade shops, there was even a lady holding a luxurious leather bag in front of the counter. A slender beauty explained, "This is a moon-shaped jade. It's inlaid with gold. Look, the carvings on this moon tree are exquisite and symbolize good luck. You should know that our Manway International Ocean Shipping Company dug this out from a quanq in the center of the lunar calendar's explosion in a prehistoric sea of war. There was a strong auspicious aura on it. This was the blessing of the great moon god. If you wear it for a long time, the magnetic field on it will nourish your body." There were more than 3,000 nuclear explosions in the prehistoric war. Most of them had sunk to the bottom of the ocean. The deep-sea quanq in the center was still filled with powerful radiation and was a very precious spiritual mineral. Many ocean shipping companies had risked their lives to mine in the ocean between continents. However, the extremely high radiation zone at the core was still not something that ordinary people could bear. Basically, they were all slave workers who were smuggled in and forced to mine. Do you need beauty treatment? We will use acupuncture to help you relax your blood vessels. In the room, a female masseuse was doing facial treatment for the guest on the bed. She smiled very gently. You have too many pimples on your face because your blood is not very pure. We can change your blood and give you new oxygen. Don't worry, we're not those black beauty hospitals. We've done a full set of blood sterilization and disinfection. When the air circulation is perfect, the skin on the face will be fine. On the streets, there were buskers singing. It was a special spiritual instrument, with a vibration structure similar to that of a zither string. Ha! There were some Qigong masters on the streets who were displaying special and simple Qi energy and radiation energy. This attracted the attention of many people, who were very interested in these new so-called martial arts. I refuse to discriminate against the people of the barbarian continent. A young girl with bronze skin, dressed in ethnic clothing, with a face full of freckles and long black hair that fell over her shoulders, said, "Please give us a hug." She was petite, but her legs were round and slender, and metal bells hung all over her body. Su Ji walked up to her and gave her a hug. "Thank you for your support." The young girl raised the signboard and said excitedly, "This is a beautiful era." Su Ji smiled gently. Without waiting for the girl to answer, he turned around and left with the maid. "Yes, it was a beautiful era." The young girl replied happily. He turned his head to look at the large television screen in the square next to him. A host wearing a black Laurel Moon occupying uniform was reporting the news of the day. Moon River Research Institute in Zhongzhou, Moon 1 is about to land on the moon. It was being broadcast live across the country. Let us witness the miracle of history. Let us witness the origin of the planet's civilization. Witness the gods. Witness our story. Chapter 767. Extraordinary Immortality, Transmigration to Earth. The times change with each passing day. Walking on the street, Su Ji looked at the exotic culture of this planet. He traveled 1,000 miles with one step, and the streets around him turned into afterimages as the hustle and bustle surged into his mind. For the first time, he felt something more real than he had ever felt before. It was a human of the same size as him, with flesh and blood, and a sense of touch. Schools, streets, companies. Living here was no different from living on Earth. In fact, their technological civilization was still on the rise, and it was even more advanced, because the theory given by Su Ji was the basic theory of science and technology of the Izo-Daeans. What a beautiful civilization! Su Ji disappeared from where he was inside. Although it has only been a few hundred years, it has already gone through 2 environmental reforms and is already a different Earth with its own atmosphere and liquid water. Although most of the air was made up of ordinary nitrogen, the oxygen content was only 8%. For humans, it was still a land of death with almost no oxygen. It was simply a plateau among plateaus, and a high radiation zone at that. However, it was no longer a vacuum and would not tear the body apart. Ordinary Earthlings could also come to this planet and live for a long time with auxiliary oxygen masks and radiation protective suits. In theory, can Earthlings live on this planet? Su Ji looked up at the sky, and his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Go back and clean up the room. Continue to do the housework. You don't have to follow me. Su Ji said to the young housekeeper. Yes. She went back through the teleportation array. After all, Su Ji was going to take a look at the sun next. His cultivation level was too low, so it was impossible for him to follow. Boom! Su Ji flew into the dark universe. There was no doubt that this solar system contained all of Su Ji's expectations for the physical sandbox. It was his greatest power source. That was why there were so many large creatures. If the Medusa's crystal wall system universe in the study room is the huge expectation of the spiritual universe, in that case, this piece of land before me is my expectation of the material universe. Su Ji took a deep breath. Medusa is developing in the spiritual universe on the other side, while the phoenix might have to be placed in this physical universe. After all, the various elemental life forms are all descendants that emerged from her 4 elemental planes. Su Ji thought for a moment, then took out a table lamp and looked at the sun in the distance. Perhaps the sun is the place where the phoenix is. This was the result of Su Ji's consideration. After all, unlike Medusa, who was madly leading the war and influencing the development of the situation in the bottle with an excited look on her face, Phoenix did not like to go out and cause trouble. The depths of the sun happened to be the best place for closed-door cultivation because the energy was massive and it was perfectly compatible with his origin attributes. Its life has come to an end, and it's reincarnated for a second time. It needs a lot of energy to break through to the 9th rank. Su Ji's face was indifferent. The phoenix did not choose a shortcut to vindicate Dao on her path to rank 9. While the others were riding bicycles, planes, and motorcycles and sprinting past, they still chose the most primitive way of hiking. She chose to fuse the cells one by one. This path was the most primitive and took the longest time, but it was also the strongest 9th rank path. Break the Dao with force. However, this was not something that anyone could do. Only an immortal bloodline would have such a long time without any fancy skills. Just let her slowly get used to it. Su Ji muttered. Using force to overcome technique is the advantage of eternal life. It should also be the strongest and most boring 9th rank Dao validation technique. Perhaps, I will be like her in the future. I don't need any magic core techniques or nuclear fission. I'll slowly accumulate my foundation and break through by force. After all, my foundation system of rank 8 has already reached perfection. As for the foundation of a tier 9, it naturally has to be at the Great Circle. It's not a bad idea to let her try this path. Voila! Su Ji leaped up and ran toward the sun. The most powerful ancient sun god had already left, leaving behind a few young sun gods. They were like Dyson spheres, like satellites revolving around the sun. From afar, it looked like the sunspot. Boom! The sun's surface was burning with flames that were thousands of degrees. However, this was not the most terrifying thing. What was terrifying was that the endless source of radiation gathered and surged, turning into a terrifying land of death for life. Ta ta ta! Su Ji landed lightly on the ground and entered the sun's corona. Golden flames danced around them, as if they were in a golden purgatory. It was extremely shocking. Even Su Ji was flabbergasted by the most majestic power of nature, the power of a star. Hwalala! The terrifying solar wind swept across, and the golden flames slanted like wheat waves were extremely spectacular and boundless. Even someone as powerful as me, an 8th grade god whose combat strength is exaggerated to the limit, might not be able to withstand the terrifying high temperature and radiation from the depths of the sun. Furthermore, this is not something any extraordinary creature based on the existing laws of cosmic physics can withstand. He raised his head. Life has its limits. There is a limit to how much heat a creature that lives under the laws of the universe can withstand. It's just like how the speed of flight cannot exceed the speed of light. This is the universe. These are the rules. Su Ji stepped into the golden clouds of fire. Divine flames rose from his body, and his hair burned golden. A golden light was ignited in his eyes. Perhaps, only a rank 9 who can distort the laws can ignore this terrifying cosmic force, distort the upper limit of light speed to himself, and distort the sun's temperature to himself. Furthermore, some heaven-defying level 9s might be able to ignore the distorted black hole and the explosion of a supernova. The laws of death defined by the laws of the universe would no longer be able to apply to them. Su Ji raised his head and looked at the universe with a face full of admiration. He felt that he was really so humble and weak that he was pitiful. The so-called gods, the so-called level 1 to level 8 extraordinary life forms, are all under the laws of the universe. It's a slightly more powerful creature. With a loud bang, Su Ji threw it lightly. Level 8 gods are the strongest life forms under the laws of the universe in the world, while level 9 gods are great deists who transcend the laws of the universe. Boom! 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 The reinforced white porcelain lamp fell into the flame. The surrounding flames seemed to have turned into a sea of golden lava, and countless solar particles swept through. It was naturally extremely safe to only float on the surface of the waves and not enter the depths. Go on, the most ancient path of the 9th rank, press forward with an indomitable will. Su Ji turned around leisurely and suddenly laughed. Well, now that these things are done, it's time to deal with the bloodline system deduction of this galaxy civilization and its unique characteristics. Yes, it was. In Su Ji's eyes, this extraordinary civilization in the entire solar system was just a semi-finished product. After all, true qi and radiation were only two essential bloodlines for the life of a vacuum universe creature in the universe. However, they did not have the characteristics of their own civilization. In front of him, it was like a civilization that had just copied the small universe and the world of reincarnation. It was even a weakened version. The two space civilizations had their own unique characteristics based on their bloodlines. The small universe had no rank 9 threshold, and the world of reincarnation had a natural talent. What about the unique extraordinary bloodline of this civilization? No, there wasn't. This was because this time, and for the only time, Su Ji had not evolved any unique extraordinary bloodline into the bloodlines of these creatures from the solar system from the beginning. Yes, I've been waiting for this moment. This is only the beginning. A calm smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the endless sun under his feet and continued to fly up. Humans have limits, but there is no limit to eternal life. The reason why they did not create a bloodline for them was that the unique extraordinary bloodline defined their civilization as eternal life. The greatest thing about life was immortality. Voila! They're in a hurry to land on the moon, and I have my own things to do. Su Ji flashed a meaningful smile, tore open space, and returned to Earth. He walked on the streets of Earth and stood in front of the main entrance of the Beijing Cancer Hospital. I wonder how many chemotherapy sessions he can survive. The savings at home. I'm fine. My illness is already very mild. The surroundings were bustling with activity, with joy and sorrow. They were all patients and family members. It's been a long time since I've been back. I treated my cancer here back then. It's only been 3 months, but it feels like 10,000 years. Su Ji's body was hunched, and his face was pale. He looked like he had undergone chemotherapy for a serious illness 3 months ago. His hair was thin as he slowly walked into the hospital. Eternal bloodline is the talent of Earthlings. He walked quietly into the corridor of the hospital, looked at the bustling crowd, and thought seriously. I've already done a lot of considerations. Both of them are of the same size, and they look similar. It's time for a transmigration. He looked at the young man from the 21st century in the hospital. What kind of sparks would his eternal bloodline bring to the giant planet? A small civilization on the moon? Life planets of the major elements? What impact would it have? This was what Su Ji wanted. Chapter 768. A strange, terminal patient. Voila! He was surrounded by anxious nurses and patients who kept coming and going, and no one saw Su Ji. He was walking around the Beijing Cancer Hospital that used to be in the past. He had spent a lot of his savings to be hospitalized in this hospital for treatment, and Su Ji recalled many memories. I wonder if the patients from that time are still around. His expression changed. Rustling sounds could be heard. Doctor, how's my son's condition? We still have money at home. Don't worry about the treatment. The sounds of the entire building surged into his mind in the thousands and were quickly filtered by the huge magic core brain's computing power. As a god that transcended the mortal world, he did not feel the slightest sense of confusion from his nerves exploding. Conversations, inquiries, anxiety, roars, pain, and all kinds of sounds came from the hospital. The huge hospital was a social place that existed between life and death, and it could best reflect the various ways of life. Su Ji strode past one ward after another and suddenly saw a familiar nurse. Nurse Zhang. Su Ji called out. You are Su Ji. The nurse was stunned for a moment. She tried to recall for a long time before she turned around and sized him up. His figure was getting more and more haggard, and his hair was thinning. A hint of sympathy flashed in her eyes. I haven't seen you in 3 months. Are you here for a follow-up? Did you just come out from Professor Li's place? Su Ji did not retort. What's the result? What's that? The nurse suddenly stopped asking and looked in the direction Su Ji was heading. You're here to see old Li and the others? Old Li is the only one left in the ward. Su Ji bade farewell to the nurse, turned the corner of the stairs, and went upstairs. He came to the ward that he was once familiar with. When he pushed the door open, he saw that there were basically no more faces there, but the blank, desperate, and dull expressions on their faces were still the same. There was only one familiar face left in the window seat. An elegant and peaceful middle-aged man was lying on the bed in a hospital gown. His face was pale and his hair was shaved. He was playing with a tablet computer with his head lowered. When he heard movement at the door, he turned his head suddenly and said, Su Ji. He was startled and said, I haven't seen you for 3 months and you've aged a lot again. He's still alive. It's me. Su Ji sat down by the bed and placed the fruit on the table. Are you here to revisit an old place? The others have already left, so I'm the only one in the room. It was obvious that this was not his first time. Xiao Chen on the next bed. The young man is only 21 years old. Half a month after you left, he suddenly couldn't take it one night and died. His parents went bankrupt and he couldn't get treatment. He cried very badly those few days. His expression was very calm. Uncle Chiang. I'm out of money. I'm going home to recuperate said. I'm not going to be treated. On the other hand, Xiao Cheng's family was quite well off, but they could not afford to stay in the hospital. He did not want to stay there either. He would go back when his condition was better and come back for chemotherapy. He came to the ward to see me yesterday after his chemotherapy, just like you. If you want to see him, you can ask the doctors and nurses. You can also find out when he comes to the hospital. The middle-aged man sat up on the hospital bed and explained some things to Su Ji. He was clearly an experienced man. It was obviously not the first time he had come to the ward to look for a patient in the face of such a situation after being hospitalized for several years. Even Su Ji was just a small wave during his stay in the hospital. He had seen too many patients taking turns in the ward and leaving each other forever. More than half of the patients had left, but he was still in the ward. His family was not poor. This old brother from the south came to the capital for treatment. He was a senior member of society and a small boss with a net worth of tens of millions. He opened a bar and a KTV. It was not that he could not afford to stay in a single ward, but he liked to flirt with people. He was a special person. At that time, he had even helped Su Ji contact a doctor and sponsored some money. Su Ji lowered his head, only thinking that it was interesting. 3 months was not enough to change anything. Looking at his computer, he was actually reading the Spore Evolution forum, a big movie made by those netizens. The man chuckled, his face full of longing. Spore Evolution, have you seen it? It's very popular recently. Look at the history of the mythological civilization. This is quite new. It felt too real. In the universe, our Earth can't possibly be the only civilization, right? That would be too laughable. The universe is so big, there should be countless possibilities, even the ancient gods and Buddhas. Physics and chemistry are really wonderful. Su Ji was only listening. I haven't seen you for a while, but you've had a lot of feelings. He continued, after all, I really don't have long to live. I've done too many bad things when I was young, and it's time to pay them back. I don't have a wife or children. It's good that I'm dead. By the way, how's the treatment going? Young man, it's a pity that you're dead. Your girlfriend who works with you has also run away. Didn't you go back to your hometown to spend the rest of your life? The tickets back to Beijing aren't cheap. The expressions of the surrounding patients changed slightly. However, he pretended not to hear it, as if he had known this person's personality for the past few days. Su Ji did not mind. He sat down and asked, no one has been looking for you recently? There was one in the morning. To be honest, some people are quite heartless now. His gaze was a little complicated. He looked up and said, for more than 20 years, I've sponsored so much money to study. I think it's more than 100, but 99% of them didn't come to see me, thinking that it was natural to sponsor their studies. I've finally seen the true colors of those people. The world is cruel, but I still have to help. I don't have a wife or children, so I just do charity for personal pleasure. The surrounding patients secretly admired him. Li was an honest man. He was a carefree Guangdong boss and a good person. You're asking me why I'm not going back to the big villa in Guangdong? It was like a collective apartment. There were nurses in the ward and people to chat with. Everyone was talented and had a good voice. In my opinion, we're in the same ward. If you like him, you should help him. We've helped many people in our ward, including you. Young people can still struggle with their lives. Xiao Chen is only 21 years old. Why not help him? That person was a bad person, and his parents were not good people either. This was retribution. They knew that it was their retribution, and they cried so badly at that time. I was still laughing at the side, and the couple picked up a pillow and hit me. PFFF. A patient who had just been admitted to the hospital was drinking water, and he instantly choked. What are you all laughing at? Tell me, in this society, many people don't know how to repay kindness, right? Elder Li looked at the beds around him and asked for his opinion with a serious face. The patients did not dare to say anything. Yes, yes, yes. Someone echoed. The world is so cold, no one knows how to repay a favor. Old Li continued, on the contrary, in my early years, when I had just graduated from college, I was full of entrepreneurial enthusiasm. The group of girls that I brought along, although I brought them into the prostitution business, everyone looked down on them and called them cheap. But more than 20 years have passed, and they are all as old as me. They all came to Beijing from far away to see me. Just yesterday, 7 or 8 of them surrounded the ward. The patients who didn't know what was going on all thought that I had good luck with women. The patient beside him was completely shocked. Wasn't this referring to them? You're not a good person in the first place. You're doing this kind of immoral business. You scolded others before, but now you're laughing when you see them dead? How much of a scumbag was he? Also, the group of girls that she had sold had come to the capital to see him after more than 20 years? However, they had also seen the fruits and vegetables, the peaceful expressions, and even the sobbing and crying of some people. Their expressions could not be faked. What kind of situation was this? He was a man with a story. What are you looking at? I've never seen a pimp doing charity every year with his money from selling his body. Old Li's eyes widened. You young people are too inexperienced. And you, don't think that you've seen many people just because you've been a taxi driver. Don't look at how carefree I am, this is just a disguise. I've killed quite a few people. Besides, those women who came to see me yesterday and laughed with men were all experienced. Do you think that their expressions are really on their faces? In fact, when I saw them walk into the ward, I cried so hard in my heart, but they laughed out loud in their hearts. Didn't you see me chasing them away with a pillow? Before they left, they were still crying and saying that they were good people. They were so good at pretending. The patient beside the bed was dumbfounded again. The world was huge, and there were all kinds of strange things. Until now, no one knew if he was telling the truth. This was a multi-layered cake, but everyone still respected him very much. They respected this independent man who had experienced many legendary stories in his life. Su Ji had only offered his condolences. After listening to his big mouth, he waited for a while before leaving. He walked around the hospital and passed by each ward. After a careful screening, he finally confirmed the candidate. Other than his extraordinary talents, Su Ji did not consider the young. After all, he was in his 20s. Compared to the long supernatural world, he was like a baby. Only those with deep experience could make a name for themselves in that world. Chapter 769. Even if he was in his 60s or 70s, he would only be a young man with ordinary experience to the experts of the transcendent world, let alone in his 40s. This was the reality. Time could make up for many things. Even though there was a limit to a person's wisdom and talent, experience could be supplemented with time. For example, if you were in your 30s and got scammed by a phone call because your IQ wasn't high enough, would you still be scammed if you were in your 70s and got scammed again? He wouldn't. That's you in your 70s, and your IQ still grows with time. How did your 70s have an increase in IQ compared to your 30s? Naturally, it was not. It would be a miracle if he didn't have dementia. The reason why he wasn't cheated was because he had grown more experienced, suffered more losses, eaten more salt, walked more roads, and was beaten more by society. It was still common for people to become more shrewd as they aged. The experience brought by time can make up for your lack of intelligence. Therefore, those mighty figures who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years were still brainless and could only live in stories. If he did not have any potential, he would have been able to toy with the entire world with his heaven-defying schemes, let alone Dichi and the secluded mountain prefecture lord. Even Yuan King Hua and the others looked at him with pure and innocent eyes, as if they were helping him in times of need and were doing something just for him. They could teach him how to be a man at any time. A naive person would not be able to survive in this supernatural world without laws. Let's not talk about aptitude, but your intelligence must be full. Don't talk about playing with Dichi, but you must play with normal people. After all, in this primitive era where the physique is still unknown, the so-called aptitude can't be seen at all. Is it possible to compare whose cancer is more serious? Su Ji's expression was strange. That night, there was a sudden rush of shouting in old Li's ward. The nurse hurriedly sent him to the emergency room. As she walked, she looked flustered. He was fine during the day and his condition was stable after the chemotherapy. He was fine during the day. Why is he dying? Old Li was especially good at chatting. He had a good relationship with the doctors and nurses, and even sponsored some patients he could see. His unique personality was also a special scenery on this floor. Stab! In the emergency room, the blinding white light shone on his face. Li's consciousness gradually became hazy, and the conversation between the doctor and the nurse became muffled. His heart stopped. Why so suddenly? A voice suddenly came. He collapsed on the bed, his misty eyes full of fatigue. Is this fate? Why did it come so quickly? His body suddenly shivered in fear. He thought that he could accept everything. However, when his life was coming to an end and his body was being eroded bit by bit, he couldn't help but be scared. Death was a great fear that all life could not contain. This fear was innate and seeped into every part of his genes. Is this the fear of the creatures on this planet? It's precisely because of the immortality gene that you are far more afraid of death than any other life in the universe. Even your genes are emitting fear. If you can have a new life, what are you willing to pay? A deep male voice was heard. Everything. Li instantly replied. His vision blurred. Suddenly, a beam of divine light descended from the haziness. He saw a young man whose face could not be seen clearly. He was wearing a long black robe. Although it was not very clear, he could still vaguely see the mysterious laurel pattern and the familiar outline. Am I hallucinating? He had seen a similar outfit in the latest forum, and it seemed to be the Moon Dominator. I'm indeed completely confused. He muttered to himself in a daze, I can't tell the difference between dream and reality anymore. After all, according to the analysis of the people on the internet, the moon laurel pattern was a mysterious ancient pattern on the moon. It was a terrifying enemy who had destroyed the ancient mythological civilization on Earth. How did an alien civilization suddenly appear on Earth? You want to live? Do you want to see a higher view? The figure said with a smile. I want to live. Li answered without hesitation. What are you willing to pay? He was silent for a moment and his tone became more restrained. Everything other than dignity. I don't want to die. I want to live with dignity. Everything other than dignity. You should know what you have to face in order to maintain your dignity. The light of everything around him gradually descended and enveloped his body. An endless burning feeling ignited in his heart, and a heart-wrenching pain began to surge. Ah! He screamed loudly, and the pain made his face extremely ferocious. What's the price? The deep voice came again. A pain that is more terrifying than death? Which one am I? How many did I have before? Did they not make it? Or is it that no matter how I answer, I will still have to face this endless pain? He clenched his teeth. The pain was unbearable, but he still endured it. He squeezed out the words with great difficulty. It doesn't matter. Countless years ago, I've already suffered even more brutal pain and transformed. The god fell silent. Su Ji did not know what kind of pain was more brutal than this. It seemed that this middle-aged man who mingled in the underworld back then also had a story. Whoosh! It was as if he had persevered for countless years, suffering in the purgatory of pain. Finally, there was a flash of white light, and the deity disappeared. I've survived. It was a piece of cake for Su Ji to dispose of and replace the corpse in the hospital. The real difficulty was the implantation of the Zerg's foundation bloodline. The heart-wrenching pain was not something that ordinary people could bear, but they had already endured it. Su Ji felt that his judgment was not bad. As expected, it was on point for the first time. It was not easy to have such willpower. It seemed that this person had already suffered enough social abuse. Hwalala. The moment he reappeared, a tearing pain covered his entire body. Li Li appeared in a dark corridor, surrounded by exquisite stone murals. In the distance, there were night pearls, which were beautiful. This was a luxurious tomb, and the murals told the life of the tomb's owner. Where am I? That wasn't a dream? I'm really still alive. He lowered his head and looked at his old hands. He was still wearing the white hospital gown, and his hair was sparse. He was still his old self, never young, never old. But I feel that the symptoms of cancer have been reduced a little. I feel much better. He took a deep breath and started to look at the murals on the wall. The moment he saw it, he was completely shocked. He had seen the screenshot and the description. This was a description of the life of Ji Shang of the Great Shang dynasty, and this was Ji Shang's grave. Hiss. He was a little stunned. Everything was actually true. In the vast universe, in the endless heavens outside of Earth. The Buddha of physics and the Buddha of chemistry. He was the ancient enemy who had once destroyed the Huaxia divine system on Earth. He kept recalling these memories in his mind and felt his blood run cold. Could the god that he had just seen be the legendary god that was called Moon God Season? His hands trembled violently as he cried out in shock, also, what is that mysterious existence thinking? Why did you have to? It was as if he could see the mastermind behind the scenes stirring up everything. The ancient god was saving himself and fighting with his back to the water. Since the existence of the Chinese Buddhism and Daoism that ascended from earth fell, he began to lay down various means before going into deep sleep. How could his opponent stand by and do nothing? He had actually come to earth. What was he planning? I can't think about it, he kept his voice low, trying to suppress his wild thoughts. He looked around. The air here is very fresh and has a high oxygen content. Ji Shang probably stored air in his own grave. What a big deal. There are no obvious traces of radiation here, and no grave robbers. If he had been outside, he would have died without a doubt. The 8% oxygen concentration was even thinner than the top of Mount Everest. It was very difficult for people to survive. There wasn't enough oxygen, not to mention the radiation in the outside world. As an ordinary Earthling, it's impossible for me to live in such a dangerous planet environment. Moreover, I'm about to die. Cancer. But what was the eternal life planet? Is there a big secret? He kept sorting out his thoughts. The only way to survive now was to cultivate, but how? He took deep breath and kept walking around the cemetery. After half a day, his old body barely pried open 3 stone doors. My physical strength is indeed strong. I'm afraid it's hard even for a strong adult. Boom. A terrifying chill quickly hit him, making him shiver. It was as if he had entered the South Pole. What he saw was a group of terracotta soldiers, sealed in a huge layer of ice. Frozen? These were all living people? A living person to be buried with. He had goosebumps all over his body. As a modern person, it was shocking to see thousands of corpses in ice sculptures. These were all living people, elite soldiers and generals, but they were buried alive? The living being buried with the dead was a scene that only happened in the feudal era. There are living people, trees and courtyards, so there should be frozen food. I can't eat these frozen corpses of the terracotta soldiers. He took a deep breath and immediately thought of the possibility of survival. As a complete tomb, there should be frozen food, wine, and delicacies buried with it. This is the era before the catastrophe of the recovery of spiritual energy, and the food is not contaminated. Otherwise, I can't touch the existing radioactive food outside at all on the entire radioactive planet. Let's go search for it. He spent half a day searching in other places but to no avail. He could only come to the main tomb, which was clearly a magnificent main door. His entire body trembled as he held the door. This was the Emperor of the Ages who was comparable to Earth's Qin Emperor, the legendary first Emperor of the Central Prefecture, Ji Shang. Ji Shang, was he still alive? This was not an ordinary world. It was a transcendent. Who knew what kind of trump cards this monstrous overlord had left behind? Chapter 770. Survival on an alien planet, opening up the cultivation system for Earthlings. The ancient emperor's tomb must be guarded against grave robbers. The reason why I didn't encounter it before was probably because I directly passed through the inner part of the tomb and ignored the outer layer of traps. I came to the middle ring where the burial items were. Li had been very careful, and so had he been when he opened the tombs just now. He threw in all kinds of things to test the waters. He had been working hard in society for many years. People who opened KTVs and bars naturally came into contact with people from all walks of life. Even before he cleared his name and went ashore, he had been in the same group and had seen many people like cold knives. Fortunately, Ji Shang's era was still very primitive. There wasn't any modern technology, chemical mechanisms, and grave guarding mechanisms. At most, there were traps and arrows. He carefully pushed the door open. What entered his eyes was a huge palace. The first thing he saw was a stone statue of moon god Ji. The carvings were extremely detailed, and there was a full moon behind the statue. A youth knelt on one knee beneath it. It was Ji Shang. The power of the monarch was bestowed by God. The meaning of this statue was clear. Even after the passage of time and even being covered in dust, one could still see the lifelike faces of the stone statues. Moon god, Ji. He might be the ancient god who sent me to this place, he pursed his lips. The entire golden wall was extremely luxurious. In the distance, there were lakes of wine and forests of meat. Countless fine wines and delicacies were frozen, looking as beautiful as ice sculptures. It seemed that they had found the right place. The tomb had all the funerary objects, troops, fine wine, and precious treasures. There's no mechanism in the main tomb. He took a deep breath, his old body lying on the ground touching every corner as he moved forward, to prevent any traps from being triggered. It seems that I've directly passed through the outer layer of the mechanism, and the core area is not guarded at all. After all, with Ji Shang's status as the Emperor of the Ages, he had unified the central province, pushed through the Great Plains, and almost conquered half of the planet's territory. It was equivalent to fighting his way to Europe and Spain. With the pride of such a person, why would he leave behind such imperfect traps in the main tomb, a place where he enjoyed himself? All the means to guard against grave robbers should be concentrated on the outer layer. After all, if we can break through the outer layer, then there's no need to guard against the inside. Li took a deep breath. He would be lying if he wasn't excited. After all, he was an ancient emperor like Qin Shi Emperor. He was just an ordinary boss in Guangdong. If he didn't pay attention to that mysterious forum, he was afraid that he would be in the dark when he came here. He wouldn't know what happened at all and would not be far from death. He carefully picked up some frozen food from the table and planned to leave the main burial chamber palace that was like a freezer. He had no intention of opening the coffin. He didn't dare to guarantee that Ji Shang's coffin had a contingency plan, and he might even be alive. He even dragged a few large stone sculptures with great effort and stacked them on top of the coffin lid. After confirming that it was impossible for a normal person to push it open, he muttered, "Amitabha. The Almighty Newton of the physical Buddha may bless me. You must help me press the lid of the coffin of this great emperor who has killed thousands of people in his life." Wait. His entire body trembled in shock, his body trembling violently. "I see," he exclaimed, "Newton is a peerless genius of Western physics. When he was young, he studied physics and various laws of physics. In his later years, he liked to study theology. He was extremely fanatical and it was extremely normal. After all, he is the successor of the orthodox physical Buddha." He came to a sudden realization and felt goosebumps all over his body. Look at his golden curly hair. Isn't it the kind of hair Buddha has? There's also Tesla, the man who's known to be the closest to God. In his later years, he's actually researching a machine that can assimilate with the ghost underworld. He was shocked. He felt that every great expert in physics had similar experiences. They were all physics first, then theology. After all, the end of science was theology. The players Teslan coil and golden band were one of the symbols of Buddha. Coincidence? He did not believe it. Everyone thinks that Buddha is in Buddhism, but in fact, Buddha is in all living beings. He mumbled to himself. Ever since he had transmigrated to this extraordinary planet and found out that everything was real, he had become even more pious. What other secrets are hidden in our ancient Chinese mythology? What kind of great glory did our ancient civilization have? He came to a small enclosed space, isolated from the ice cave outside. He took out some exquisitely carved furniture, smashed the valuable antiques into pieces, and tried to drill wood to start a fire. In the end, he discovered a sad thing. It looked simple, but he failed in a day with the skills that all primitive people had. His hands were even worn out and bleeding. Reality was cruel. In the end, she could only curl up in a corner, take out some luxurious clothes to cover herself, melt the ice with her body temperature, and eat water and food. He was trembling all over, like a desolated old man in the cold wind. This was a survival battle in the wilderness. His teeth were chattering from the cold. Those novels are all lies. Things like crossing to another world, all kinds of easy operations to survive, the simplest of all, drilling wood to start a fire, all of these are difficult for a modern person. He was so cold, but he could still entertain himself. I think that those who want to transmigrate have to study how to drill wood to make fire, familiarize themselves with the manufacturing process of gunpowder and nuclear bombs, master mathematics, physics, and chemistry, and step into the threshold of the Buddha of physics and the path of chemistry. They have to at least have university degree. After all, the 9 years of compulsory education is a means for the country to secretly nurture the inheritors of Buddhism and Taoism and to inherit the ancient mythological civilization. The cultivation of the whole nation and the recovery of Reiki would be in the 9 years of compulsory education. If you learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry well, you won't be afraid to travel to other worlds. At this moment, he felt that from the scientific and technological revolution of Newton's physics to the current society, it seemed that feudal superstitions of each era had been eliminated, but in fact, Earth was on its way to becoming a transcendent. If the supernatural were to recover, Earth's 9 years of compulsory education, the sea of questions tactic, and the simulation of 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years would definitely produce a large number of peerless powerhouses. Students nowadays find studying boring and yearn to become transcendents in other worlds. However, the most boring part of the so-called transcendence path is precisely studying. He murmured, as if he had seen the true meaning of the world. All living things in the world are equal. If you don't experience dullness, how can you become strong? If a person can't even persevere in studying, how can they become strong if they don't study physics, chemistry, and other true meanings of the laws of the universe? The universe was destined. No matter what world he was in, a slacker who didn't work hard would always be a slacker. There should still be a competition for military arms outside. All the continents should have around a year to launch their satellites. As for the player Yuan King Hua, he should still be secretly cultivating the 9 revolutions' mysterious art, waiting for the day of departure. A year? He silently calculated that this had nothing to do with him. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Furthermore, how was he going to escape the trap outside the tomb? It was something that he could not destroy at all. I want to cultivate. I want to learn. A firm idea was born in his mind. However, it's impossible for me to do so in the martial arts world. Although the principles of this cultivation technique are leaked, I don't have divine sense, so can't train every part of my body. I can only cultivate Soul Dao, and those core players have been hiding it from us normal forum viewers. They didn't pass on Soul Dao techniques to anyone. Do I have to create my own technique? His scalp went numb. How is this possible? If I were to look through the entire universe and the development history of the extraordinary civilization, I would know that one must have a corresponding extraordinary bloodline to be able to create a cultivation technique at the very beginning. But as an earthling, what kind of extraordinary bloodline do I have? No matter how he thought about it, it was a hopeless situation of death. The outer layer of the tomb was guarded by traps. An ordinary person like him would not be able to get out. If he stayed in the tomb, the oxygen content, food, and water would all be depleted. His time was extremely limited. He curled up in the corner. We can only hope that someone is robbing the tomb. But is that possible? The Qin Emperor's mausoleum on Earth had not been excavated to this day for the sake of protection, and the Zhongzhou in front of them was not only a matter of protecting the tomb, but also the country ruled by Ji Shang's descendants. How could they dig up their own ancestral grave? If only I could go to the forum and ask for help. In the following 3 months, he failed countless times. In the cold and hunger, he finally learned how to drill wood to get rid of fire, but that was all. Even though he was frugal and only ate 1 meal a day, and did not move at all except for eating, drinking, and peeing, trying to reduce the oxygen consumption of his activities. He had almost exhausted half of his stored food. The frozen vegetables that were buried with him had been eaten up, leaving only meat. His body was getting weaker and weaker, and he realized a terrible problem. Even though the mysterious god had treated his body before, his cancer was about to break out again. At the same time, he had been irradiated. His entire body was oozing with blood, and his gums, nostrils, and head were completely bald. I just realized that the vegetables and meat must have been treated with micro-radiation to make them sterile. That's why they could be stored in the ice layer for so long. He also discovered another terrifying thing. The elite soldiers and generals in the ice could still be alive. It might have been subjected to all sorts of radiation treatment before it was sealed in ice to sleep. It felt like there were still some faint signs of life. This was too terrifying. If the soldiers in the ice are still alive, then Ji Shang himself is definitely still alive. He was not calm at all. Is he planning to wake up one day and lead his trusted troops, this group of terracotta soldiers, to fight again on this planet? It was not as if he had not put in any effort in the past 3 months. He wanted to take action against those corpses and fuse their radiation genes to cultivate Buddhism. However, it suddenly stopped. He didn't have enough knowledge to extract their blood and make the extraordinary bloodline potion. Should he forcefully fuse his blood into their bodies? If he was at the 2nd or 3rd rank, he might be able to resist it. But now? With his current constitution, there was a 100% chance of death. Now, he could only close his eyes to rest and study the legendary Dao of the Soul. He became completely serious. Martial arts and Soul Dao are both foundation cultivation techniques that are not gaudy at all. They point straight to the essence. As an earthling, he could only start to study these things because knowledge was the power of all things. I understand the principle of martial arts. Divine will, observe every muscle, bone, and bone, carry out overall training, eat lot of food to supplement, and evolve the body and flesh. I don't have divine will, so martial arts is impossible. Moreover, the food here was not enough to provide a powerful energy source. I can only study the Dao of the Soul. As a cultivation technique that has no bloodline, it's only a simple way to train the soul. It should be an ancient meditation technique. Martial arts were used by ancient martial artists to temper their chi and blood. The Dao of the Soul was used by the ancient Daoist priests who meditated cross-legged. These were the two major systems. After all, any cultivation technique originated from these two. However, why did neither Taoists nor martial arts practitioners succeed in meditating in ancient times? Martial arts required spiritual will and soul Dao. Did they need energy replenishments? Hoo. He closed his eyes and took a long breath. It was obvious that it was not of much use. He knew a little about Qigong and ancient breathing techniques. After all, as a middle-aged man, he had experienced the era of Qigong. Another month passed. The meat was almost finished. If this continued, he could only eat corpses. It's better to die than eat corpses. I won't live for long anyway. Moreover, the most serious problem now is not food, but the lack of oxygen. He could clearly feel that the oxygen was thin, and he had altitude sickness, having difficulty breathing. I seriously suspect that Ji Shang stored so much seemingly useless oxygen in the tomb for them to breathe after they wake up. It's like a blood transfusion. After all, their blood is oxygen, and it's used as a backup to wake them up. He took a deep breath. I've used up all their stored blood. Now, they were at the end of the road. 4 months was too short, and he had only practiced the useless Qigong. He could only give it his all. He first tried to melt a soldier in the ice. He observed his body and discovered an even more terrifying fact. According to the knowledge he had learned on the forum, this soldier was in his 30s and had white hair. He was actually at stage 2. He was greatly shocked. Ji Shang, although he obtained technology as a moon dominator, he has already started to research his own extraordinary system. The soldiers who followed him back then were mostly 2nd rank, and they were basically all old people. He himself is probably around 3rd or 4th rank. He had actually opened up 4 realms. The average lifespan of this world is 40 years, so it's estimated that a Tier 4's lifespan is around 70 to 80 years. In other words, when Ji Shang died of old age, he didn't actually die of old age, but feigned death, and was still in his prime. He walked back and forth in the tomb, goosebumps rising all over his body, as if he had seen a huge ancient conspiracy. He fell asleep because he saw that the trusted troops that had followed him in the past were all going to die of old age. That's why he fell asleep, because he wanted to live with his trusted troops until his next life. It's also because he wanted to wait for the moon astrologers of the future generations to finish their research on the moon. Then, he would come out and rule the world. He would obtain the fruits of their labor. The coffin in the main burial chamber was covered by several large rocks, but he was still very frightened. Fourth rank. The gravity of those stones? Even Newton could not hold down such a coffin. In the end, he lowered his head and looked at the elite soldier who had just unsealed the seal. This corpse is already dead. It seems that the survival rate of freezing it is not high. However, since they're already dead, as stage 2 life forms, their energy is in their blood. Blood is the cycle of oxygen and carbon dioxide, and this gas that has fused with energy is the oxygen I need. Maybe I can. He struggled and suddenly bit the soldier's neck. He sucked in a large amount of the oxygen inside, and at the same time, he felt as if sweet spring water was flowing in. His entire old body was nourished. He sucked in large mouthfuls of blood, then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate. Boom! 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 His mind seemed to have entered a special state. When he came back to his senses, he felt extremely energetic. It's useful. It really worked. As a basic origin technique, the Dao of the soul is very simple, but it requires a large amount of resources and energy for cultivation. He continued to cultivate. Looking at the countless ice sculptures of the terracotta soldiers, he slowly bowed. I'm a dead person anyway. Please bless me. I'll live with your will. Amitabha. Newton, please bless me. Please press the coffin tightly. Please don't cause me any trouble. He went to pick the corpses of the soldiers who seemed to be completely dead. He broke the ice, bit their necks, and absorbed the vital energy cultivated inside. Until one day, he suddenly and unintentionally discovered a living person. Her heartbeat was weak and slowly recovering. He was shocked. Why don't I kill him? Otherwise, I won't be able to defeat him. Even if the other party is also an old man, he's a second rank, a veteran who's been through hundreds of battles. He was so nervous that he pursed his lips. He held a self-made stone weapon and pointed it at his head, not knowing if he should do it. It was impossible for modern people to turn into cold-blooded murderers in an instant and immediately apply the law of the jungle. People had to grow up. However, the moment he stopped, the white-haired soldier opened his eyes and let out a weak divine thought. She did not know what he was talking about, but after a while, her heart stopped again. Li took a deep breath and felt that his body temperature was starting to turn cold. He should be dead. He only lived for a few seconds after being frozen. After all, he's already a person who died of old age. He hesitated for a moment before lying on the corpse that was still warm. He bit open the throat and sucked the blood and vital energy. Then, he continued to meditate. He realized that this speed was very fast. After all, it was the energy that other people had cultivated in their entire lives. Although everyone was at level 2, under such circumstances, he could feel that he was almost at level 1 by constantly digging up the terracotta soldiers and destroying the ancient ruins. Half an hour later, while Li was still meditating, he suddenly heard some movement. It was the sound of trumpeting. Who is it? He opened his eyes in fear and saw an unbelievable and terrifying scene. The old soldier who had his neck bitten by him had come back to life. He was twitching all over. His expression was as if he was struggling in pain, as if he was fusing with a genetic agent. What the hell is this? He raised his axe in fear and pointed it at the twitching white-haired old soldier on the ground. Woo. The old soldier was actually becoming younger. His hair was black, as if he was regaining his youth. What is this? What is this? Li couldn't help but scream in horror. His mind was in a state of shock. What the hell happened? Li looked down. Suddenly, he saw the teeth marks on the white-haired old man's neck, and the hole was covered with his blood. His gums were bleeding, and he had entered her body. My blood! He's fusing with my blood! No! It's the blood of us earthlings! He looked at the ground and the teeth marks on the neck of the white-haired old soldier who was struggling and rolling in pain. A dead man who was bitten, an old man who should have died of old age, was becoming younger. This scene reminded him of an ancient legend. It was a 1,000-year legend that belonged to Earth. His legs went soft and he gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with terror. At this moment, a terrifying history was slowly unfolding before his eyes. We Earthlings are? Chapter 771. The Ancient Truth About Zombies and Buddha. Before this, Li had never thought that Earthlings also had a transcendent bloodline. Even if there was, it would be the bloodline of the Buddha of physics or the Dao of chemistry. However, the scene in front of him was completely beyond his imagination. Looking at the white-haired veteran whose throat had been bitten by him and struggling on the ground with his blood, the familiar scene of the mutation gave him goosebumps. He instinctively thought of a mythical creature. Zombie. In other words, zombies in the East and vampires in the West were similar. Their lifespans were long and endless. They bit people's necks, sucked people's blood, transformed their offspring, and gave others almost eternal life. In the ancient myths, they were afraid of the sun and strong light. They also liked to sleep in coffins. Moreover, Cain in the West and the generals and officials in the East had the embrace. First generation, second generation, third generation vampires, zombies. Then, why were there mysterious creatures that looked exactly like vampires and zombies in the ancient myths and legends of all the major states in the world? This means that it really exists. He pursed his lips. And why can one live forever? In our fairy tales, zombies are said to be immortal and immortal. They can jump out of the three realms and not be in the five elements. Immortal? Was that possible? It must be known that all living creatures had a limit to their life, because cells had a lifespan and a limit to division. However, there was only one kind of cell that was an exception: cancer cells, infinite division. So, this old soldier who should have died in the ice became younger because of the essence of the embrace. My cancer cells passed it to him. Yuan. Come. Are you? This. He was completely shocked. This was the truth of science. The ancient legends were too shocking. The physics Buddha, the chemistry Buddha, and zombie cancer. Perhaps it was because many humans were ordinary creatures that hadn't even reached rank 1 and didn't have the powerful extraordinary power to control such a terrifying and heaven-defying extraordinary bloodline. When they accidentally stimulated and awakened their bloodline, the powerful extraordinary bloodline would instead become a terrifying killer, and in turn, humans would die from their normal cells being devoured. Like a certain scientific concept, the general meaning was: humans could not control the powerful power of cancer cells, but when humans could control the disease known as cancer cells, they were not far from immortality. In that case, I think we can carefully study the ancient Chinese information about zombies. There must be some deep meaning in it, such as their fear of the sun. He was stunned as he thought of many things. And the sun probably doesn't represent the sun, but radiation? Was it Buddha? After all, it was said before that there was a sun behind the Buddha. After all, the Vairocana Buddha represented radiation, a transcendent creature that cultivated solar radiation. The Buddha was originally cultivating the sun's waves cultivation method. The sun blade that was holding the sun ripple. A perfect creature that can restrain immortality and fear the sun. He continued to guess and became more and more frightened. He only felt that he had fallen into the dark clouds of suspicion of history and slowly opened the clouds to see the truth behind it. Then why are the cancer cells afraid of the sun radiation Buddha? Wait. Being afraid of strong rays means that cancer cells are afraid of radioactive therapy. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He had been treated in the hospital for many years, so how could he not know? Radiation therapy was indeed a common method to kill cancer cells. Is this the principle of Buddha's subjugation of zombies? He could no longer remain calm. The treatment methods of cancer in some modern cancer hospitals with modern technology had long been in line with the ancient myths, but they had not realized it. All of them are linked. As expected, knowledge is the power of all things. It can explain the extraordinary of all things. Then, ancient zombies like to sleep? Could it be a side effect of immortality? After all, he had suspected that Earthlings had part of the blood of eternal life from the god of creation. The humans on our planet might be the descendants of an ancient super god who obtained the blood of eternal life? There were 7 billion people, and they all had an ancestor? Could it be the ancestor of Buddhism and Daoism? Or an ancient god? These two level 9 experts? No, before they came, the living beings on Earth already existed. Could it be that a powerful existence even older than them had scattered the eternal descendants of Earth? Or even 10th level? Speaking of which, I've already bitten the neck and transformed it, giving me a long life. I still need to carefully ponder the various legends. At this time, we Earthlings have yet to step on the extraordinary path of cultivation. If we can step on it and everyone is like me, wouldn't we? The entire planet is filled with undying zombies. He was almost scared out of his wits. He, an Earthling, had transmigrated to this ancient tomb of the transcendent world and discovered too many terrifying truths. Earth's terrifying history and the true bloodline of the Earthlings. This was a terrifying historical mythological secret. If it were to be spread out, the entire Earth would be shaken. This was an unimaginable future. Ah! Just as he was letting his imagination run wild and observing from the spot, more than 10 minutes had passed. All of a sudden, there was another intense scream. The old soldier on the ground seemed to have completely transformed. He had black hair and his old skin had become young. Roar! However, he seemed to be in extreme pain. His veins bulged, and he let out a violent roar. He pounced at Li Li like a wild beast. What is this? Isn't the first embrace my descendant, the zombie, who will listen to me? Are you going to kill me like this? Li Li swung his axe at him. Bang! It hit his shoulder. Li Li immediately ran. As crazy as a real zombie. The old soldier's eyes turned even redder. His eyes were bloodshot as he charged forward madly. Those eyes! It's the red from the lack of oxygen. Li Li's eyes widened, and he reacted in an instant. Although he's alive, I've bitten his throat and sucked it dry. The internal circulation of his true energy is broken. At this time, he's extremely deprived of oxygen. His eyes are red, as if someone is holding his throat. He's in so much pain that he's going crazy. He's going to die if we can't find oxygen. Li Li was overjoyed and ran away. I'm going to drag him down. He growled, his desire to live strong. After all, he was almost at rank 1. The other party was exhausted. His throat was bitten open to drain his energy, and he did not have any oxygen. The battle-hardened veteran could not outrun him in an instant. The zombie's eyes turned completely red. It suddenly turned around and smashed a frozen terracotta soldier into pieces. It then bit down on the terracotta soldier's neck. Pucci! He began to suck the other party's breath to replenish oxygen. You're embarrassing your mother. Li Li was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. He couldn't help but curse, he's sucking other people's blood to replenish oxygen and energy, and then he'll come back and kill me. People in modern society had never experienced such an exciting and terrifying thing in their lives. Normal people would have been scared to death long ago, but he was different. Kill him. He gritted his teeth. He knew that if he continued to run, he would be dead for sure. In this situation, it was no longer a matter of life and death. He suddenly brandished the axe and charged forward. The veteran dodged instantly. Peng peng peng. The figures of both sides flickered continuously. Don't panic, I can't panic. I have enough oxygen, he just woke up and I've used up all his energy. He definitely can't outlast me. Li Li's movements were completely ruthless. After a few rounds of fighting, the vigorous exercise had increased the oxygen consumption by several times. In an instant, he smashed the axe on the other party's head. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Hoo 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 hoo! Li Li fell to the ground completely, breathing heavily. It was too scary. After a long time. How did he resurrect? My gums are bleeding, so he fused my blood into it. It can be explained by genetic fusion, but without genetic agents, the success rate of the fusion is definitely low. I'm afraid the survival rate is less than 1 in 1,000. Why am I so unlucky? He pulled a long face. Not to mention this kind of forced fusion, even if it was made into a genetic medicine, there was a high failure rate of fusion. The evil eye potion at the peak of the Magus world had a success rate of 50% to 70%, and this was for the lowest grade genes. The higher the grade of the gene, the lower the probability. For example, in the primordial world, genetic medicine was expensive, but the probability was low. This was because the internal space gene was too high level. Space involved mysterious supreme laws and could cultivate the sea of consciousness and danshan. Ordinary people in the primordial era had a 20% to 30% success rate when integrating it, and the death rate was extremely high. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people in Mount Shu who cultivated the mortal system. It was not only because they had no money and even the cultivation families could not afford it, but also because the probability of death was terrifyingly low and the death rate was frighteningly high. This was also the difference in social class between ordinary people and those with noble bloodlines. However, it was different after becoming an expert. With a higher life level, one could safely fuse with more genes. For example, which expert didn't cultivate several genes at the same time? In addition, the later stages of the breakthrough required a higher genetic level. For a rank 8 god, they had to be at least a 3-geno creature. For a rank 9 world, they had to be at least a 4-geno creature. The ordinary people on Mount Shu all cultivated the mortal system first, then raised their level of life, earned money to cultivate martial arts, and became strong enough to become high-level experts. Then, they integrated the genetic medicine and became extraordinary bloodlines. That's why this guy in front of me fused it all at once and almost killed me. This was very unscientific. He felt that the genes of the immortal zombie would definitely not be inferior to the space gene. Even if it was not made into a gene medicine, the success rate should at least be 1 in 10,000, right? How did we bump into each other all of a sudden? Li took a deep breath and frowned. But that's not necessarily true. That guy just now seemed to have no intelligence. He was so crazy that he only had the instinct to survive. There was no way to communicate with him. Otherwise, a normal person's first reaction would definitely not be to kill someone but to ask about the situation. A defective product? He took a deep breath. The fusion of genes had failed, but it was partially successful. The cancer cells had spread all over the body of a defective beast. Corpse ghost? Low-level zombie? His expression suddenly turned cold as he looked at the entire terracotta soldier. I also have an extraordinary bloodline. This tomb is simply the best place for me. It's as if there are many test subjects in each freezer for me to suck blood while I cultivate and conduct experiments on them, trying to transform into a high-level embrace zombie with real intelligence. After all, you won't be able to live for long if you are frozen. After the first time he truly hardened his heart to fight and kill, he began to gradually change and adapt to this world. He knew that he probably couldn't go back anymore. After transmigrating to this extraordinary world, he had to adapt to this land and start a new life. Compared to the average person, he adapted very quickly. Half a month later, Li kept experimenting. He bit the neck of each one and breathed in to cultivate. Then, he deliberately left blood for fusion, tied them up, and observed. He realized that there was only a 30% chance that he would become one of those unconscious beasts. After more than 1,000 deaths, he finally obtained a zombie with some intelligence from a stage 3 frozen statue that looked like a general. However, due to the impact of the terrifying bloodline, his soul was incomplete, and he lost most of his memories. He barely had the intelligence of a child. He finally came to a conclusion. It depends on probability and luck. The strength of that person's will, potential, age, and realm are all related. Furthermore, my cancer cells have completely spread over the past 6 months. I have to quickly increase my rank as this is a race against death. Otherwise, the transformation of my cancer cells and such large dose of the eternal virus will completely collapse my body, which is only at rank 1. I feel like I'll have to reach rank 7 to be able to completely withstand this bloodline. However, if I really transform all the immortal cells in my body, I'm afraid I'll start to fall asleep while gaining immortality. He took a deep breath and looked into the distance. The food was completely gone. But he had already made a decision. He looked at the king's coffin in the central Great Hall. It was the legendary emperor. He took a deep breath and strode over. He pushed away the stone and opened the lid. Boom! Inside the coffin was a middle-aged man who was as gentle as jade. Sealed in ice, he suddenly opened his eyes, broke out of the coffin, and grabbed Li. Chapter 772. Exchange of Game. With a strong grab, the palm instantly cut through the air and made a short whistle. The middle-aged man who jumped up from the coffin grabbed Li's throat and squeezed it hard. The huge strength of his arm made Li's face turn slightly red. Even after eating almost 2,000 Stage 2 elite soldiers and advancing to the middle stage of Stage 2 by pulling up seedlings to help them grow, he was instantly unable to resist. What kind of creature are you? The man in the coffin slowly straightened up and picked Li up with one hand. A Weibo message was sent out. Grave robbers. Ji Shang looked at the exquisite patterns on the palace's stone walls, not knowing what methods they were hiding. He said in surprise, "That's not right. There's no damage to the outer mechanisms. Jump or shift. What kind of methods? He actually knows about spatial teleportation?" Li's face instantly turned red. This emperor of the ancient era, one of the most powerful moon script masters in history, had studied the creation of all kinds of eras, but he had already begun to know about this. His thinking was so advanced that it was terrifying. No, what kind of creature are you? Ji Shang pinched Li Li's throat and felt a burning liquid surging inside. It was different from their gaseous blood. It was liquid blood. I am a good person. Please spare me. Li Li tried to send out a lousy telepathic thought with difficulty. As a stage 2 expert in the Dao of the soul, his soul could naturally send out a weak divine sense. But in the end, they did not understand each other's language. He had gotten this sentence from the general zombie who was not in his right mind, but it was not very useful. A language barrier, a foreigner. Ji Shang's eyes narrowed. He had conquered many great continents, so he had naturally seen some races from the outer realms. After feeling that Li Li was not a threat at all, he reached out and flung him away. Bang! He threw them out and strode towards the terracotta soldiers. He saw a shocking scene. All of them had their necks bitten and fell to the ground, turning into corpses. Only his general Wei Ying was still alive, but he was already delirious. At the same time, the old man, who had been at the limit of his old age, became extremely young, and there was no sign of life exhaustion. What's going on? Ji Shang turned around and looked at Li Li, who had been thrown into a corner. His expression was still calm, but one could already see the fury in his eyes. They are all on the ground. Li Li pointed at the stone floor of the corridor and made a gesture. What? Ji Shang looked at the painting on the ground. This was something that Li Li had slowly drawn over the past few days. Due to the language barrier, the only way he could think of was something similar to the murals in the tombs. It was the only way to communicate with the creatures drawn. Ji Shang looked over. It was an ancient scene. This was an ancient, supreme, and eternal god. Moon God Ji had unintentionally traveled through the universe and landed on this planet. He had fallen in love with the most beautiful and intelligent woman in the world. In the next mural, the woman gave birth to a mixed blood of a god. The mixed blood slowly grew up and only inherited half of the god's bloodline. Although he was immortal, he spent half of his time sleeping. However, he had eternal life and deep sleep, as well as great power. On this planet, he established an ancient eternal dynasty. After its glory, it went through a series of developments and completely declined. It could only live in seclusion in a tribe. In the tribe, there was an ancient prophecy mural in the temple. The people in the village were worshipping a savior-like figure and giving their blood of eternal life to him, which would start a new eternal dynasty and lead to glory. One day, an old man in the tribe accidentally touched the murals in the temple and triggered some kind of mechanism, which transported him here without a doubt. The old man firmly believed that the legendary prophetic child was in this tomb. So, in the tomb, he bit his throat and gave the god's blood to the soldiers, but none of them could bear it. This kind of melodramatic plot was very brainless for the people on Earth, but for the people on this planet who lacked stories, it was simply full of ups and downs. This is your background? You're a half-celestial descendant of the moon god season? Then, I accidentally touched the prophecy mural and was teleported here. Ji Shang was greatly shocked, and his dragon face was filled with joy. He chuckled and said, then this king is the legendary savior of your race? Li Li quickly nodded. Of course, he wanted Ji Shang to go into the water. Otherwise, he would not be able to get out at all. The tomb's mechanism could only be activated by the tomb's owner. Ji Shang hoped that he was a mixed blood of man and god and was very dissatisfied with his lowly background. Now that she had delivered God's blood to him, he had dealt the right blow and fabricated this story. You specially drew murals to explain it, as if you were waiting for this king to come out. Do you think this king is a fool? Ji Shang walked back and forth, but to him, he was indeed greatly shocked. After all, he had suddenly appeared in the tomb and did not destroy the chamber. Also, it was indeed a very mysterious blood, a mysterious race. He looked at the general on the ground and began to carefully examine his body. His expression became more and more shocked. Li Li took a deep breath. He had made the right bet. You don't have to believe it completely. As long as you think it's possible, you won't kill me. You'll definitely keep me alive to avoid killing the wrong person. This was a psychological battle. This kind of formidable overlord naturally wouldn't be like that unintelligent wild beast that wanted to kill him in an instant. His first reaction was to capture the other party and understand the situation in an instant. In the next few days, Ji Shang confirmed that Li Li was so weak that he posed no threat at all, so he immediately studied the mentally retarded zombie. They tried to communicate with each other. What made Li Li pale with fright was that this Ji Shang's intelligence was terrifyingly high. In just a few days, he had actually learned a portion of Cantonese and even learned his catchphrase, "Embarrass your mother." It was simply terrifying. Both sides were barely able to communicate. As for his origin, Li Li has always insisted that it was from the mural. He doesn't know the specific situation either. He was transported here by accident, and the chosen one is likely to be you. Heaven's chosen, perhaps. Hearing this, Ji Shang smiled and said, "Then, this king will believe you this once." Ji Shang stretched out his neck. "Give this king a bite like the others." Li Li was stunned. Did she believe him that much? Shouldn't they be looking for test subjects and be very careful? God's blood is eternal, and creating an immortal army is the dream of every monarch. This king should have someone to try the elixir of life, but this king is also trapped here. He said. Why? Li Li said, "If we go out of the tomb, we should be able to instantly gain the power and influence we had back then, right? There should be as many people testing it out as you want. I made an appointment to meet him once every few generations or 100 years, but there has been no movement from the tomb. In fact, the periphery may even be strictly guarded." Ji Shang said. Li Li was stunned. Several generations had passed, and these descendants had rebelled. None of them were willing to see Ji Shang climb out of his grave, and as the emperor, an ancestor had appeared out of thin air above their heads. Good people don't get good karma. Your children and descendants have betrayed you, and you've helped them conquer the world. How tragic! He immediately reacted. It turned out that he was not the only one trapped in the tomb. The Emperor of the Ages was also trapped in the tomb. Everyone was in a miserable state. They were all trapped in the tomb. He had no choice. Since we're both in the same boat, I'll be frank. Li Li, the middle-aged man, was carefree. I was lying to you just now. Ji Shang? He didn't know how to react. Chapter 773. Breaking the tomb, entering the trap. Ji Shang did not react. We're all in the same boat. I think it's better to be honest. I'm not a person who likes to lie. Everyone in the underworld knows that I'm a sincere person and treat people with sincerity. Lie, Li Li said honestly. A cooperation is doomed to be short-lived. For a smart person, it's impossible to tell whether it's true or not. I made up the eternal dynasty. I admit my mistake. I'm indeed someone from the outer realms and have the bloodline of a god. That world's technological level was much higher than your ancient era. There were tall buildings, cars, planes. But now that you've been asleep for so many years, the outside world should be about the same. I suddenly met a god and was teleported here. I was also baffled. Ji Shang was stunned. Such a simple background? He suddenly laughed out loud. Interesting person, this is really too interesting. This prince likes people like you. Then, let's conspire together to conquer the world. You will have a seat in my world. I'll tell you now. I don't care if what you said before is true or false. In the future, I'll naturally kill you because you've killed thousands of my brothers who have fought with me for most of my life. But now, they're destined to die, and they can't stand the blood of eternal life. Li Li also laughed, as if heavy burden had been lifted. It was very tiring to kill someone for the first time. He had experienced so much here. Yes, you have to be rational. They were going to die of old age anyway. I didn't kill them. I gave them a chance to live. Perhaps so. Ji Shang's eyes were a little dim. In this situation, he was trapped in the tomb. If he continued to sleep like this, those soldiers would die without a doubt, because he had reached the critical point. Recognition was mutual. If they could not trust each other completely, then there was no point in scheming against each other. He had acknowledged Ji Shang because he had been in society for many years. From the terracotta soldiers, he already knew that Ji Shang, who still had more than half of his Tier 4 lifespan left, was unwilling to part with his troops who were about to die of old age. He had brought them to sleep with him. From this point, it could be seen that Ji Shang was the kind of emperor who would not kill meritorious officials. As long as he treated him sincerely, he would naturally feel it. This was the business experience he had gained from traveling the Jianghe for many years. If you lied to such a formidable person, no matter how smart you were, you would definitely notice it. His IQ was terrifyingly high, He had a photographic memory, and he could learn a foreign language in 3 days to communicate simply. It was simply too terrifying. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to jump out of this pit and would definitely end up facing each other. Then I'll bite it. Since you were able to open up 4 levels by yourself, your cultivation talent must be terrifying. Your willpower is firm, so you should have a high chance of success. After all, you're the heavens chosen. Li said and took a bite. 3 days later, Ji Shang had successfully survived the gene fusion and regained his consciousness. His willpower was indeed frighteningly strong. At the same time, Li was surprised to find that the emperor had not become a 3-geno creature, but a 2-geno creature. Because of the eternal bloodline, it had replaced the radiation bloodline. Incompatible bloodline. Li said, the true Qi bloodline is also starting to leak out. It's not that it's incompatible with true Qi and blood vessels, but that the cancer cells keep destroying the body tissues, resulting in lesions, which led to windpipe rupture and so on. It's better in the hospital, and you should have taken an X-ray. He did a simple blood test and felt that the carbon dioxide heart and oxygen heart, the 2 nuclear-powered cylinders, were beginning to show signs of gas leaking. In Li's words, the current Ji Shang was equivalent to a deflated doll. After all, the internal circulation of true energy was a perfect and exquisite body structure. Side leakage? Shattered? You're talking about the 2 major internal Qi circulations, right? Ji Shang did not understand and only said, internal Qi circulation is not a perfect circulation to begin with. According to my extensive research, we actually need to replenish it regularly. It's just that we replenish the oxygen and carbon dioxide you speak of through food. We take it from the stomach to the blood and circulate it to the 2 hearts. However, the degree of leakage was indeed countless times greater. It seems that this bloodline is too overbearing, and the degree of destruction to the body is very large. According to this, we need to eat large amounts of food to replenish the carbon dioxide and oxygen, and maintain the consumption of internal circulation. This is too inefficient. No. Li shook his head. Especially when the amount of exercise is huge, fighting, running, and oxygen consumption will increase. When you suffer a huge loss, it will be difficult to make up for it quickly. We might have to drain blood and replenish energy. Ji Shang nodded. Blood-sucking? In fact, Ji Shang was only in his 40s and was the same age as Li. The 2 of them began to discuss and research. Ji Shang had a serious expression as he said, it does need to suck blood to maintain. If we get stronger, we might need to rear some bloodmen to replenish our blood regularly. If that's the case, the price of immortality is terrifying, but according to what you said, after reaching the 7th rank, the normal cells in the body will be completely devoured. We will be completely fulfilled, and our internal circulation will not break, and we will no longer need to drink blood. Li took a deep breath and felt goosebumps all over his body. Was this the nature of blood-sucking? The cancer cells invaded, causing the blood circulation in the body to rupture, and he could only suck blood to replenish nutrients. So that was how it was. The ancient people didn't lie to me. Immortal zombies, cancer cells. Zombies were afraid of Buddha, and cancer cells were afraid of radiation therapy. Zombie blood-sucking, the cancer cells destroy the body and need to replenish blood. However, when the bloodline is completely awakened, there is no need to suck blood and become the true ancestor of zombies through and through. Instead, it will be replaced by a deep sleep. Li took a deep breath. After all, the blood of eternal life that we lowly mortals obtained is naturally not perfect. We're not the only ancient god in the underworld, and we'll have to pay a terrible price. Therefore, there must be 2 people who take turns to protect each other while they are sleeping. They must become each other's guardians. As an earthling, Li actually had goosebumps all over his body. Wasn't this the path of the 2 ancient gods? It was a perfect match. Although the players were silly, their reasoning was extremely exquisite. Before the internet, there were people who said that they were making things up. He wanted to fight for justice. Another 7 or 8 days passed. Both sides had completely refined their bloodlines, and there was no more food. It's time to go out. The mechanism naturally has a secret passage, prepared for me to wake up and leave. Ji Shang opened an extremely secret mechanism that might lead directly to the outer perimeter. But I suspect that sentries have already been set up in the outer perimeter, surrounding the tomb heavily. The 2 of them walked out of the tomb's mechanism and reached the entrance of the tunnel. They sensed that outside a pile of soil, there was a large pile of round covers connected to metal wires. What kind of mechanism is that? Ji Shang frowned. It should be a vibration sensor, probably connected to a mechanism or something. Let's see if your grandchildren love you or not. If they don't love you, a small nuclear bomb will explode instantly. If they love you, they will be small explosives. They will destroy you and force you back. Maybe you can still hide. Li Li said. Ji Shang frowned. Then what should we do? Strength said, you're already at rank 4, but your spiritual will can still cast some simple spells. Cut off the wires behind you. Wires. Ji Shang made his move. Stab. It was cut off first. They directly dug through the soil and did not trigger the mechanism. They came to the second floor and actually found themselves in a modern laboratory corridor with white lights. This kind of structure made Ji Shang, an ancient person, slightly surprised. Don't worry, it might be a mechanism like ultraviolet rays. See if there are any wires or circuit boards nearby. There will definitely be no problems if you cut it off. The two of them broke through a few layers and finally reached the surface. The glaring sunlight was very uncomfortable. What's going on? Ji Shang could feel his skin rotting. Those immortal cells were extremely fragile and sensitive to this energy. It's different from the ancient times. The radiation level now is too high. Bearing the pain, Li Li went to some small towns and got some umbrellas and leather bags to make it less uncomfortable. There was a shop that was open for business. Beauty salon, membership card, 20% off. A tour guide holding a small flag and wearing a cute little red hat said, "Everyone, this is the royal mausoleum of Entropo Mountain. Our greatest emperor of Zhongzhou in ancient times is sleeping here. This place seemed to be a tourist attraction. Give me a moment." The two of them were wearing thick black cloaks that were made into simple radiation protective suits. They looked like people who couldn't see the light. They went to the side of the street and bought newspapers at the newspaper stand. "What is this?" Ji Shang asked again. "The newspaper." Li Li was reading the newspaper. Ji Shang was very curious. He stood on the modern street, his face full of shock. Li Li did not find it strange. It's like the first emperor of Qin suddenly crawled out, came to the street, and looked at the modern people with a dumbfounded expression. Suddenly, Ji Shang pointed at a shop. "I keep having the feeling that something terrifying has appeared there. I'm instinctively getting goosebumps. I'm very disgusted." Li Li followed his gaze. It was an accessory shop that sold jade jewelry. There was a slogan pasted on the door. "Manway International Ocean Shipping Company's new stock has arrived. Moonstone mined at the center of the explosion in the Nanping Ocean, auspicious aura, blessing of the moon god season, warding off evil, ensuring peace, nourishing your body. A Buddhist artifact that wardens evil? This is the truth of history." Li Li was shocked. He looked at the many noble ladies on the street, who were wearing pendants on their necks, and had a feeling of wanting to get away from them. "Let's go." Being surrounded by this kind of street made him feel very uneasy, so he went directly to the shadows where there were few people. Ji Shang started to read the newspaper. Fortunately, there was not much difference between ancient and modern languages. Yunzhou Sea Bridge, thrilling ancient divine beast Kylan, golden and auspicious all over, like a hanging ornament of the moon, giving people an extremely comfortable aura. In the picture, a golden holy Kylan was walking on a sea bridge, surrounded by endless traffic. The dragon incident at the entrance of the camp. The ancient divine beasts had all recovered from the ancient times. What kind of enemy had they encountered? Why did they fall? Can humans cultivate? The corpse of a huge dragon more than 10 meters long lay on the ground, and countless people were shocked. Divine beast? It's giving off an aura that makes us extremely uneasy. Ji Shang frowned. Spirit chi rejuvenation? An ancient legend has awoken in the modern world and everyone is cultivating. He read the keywords in the newspaper. Li Li was speechless. He suddenly looked at the endless stream of people on the street and felt very uneasy. What the hell, what were those idiots doing recently? It was too difficult to observe in secret without access to the internet. Chapter 774. Response. As an earthling who had transmigrated to another world, Li Li did not want to communicate with the players for the time being. It was not just because the truth behind him was too shocking. Zombie cancer. The earthlings also had a mysterious extraordinary bloodline. At the same time, it was also because Buddhism was the natural enemy of their bloodline that the two sides were on different sides. If he went to find him, his life would be in the hands of the other party. What rank was he? He would allow himself to be slaughtered. The other party might sponsor him or kill him. One must always be on guard against others. Let's observe them in secret first. They're playing a game, but I only have one life. He took a deep breath and said calmly, according to the current situation, and the scene I saw before I transmigrated, could it be that they have already begun to cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art and have begun to use their strength? So fast. The 9 revolutions mysterious art required a lot of energy and a lot of living beings. However, the energy here was large enough, so it was possible to cultivate the 9 revolutions mysterious art in a short time. Its combat strength was average, but it was huge and looked cool. He quickly looked at the newspaper and found that it was indeed a man-made satellite landing on the moon in a week. As expected, they're building momentum for the moon landing. Are they really going to make a satellite and observe the 9 dragons pulling the coffin in space? It looks like they're going to revive the spirit chi. He looked at the newspaper. It was obvious that the Dragon Corps had put in a lot of effort in the incident of the dragon falling from the camp. It was a Pangu's body that had been expanded by the 9 revolutions mysterious art. The ant in it had left, leaving behind the expanded Pangu's body to increase the authenticity and increase the public opinion. They even planned to really revive the spirit chi and bring prosperity to Buddhism and Taoism. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. In this world, there's something similar to 9 years of compulsory education. The students also go to school from a young age. They do questions, but it's easy. He had a lot of freedom in studying physics and chemistry. Even in high school, he only learned simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. After all, it was enough for his daily life. But what about them? Their next step was very likely to spread the cultivation secret manuals, Huanggang secret scroll, and 3 years of college entrance examination and 5 years of simulation. They would devastate the children of this world by teaching them physics and chemistry, and make them all bald. At that time, everyone who graduated from high school would be an expert at the entry level of cultivation. What a great deal! The cultivation dream of 300 million primary school students. Who? Li took a deep breath. This was terrifying. The revival of Reiki on Earth that he had expected had been realized here. The so-called 9 years of compulsory education was actually to lay the foundation for the Buddhas of physics and the Buddhas of chemistry to become extraordinary. The era was about to usher in a change. No one knew what would happen in the future. Some time before they landed on the moon, many people in the observatory had discovered some abnormal changes in the solar system. It was suspected that something major had happened. There might be mysterious creatures preventing humans from landing on the moon. However, there were also people who said that this was just a celestial phenomenon that was rarely seen in hundreds of years, similar to a special scene of 9 stars connecting. In reality, only Su Ji knew what was happening. Although they were fast as cosmic life forms, it would still take them several months to fly from Mercury to Earth. This was the entire solar system. At this moment, we have to hide. The radiation here is too high. We'll only move at night when there are fewer people. The two of them sneaked into a hotel using their divine telekinesis and began to search for information on the internet. Li did not intend to make contact with those players. He wanted to see what they would do because he could not observe them in secret. As for starting a war with them, how was that possible? On the outside, they looked like a group of idiots. When they were allies, in reality, when they were standing on the opposite side, they would find that they were an extremely terrifying opponent. They were simply a group of hyenas, a group of natural disasters, extremely ruthless, proficient in all kinds of military tactics, and did not follow the routine. They were extremely crazy. Dichi, the 3 pillar gods, who had not been toyed with by them before. He took a deep breath, planning to see what they would do. Was he beaten up by this world until he screamed, or was he really successful? After all, they were very powerful, but the waters in this world were very deep. Neither side was easy to deal with. The main goal now was to develop it first, and the first thing he needed was money. In this modern society, it was difficult to move without money. But money? Let me think. Is there any way to make money quickly? Also, expand our forces and manpower. He was a social person and was proficient in this, so he quickly had an idea. Half a day later, an epoch-making invention also appeared in this world. It began to fill in this simple era where material technology was rapidly growing and spiritual quality could not keep up. Many people received a special text message and were shocked. I'm the first Emperor Ji Shang. Actually, I didn't die. I've just woken up in the Imperial Mausoleum of MT Entropy and crawled out of the terracotta soldiers. I've taken the elixir of immortality, and I'm already immortal. Let me tell you, I'm coming out of the mountain now to take back the world. You can sponsor me with only 888 yuan. As long as you send me the money, I'll grant you wealth and even the elixir of immortality when I reach the top again. After Ji Shang understood this, he was very shocked by this novel first emperor, transfer money technique. Even though it was very real and sincere, there was no falsehood or fraud. However, could such a text message gather a large amount of startup capital? He expressed his doubts. In fact, wouldn't he be exposed? You have to believe that this is a money-making method that has been recognized by the market. Li said seriously. However, in just a few days, a large amount of money had poured in and entered his account, refreshing the three views of this ancient emperor. Ji Shang held his phone and stood in front of the glass window on a higher floor of the hotel. He looked down at the heavy traffic and felt that he was unable to keep up with the times. After all, no matter how smart they were still ancient people. However, Li also said, it's time for us to start building an underground dynasty consortium. The next step is to create health products for eternal life. We'll target the elderly who control 80% of the world's wealth. Su Ji's face darkened slightly. He had been quite concerned about this transmigrator who had transmigrated from Earth countless light years away. At this time, he was also quite helpless. If you find an idiot, you won't be able to survive in the other world. If you find someone smart, they'll have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. This world is indeed fair. Su Ji shook his head and took a deep breath. There's no such thing as the best of both worlds in this world. However, Li's fundamental theory of establishing a system had indeed surprised Su Ji. After all, the fundamental theory of a system was of utmost importance. It would determine his future development. Even Su Ji was beginning to suspect that the ancient mythological system had once existed on Earth. It was so perfect that there were no loopholes, and there was nothing that was out of place. However, what he's doing now is indeed the smartest and most correct move. Just like how he dragged Ji Shao into the water, he's now dragging the dying old men who are in charge of this world into the water. In the face of the fear of death, those old men can only be manipulated and secretly establish an underground dynasty to control the lifeline of the world. This was the most efficient method. The eternal creatures that fear Buddha will spread out here and form a mature system. Su Ji smiled. When it came to the use of an unlimited lifespan, his first thought was that the three-pillar God's gene lock combat technique was the best. This was Sabaru's great art, the fist that burned his life by 20 to 30 times. It was simply amazing. In reality, only Su Ji's own blood of eternal life was of the 5 major genes and had not been able to display any effects. It was indeed a very good time for him to make a deduction. But what exactly happened? He still had to see. Chapter 775. The Legend. I believe we will soon witness a new era. Su Ji stood above the clouds with a leisurely look on his face as he looked down at the huge and vast planet. The circular blue ocean was boundless, and the territory of the 9 continents stood on it. A few days passed. The internet was boiling with excitement. The incident of the falling dragon at the entrance of the camp became the #1 trending topic. The second one was the referee. Some of the cities along the southwest coast saw a huge black vicious hairy bull walking in the sky. The land was barren for thousands of miles, and all the vegetation had withered. The wind was filled with black willow catkins. The third most searched topic was a golden Kirin crossing a cross-sea bridge with a pile of toy-sized cars under its feet. What was even more exaggerated was that the Kirin was wagging its tail and speaking in human language. There is a beast. Its shape is like an ox with a white head and one eye with a snake tail. Its name is Kun. When water flows, it will be exhausted. When grass flows, it will die. When it is seen, it will cause a great plague. Boom. This sentence was enough to shake the entire world. See? A great plague? Everyone was shocked. They began to associate it with the terrifying beast from before. Could that true dragon have been killed by this disaster beast? It was too terrifying. The appearance of an ancient beast that symbolized plagues and disasters in the immemorial era, what did it mean? What did the fall of a true dragon mean? In fact, the body of the true dragon that had fallen from the camp entrance had been taken away by the army and had been urgently dissected in a university called Zhongyuan Science and Technology. It was hosted by a few of the prime moon astrologers from the capital. Although it was kept a secret from the outside world, there were already insiders who secretly leaked the news that this was not a man-made corpse, nor was it a biochemical weapon from other countries. This was the corpse of a true extraordinary creature. When it was still alive, it had unimaginable divine power and super-level cells, as if it was an evolved creature. Its combat power was at least comparable to a weakened version of the lunar weapon, which could easily destroy a small city. Oh my god! What the hell is going on? How can a living being destroy a city? True dragon! The entire internet was in an uproar. Even if one were to drive a tank or a bomber, it would be difficult to destroy a city, let alone a machine gun. Some people guessed that it might be a sudden change in the world. After all, the current era was different from the prehistoric era. After the lunar weapon disaster that caused the Great Flood, the natural environment changed drastically. The glaciers on this planet melted into the ocean, separating it into 9 continents. Radiation energy filled the land, nourishing their bodies and making them much stronger. Some people even began to awaken special abilities. At this time, people were peeking at the back of the moon, which led to the complete revival of the legends of the ancient times. Human individuals could communicate with the gods and had the power to move mountains and fill the seas. In the ancient times, spring and autumn would pass by 100 years, but their movements would not slow down. At this time, someone claimed on a social platform similar to Weibo that he had dreamed of a scene from the ancient mythology. There were sects, and the immortal chi was faintly discernible. There were ancient immortals walking in the universe, holding the sun, the moon, and the stars. It was an extremely terrifying scene. The shackles of the world have been broken. Spiritual chi has been restored, and our world is going to change. Some mysterious people said on the internet, our world will be filled with mythological colors. We will no longer rely on technology. Our individual strength is comparable to technological weapons and we will have a long life. There were even conservatives who declared that they would stop the moon landing and satellite launch, which was blasphemy against the lunar season and would bring misfortune to mankind. There were also extremists who claimed that this was God's gift to them, and that they could also possess and step on the ancient path of divine power, possessing great and supreme power. In short, the internet was full of news. The first 8 hot searches were all about the appearance of these divine beasts. Only the 9th hot search was an exception, but it was somewhat similar. The first emperor is immortal, and he revives to make money. In such an environment, there were even more people who wanted to make money. Even on the other side of the ocean, in the countries of all continents, the internet was filled with these comments. Some people had already started to search for ancient cultivation manuals from before the flood on the internet, and they really did find some ancient manuals. Secret volume of physics of the Huanggang Buddhist sect. Electromagnetic true chi sword control technique. It was filled with advanced physics and chemistry calculations, as well as scalp-numbing calculations. The protagonist in the secret manuals was a little Ming. He was very mysterious, as if he was an unparalleled legendary heavenly lord from ancient times. This sage would move, sit, and lie. His daily life would turn into extremely profound calculative problems to think about. It was as if he was giving these learning disciples a test and asking questions. Looking at Xiao Ming's life, everything could be turned into calculations. Even when an apple fell from his head, he was calculating the speed at which it fell. This is too terrifying. Isn't it hard for such a person to live? They all gasped. Due to the planet's social structure, apart from scientists like the lunar astrologer, it was difficult for ordinary students to understand various equations and three-dimensional geometry. Even after graduating from high school, they only learned ordinary addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, which was enough for their daily lives. Their lives were very relaxed, and most of their studies were to cultivate interest and social interaction. Hence, some people said that this was just playing to the gallery. But some people felt that it might be true, or even an inevitable way. After all, only by understanding the world's laws can one walk on that extraordinary path. Indeed. Putting everything else aside, this little Ming is simply in line with the character of the Moon Dominator. If he could do this, explore and research in his daily life, he would definitely be an unprecedented Moon Dominator in history. Finally, in the midst of the commotion, a Moon Clairvoyant spoke. Perhaps, the legendary extraordinary is just another form of the Moon cultivators, who are also in the midst of understanding the truth of heaven and earth. Xiao Ming, you're trying to understand everything. You're observing any profound mysteries of the universe in your daily life. Hearing the discussion of the moon astrologers, countless people were shocked. An unbelievable thought exploded in his mind. Perhaps it was true. Soon, some people began to study it and felt that the existence of this little Ming was just a modest title. This person was probably a mysterious ancient immortal. The Heavenly Lord studied the mechanism of everything in the world. Everything he did was in accordance with the laws of the universe, and he was teaching people some of the laws of the universe. The trend of learning started to spread. With tomorrow's Supreme as the teacher, they would become a devout disciple and seriously interpret the calculations in his exam. However, for ordinary people who didn't usually come into contact with it, this was simply extremely difficult. For ordinary people, it was simply rare for them to understand it. In a residential area of a coastal city. My God, the electromagnetic true energy sword control technique. I actually revealed the answer to the first question. Xiao Ming's final speed was 8.6 m/s. A middle school student was sitting in front of a computer. Beside him was a thick stack of paper filled with densely written calculation formulas. What, son, you actually managed to calculate the ancient secret manual of immortal cultivation. Beside him, his mother was extremely excited. The internet says that it's a moon dominator. It takes a long time to calculate. His mother was so excited that she quickly sent a message to the community group, and the group exploded. What? Your son actually passed tomorrow's riddle. There's actually such a genius in our district? Your son is only in junior high school. My son is so disappointing, I have to teach him a good lesson. The future era might very well be different. Divine beasts would appear, and great disasters would befall. I have to embark on the ancient fiend god cultivation path. Countless people were in a heated discussion. They were all shocked. The threshold of their house was quickly broken, and people came to watch. Time flew by. No matter how noisy the discussion was, the era did not move forward according to their subjective consciousness. The era was pushing the vast lives in the era. Soon, a week passed, and the day of the satellite launch finally arrived. No matter how the opposition paraded, tens of thousands of people held signs and paraded in the streets, they could not stop the final launch of the satellite. The television started to broadcast the news. 2 male and female streamers in black formal suits were broadcasting. The picture behind them was a huge rocket generator. The moon landing clause has been officially initiated. In order to ensure the interests of the countries of all continents and prevent other countries from landing on the moon and destroying the friendship between the continents, the leaders of Zhongzhou will be landing on the moon together today. The dark side of the moon has an ancient heritage. Let us witness history. 21st of July, to the ancient and sacred land of the moon god. One small step for humanity, one big step for the planet. No matter what kind of commotion the legends had created on the internet, they had finally ushered in a new era of the universe. The satellite rose into the air and arrived at the origin of the ancient human world, the land of the moon god. Countless people finally voiced out. Humans are looking forward to seeing the ancient moon god season. Chapter 776. Time is long, I can no longer protect my homeland. On this day, schools and units all stopped attending school. Today, the entire planet's civilization had made a leap. They were about to leave the planet and face the universe directly, truly entering the entire huge solar system. Oh! Daddy! Come out and look at the rocket! In front of the sofa, a boy shouted, holding a furry golden dog pet in his arms. It's so big! It's really big! It's starting! In the kitchen, a man was busy. He hurriedly popped his head out of the kitchen, stared at the TV, and suddenly shouted. My dear little Jack, wait for me, and go to the room to wake up my mother who is sleeping in. Let's watch TV together as a family to witness a historic moment. In the blink of an eye, the family of 3 was sitting on the sofa. The man was staring at the TV and muttered. It's pity that your father doesn't have any talent for cultivation. He's not a person who loves to study. He didn't study those secret manuals well. I can only rely on you, my smart little Jack. In the future, work hard to cultivate and then teach Jenny and me so that your mother and I can live longer and maintain our youth forever. This scene was playing out all over the world. The rocket on the television was unimaginably huge. It was like a huge mountain peak that pierced through the sky. This super large rocket, which was built by the 9 continents, was rooted in the earth. It was almost 100 times the size of an ordinary rocket on Earth. In recent years, this was known as, it was comparable to the Earth Pyramid and Emperor Entropy's Mausoleum, a world-class miracle. It was called the Nine Provinces Interstellar Rocket. Their technology originated from the basic knowledge of the Isodeans. The moon landing technology had long matured, even to the extreme. Every lunar astrologer was extremely powerful. It was only because of various political reasons and combined factors that it had been delayed until today. Boom! As the huge flame spurted out, the rolling waves of fire burned the ground. The bottom of the rocket seemed to have ignited an upside-down golden flame mushroom. The rocket slowly flew into the sky, looking spectacular. Soon, he flew across the sky. Through the live broadcast on TV, all the humans on the planet realized that in just a few hours, they could see the howling wind around them. This was a wonderful journey. They went deep into the white clouds, the atmosphere, and finally, it became completely thin. It began to be dark, and they slowly entered outer space. They actually entered outer space. My God, is this the real universe? The world beyond our planet is too huge and mysterious. Everyone looked over, their eyes filled with shock and intoxication. The perspective changed, and looking back from the universe, they really saw the vast blue and beautiful planet. Was this the land they lived on? Pucci. After flying for a while, the fire arrow began to dislocate and break away from the void. The huge arrow body floated in the void. Boom! 9 enormous man-made satellites of various shapes slowly floated out. Some were in the shape of a disc, some were in the shape of a traditional satellite, some were in the shape of a cigar, and some were in the shape of a high hat. However, all of them were as huge as Mount Tai without exception. They were majestic and magnificent, floating slowly in the vast universe as if they were space beasts made of steel cast from molten iron, giving off a shocking visual sense. Voila! All the leaders of the various countries were watching this scene nervously. This was a historical moment. Although all the countries were smiling and said that they would explore the moon together, everyone was prepared with a large number of weapons. If there was a slight disagreement, they would start a war in space and the Second World War would break out. It all depends on what is discovered on the dark side of the moon. Is it worth it? One of the Central Prefecture's leaders took a deep breath. On the surface, it's a joint exploration and sharing of human assets, but the specific moon landing plan is only known to their highest decision-making level. At the same time, what exactly are those divine beasts from the ancient prehistoric times that have been rejuvenated with Reiki? It's shocking, and we need to be more careful. The 9 satellites were flying toward the moon. Very quickly, some of the astronauts were connected to a special rope and walked out of the spaceship. They exposed their entire bodies to the vast universe and slowly floated in the air like kites. They had intoxicated expressions on their faces. Arg! Is this the universe? They were naturally able to walk in the vacuum of the universe. After all, they were creatures living in a vacuum. Even though the vacuum pressure was extremely harsh for them, it was more comfortable to live in the air. At this moment, Yuan Qinghua was like a bunch of ants hiding in a satellite. It would still be difficult for him, a celestial thearch, to land on the moon with a group of 5th and 6th rank divine beast descendants, even if they were vacuum creatures. It was inevitable that they would take a rocket ride to the moon. After flying for some time, they were about to reach the moon. They're starting. Hualala. He was like a group of small ants. He quietly left the satellite and arrived in the vast universe. His body instantly became incomparably huge. He turned into a handsome human-shaped young man in a black robe. He was dressed up very well and brought a few other handsome young men with him as he floated in the vast universe. Were they the size of a normal person or were they in human form? It was the state of the true body of Pangu. The fundamental principle of the real entity of Pangu was to constantly expand the flesh and blood, turning into a giant that could hold up the sky and earth. Naturally, it could expand into any shape at will. Now, they had expanded into human forms. He was also the one he was referring to. Transformation. This is the secret of the ancient divine beasts. The truth of the 72 transformations, which can transform into giants, ants, and even humans. It's because I'm an ant that I can expand and change my shape at will. Otherwise, how can I shrink when I'm a giant? It doesn't conform to the laws of matter at all. He muttered to himself as he continued to take screenshots for his live broadcast. At the same time, he felt that the atmosphere of this moon landing was very similar to the competition between the United States and the United States in the last century. In the distance. Suddenly, the satellite detected these young people. All the operators in the satellite were shocked. This scene was too hard to imagine. Oh my god, what is that? Human. Why did he suddenly appear? Teleportation. In front of the TV, countless people were also staring intently and were greatly shocked. Who would dare to imagine that there really was a mythical creature that suddenly appeared in the void? This is a good disguise. I've expanded my body size and suddenly appeared in a fake teleportation. After all, the teleportation array is an ability that only gods can use. It's about time to start. Yuan King Hua took a deep breath, and his body suddenly expanded again. Boom. In the lonely and deep universe, the figures of these humans suddenly expanded again and turned into godly beasts. They were covered in black iron like scales, and their edges and corners were as sharp as ancient trees. They had a strong sense of power and a majestic atmosphere as they floated in the universe. Oh! Heavens! What's that? From a human, his body has grown countless times larger, and he has become a divine beast? That's their true form. This doesn't conform to the laws of matter at all. Watching the live broadcast of the universe on TV, everyone was so shocked that their scalps were about to explode. Countless moon astrologers trembled in fear as they stared intently at the screen. Unbelievable, this is simply unbelievable. The mythological era. Heavens, it's an ancient divine beast that symbolizes auspiciousness. Yuan King Hua was very satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. His plan was very simple: when he was on the moon, he would secretly get on the satellite and take a ride. Then, he would appear and cause a wave of shock. He would instantly intercept and explore the mysterious moon first. He would obtain the treasure and then leave. It was a perfect plan. Charge! He took the lead and quickly broke out into a speed that surpassed the satellite. In an instant, he landed on a crater on the moon's surface. However, he suddenly raised his head and goosebumps rose all over his body. What's that? In the sky, countless terrifying space beasts were floating over. They were using their soul consciousness to hide their bodies and were slowly floating over. At this time, they seemed to have calculated the time and were about to land. They were half-elemental creatures with all kinds of fire, electricity, water, and sun energy around them. They were all covered in wounds, and perhaps they had already fought each other on their way here. In the end, they had come to an agreement to destroy the humans before studying the products of the moon god land. His face darkened. The target on the other side was the human satellite. He ran fast and was the first to hit the muzzle. After all, if it was a coincidence, it was almost impossible for them to arrive at the same time as the humans on the moon, unless these mysterious space creatures had deliberately calculated the time and arrived at the same time to stop the humans. Hello, he tried to communicate. Boom! In an instant, countless rays of light bloomed, and all kinds of combat techniques were launched. Quickly enter my internal space! Yuan King Hua suddenly shouted, and a few strange beasts beside him entered instantly. Yuan King Hua could only block in the next second and was instantly sent flying. Boom! The battle instantly erupted. Yuan King Hua was a level 7 heavenly emperor, but he was instantly surrounded and killed by several super-sized heavenly emperor monsters. Even though he had a wealth of combat skills and was the champion of the elite PvP tournament in the past, he was an extremely powerful combat genius who far surpassed the opponents who had no tricks up their sleeves. However, these big guys were instantly blown up. Bang 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 bang! He felt as if he had been hit by an aircraft carrier. His huge David's deer body and the fake real body of Pangu were instantly tattered, and he was sent flying. Boom! 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 The speed was beyond imagination. At this time, the satellites of the 9 continents were also dumbfounded when they saw the godly beast flying back at a faster speed than before. However, this David's deer's spiritual sense transmitted over. Let's go! Run, that's not something we can resist. I've already used the last of my life as the price to send my other companions away. The humans of the later generations. We were the mounts and guardian beasts of the ancient emperors. I wanted to fight before you. I'll open a path of blood for you. However, I never thought. Awoo! It let out a shrill cry of a wild beast, and its huge body was still flying backward. It was tragic and dim, and its divine sense was getting further and further away. The other party. He was getting stronger. That's right, the opponents who had destroyed the ancient human civilization. This era was already unstoppable. This time, the ancient inheritance. I can only leave it to them. Boom! The Elefure divine beast was sent flying. Finally, it stopped in the silent universe and stared blankly at a corner of the void. At the last moment of its life, it suddenly began to mutter, as if it had seen the shadow of its master. Whoosh! An indomitable unrivaled existence seemed to have transcended the long river of time and revealed his true body in the present world. Like a miracle, he gently held this broken godly beast in his arms. "We have you." The divine beast mumbled one last time and revealed a gentle smile like that of a baby. "Throughout the ages, between heaven and earth, venerated Ming, I have finally completed my mission to protect Master's land where he has fought. Time has passed, I can no longer protect my homeland." It had completely lost its vitality. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. It was too touching. This. Don't tell me he's talking about tomorrow's Supreme. The eyes of the astronauts on the 9 satellites widened. They leaned against the window and looked at the corpses floating away in space. There were no longer any signs of life. Woo! On the live broadcast, countless people were watching this scene in a daze, their hearts rumbling. "Mom, Dad!" Lil Jack shouted, crying on the knees of his parents who were sitting on the sofa. The same situation was happening in all the continents. Everyone was silent. The body of the dead divine beast shattered and floated in the void. An extremely strong and restless fighting will was emitted. Previously, when the dragon fell from the camp, the Kylan's warning was already enough to make one sad. And today? At this moment, everyone was in a daze, as if they were seeing an image of ancient times. The majestic figures of supreme emperors were divine and majestic. They were unusually bright, making it impossible to look at them directly. However, an earth-shattering battle broke out and the masters of these divine beasts died. These divine beasts were silently protecting the future generations of humans. Now, he was also going through fire and water. Damn it! Countless people were both sad and angry. Their anger soared to the sky as they clenched their fists. But in the next second, they were replaced by fear. That was because it was too terrifying. Those mysterious super behemoth life forms had such exaggerated combat strength that they could destroy the 9 great satellites. He was a giant. He had just killed a ridiculous fly. We humans are finished. Tens of thousands of people and I have paraded and prohibited the launch of satellites. As expected, we are going to face great misfortune. Countless people looked at the corpses floating in the void, feeling both touched and angry. Perhaps this day would be the end of the human race on this planet. Chapter 777. Giant Octopus, your ancestor? All the continents immediately held an online conference in the face of the emergency situation of landing on the moon. Extraterrestrial life form discovered. They're rushing to the moon. Previously, when we observed the sunspots, we felt that there was something strange. There might be unknown mysterious creatures. Unfortunately, other than the sun, we did not detect anything. We can't observe the surface of other planets. After all, they are all liquid planets and we can't see what lives under the energy ocean. In the solar system, we might not be the only civilization. The universe is huge, and we are not the only ones. Is this strange? The leaders of countless countries started discussing. Those godly beasts are indeed friendly to us. If we arrive first and are ambushed, we will most likely be killed. Indeed, to protect this land for us. They were touched. Those mysterious cosmic life forms with extraordinary powers chose to land on the moon at the same time as us. They probably discovered that it was the ancient moon god season and left behind civilization monuments with the same goal as us. You're saying? Yes, according to the angle of observation, as extraterrestrial life forms, they will always only see the back of the moon because the front of the moon will always face our planet's continent. Everyone's body shook. This was a bold yet extremely reasonable guess. They had received half of the inheritance, and the extraterrestrial civilization had also received the other half. Then, according to their situation, the inscriptions carved on the dark side of the moon are their system, a certain individual extraordinary cultivation system. You're saying that our lunar astrologers obtained technology from observing the moon, while their lunar astrologers obtained extraordinary things from observing the moon. Right. In front of us, in space, the two civilizations have completely collided. Our target is the dark side of the moon, and their target is the front. The leaders present were all extremely intelligent people. From this short scene, he was able to see the other party's goal, background, and even if he did not see the dark side of the moon, he knew what kind of terrifying inheritance was engraved on the steel. Someone looked around. Leaders of the continents, mankind is already on the verge of destruction. In the face of this, we only have two choices. The first is to fight, and the second is to retreat. How can we possibly retreat? We can escape for now, but we can't escape forever. We've already reached the moon, and it'll only take a blink of an eye to reach our planet. Where could he escape to? Moreover, if we retreat, they'll be able to obtain the inscriptions on our side and two great inheritances. We'll be completely unable to resist. Fight. Additional discussion. Everyone, take out all your non-civilian hidden technology. I know that you must have installed all your trump cards on the satellite, and you want to start a war with the other states. I personally think that we'll definitely have the power to fight and both sides will get half of the inheritance. Who is stronger or weaker is just a matter of the geniuses of the respective civilizations, and how much they can deduce and comprehend. Will the moon dominator of our civilization be defeated? We have enough confidence in our intelligence and in our development. At this moment, billions of people across the planet were watching TV in panic. How could human technology stop such a terrifying civilization? But the next second, the two hosts of the TV station said, "Everyone, please don't panic. Our civilization has strong combat power and is not afraid of special extraterrestrial civilizations. Please believe in our national strength. Please be proud of our country." Under everyone's stunned gazes, the cigar-shaped, tall hat-shaped, saucer-shaped satellite suddenly transformed slightly into a huge space mothership. Mecha warriors flew out of the hatch in large numbers, forming a huge space force and slowly moved forward. Boom! 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 In an instant, the two sides exchanged blows in the universe. The huge elemental creatures of the extraordinary civilization and the soldiers of the technological civilization collided. It was like a battle between two civilizations. Although the mech armors were controlled by ordinary people, their combat power was at the level of a celestial emperor. They were like a group of ants, surrounding a mountain. The terrifying radiance bloomed brilliantly, and all kinds of strange phenomena broke out. All the people watching TV were amazed. It turned out that their country had hidden such a terrifying power and had an exaggerated combat power. Ah! The humans of our era are still powerful. Those ancient divine beasts that are protecting us, protect this land. This time, we will protect you. Countless people clenched their fists in front of their televisions. Yuan Qinghua ran away quietly. After shedding its huge shell, the main body slipped away silently. He muttered and cursed. "I've really run into a ghost when I'm out. Why is there such a huge superior life form waiting for humans? If I run fast, I'll be taking a bullet for them. Those humans are probably done for. I've already done them a favor and warned them before I left." In this world, there were no tear-jerking Kaienjao dramas. The material level had developed too fast, resulting in a lack of spiritual level. Just like China in the last century, people were full of trust between each other, so they fell for it in an instant. He was very touched. But it seems that their spiritual level is also about to develop. Phone fraud has begun to appear in this pure land recently. Yuan Qinghua took a deep breath and slowly turned to look behind her. He was shocked. He looked up. The satellite began to change shape and fought against those ridiculous creatures. Yuan Qinghua was dumbfounded. She didn't expect these humans to hide so well. They had just landed on the moon and thought it was similar to the 50s and 60s of the last century. Who knew they had such exaggerated black technology? However, I discovered a terrifying fact. He took a deep breath and logged into the forum. Spore Evolution Forum. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect their perfect plan to fall short in an instant. Fortunately, Yuan Qinghua was quick-witted, and this drama queen got into character in an instant. It's simply too showy. There's no one else who can react so quickly. As expected of a big boss among the players, you've deeply inherited the acting skills. Laughing to tears. I was a movie king. No, it's probably because the path of the Heavenborn has been beaten too many times. When Yuan Qinghua was caught to have children with Bai Ziajun, she was already deeply immersed in acting. But at this time, Yuan Qinghua came out and said urgently. Screenshots. It was a cell image. Screenshots. The appearance and shape of every elemental creature. These are some of the giant biological cells of those energy bodies that I took the opportunity to collect when I was being beaten up just now. Take a look and see if there's anything special about them. When the crowd saw this, they were completely unable to remain calm. This was especially true for the players in the 6 realms of reincarnation. They were the first to discover the abnormal biological structure and were completely dumbfounded. Isn't this similar to the cell structure of the giant octopus? Could it be the ancestor of the giant octopus clan? But how could it be a half-elemental creature? We'll know once we ask. Players of the 6 realms of reincarnation, hurry up. It's an emergency. 6 paths of reincarnation, in the canyon. The big octopus had already turned into a fat otaku octopus, lying on the ground and playing with the tablet silently. A group of players walked over with a stack of pictures and handed them to him. We found a creature that seems to be of the same race as you. Take a look and see if it's true. The giant octopus was stunned. It looked at the picture and immediately felt that it was indeed its biological cell structure. But the situation didn't seem right. According to his inherited memories, their race was of the same form. It was an ancient inheritance that spanned tens of thousands of years and had no branches at all. How could there be an elemental race? What was going on? It was stunned on the spot, and the world had completely collapsed. Is it your ancestor or something else? The player asked. The big octopus was completely stunned. It thought for a long time but didn't dare to answer. I don't know. After all, I'm just a country bumpkin from the countryside. Perhaps there are ancient ancestors of our clan in this highly developed world. A few players instantly shook their heads, and with a look of resentment, they reprimanded, cultivate quickly. After you break through to God, you can sense your clansmen. Then, you can bring the other clansmen of your clan to find these ancient ancestors who have been turned into elements and acknowledge them. Chapter 778. Earth Shock, Sundering Weapon. They felt sad and angry for this giant octopus who didn't know anything. This kind of descendant who didn't even know their ancestors and genealogy was obviously unfilial and very cold to people. What should we do? The giant octopus can't get anything out of us. How are we going to explain this to Sect Master Yuan King Hua? They whispered to each other. After all, they had followed Yuan King Hua in the past. Now that he had left, they were doing better and entered the universe. They might have to follow him in the future. After all, the hierarchical system was already very clear. The sorcerer community 6 paths of reincarnation, the sandbox for spore evolution, the universe. They were still in the 6 paths of reincarnation, the second echelon, but it was very likely that they would be able to go to the heavenly planes in the future. After all, who didn't have confidence in themselves? He felt that he was a genius. Someone shook the roots and said, in my opinion, it's very likely to be an ancestor from the ancient times. It's normal for the universe to have connections. We encountered a giant octopus here, and over there, we encountered a mysterious creature. It's obviously stronger. It could float in the sun and Mercury, but what about the giant octopus? You can only float on the outside and swim in the ocean on the surface of the sun. Won't you become a charcoal octopus? Someone said. After all, they were all keyboard saints, so they still had some vision. The large octopus hurriedly nodded and said in surprise and joy, I didn't expect my ancestor to be so powerful. It's obvious that our clan is a remote branch that is behind the times. It also felt that it was too terrifying. He actually had such a powerful distant relative. When one was strong, they could float in the energy storm in the universe. It was extremely terrifying. Why didn't it know? It seemed that they were really behind the times. It was more and more convinced that it was really a country bumpkin. He had always thought that he was the most powerful heavenly emperor in history, but it turned out that he was just looking at the sky from the well. Even his ancestors were so powerful in this world. It was filled with happiness. Then it's decided. We'll bring you back to your family some other day. Perhaps seeing the big octopus's excitement, a player patted the big octopus's shoulder in relief. Very quickly, on the Spore Evolution Forum, Yuan King Hua received the feedback. As the giant octopus said, according to its family tree, that's its ancestor? Are you still preparing to acknowledge your ancestors and clan? He carefully calculated the cause and effect, and felt that it was of great significance. After all, the giant creatures on the planets in this universe were obviously some powerful super race that had reproduced and lived for a long time. They might have a long history in this galaxy. And the giant octopus might really be a descendant of this universe. He thought about it and declared on the internet. Everyone, the current situation is too difficult. 2 tigers fighting, extraordinary vs technology, a universe war, it's equivalent to the 2 ends of the moon inheritance. I don't know who will win. After all, everyone wants to occupy the moon and observe the inscriptions on it. Besides, both sides had a huge advantage. They had huge energy and were invincible among those of the same level. It was like an adult fighting a group of mosquitoes. However, there are small advantages. The cultivation speed is fast and the period of time is short. They can gather in a large area and hundreds of thousands of ants can bite an elephant to death. Then, they can divide the energy of the opposite side. Everyone naturally knew the benefits of splitting the energy, just like the big octopus. There was one more important thing. It was naturally good to have a large body, as it was invincible among those of the same level. However, the speed of cultivation at a certain level was slow, while others' cultivation speed was fast and they could break through ahead of time. They could crush you in terms of cultivation level, and you would be a huge pile of precious energy medicine. And now, those technological mechas are pushing the mass-produced ants to their limits. Let's see who has the advantage. I'm planning to watch from the side. Screenshots. Screenshots. Yuan King Hua began to watch. Boom. This battle lasted for more than a day. The nuclear-powered mechanical armor seemed to have unlimited power and was controlled by an AI in battle. The giant beast in front of him also had terrifying endurance. On the television, countless people were watching. She would fall asleep on the sofa when she was tired, and watch again when she woke up. The more he looked, the more terrified he became. He had seen some signs of something bad. How can a machine beat flesh and blood? Yeah, it's true that one of those machines has crashed, but the other party's flesh is injured. The wounds are healing very quickly. In the bar, a group of blonde foreigners were shouting. There was a pile of wine bottles on the ground and they were looking at the big screen. Oh! Moon God G above. The other party's recovery ability was too powerful. Machines were inanimate objects. Even though energy-powered vehicles could guarantee the team's endurance, it was useless if the team was destroyed. If this continues, we'll all be beaten. They felt that they were in deep trouble. After all, every time a mechanical armor was destroyed, the people would feel sad. That was a secret weapon of the country. The television was still broadcasting. At the front line, more than 30% of the mech armors have been destroyed. All countries are holding an emergency meeting. They are mobilizing all their hidden mechanical armors and using hidden small rockets to send them into space one by one to support the front line. A series of cardiac stimulants were injected into everyone's hearts, but everyone knew that this only treated the symptoms but not the root cause. At this moment, the television host was still broadcasting. At the same time, all countries are activating the second emergency response plan. The super-secret new weapon, the super-solar weapon, that surpasses the lunar intercontinental missile, is in use. Don't worry. Some special scenes could be seen on the television. A suppression class weapon other than the lunar weapon. A sundering weapon, what's that? It's hard to imagine. The two weapons that represent the sun and the moon. The entire nation was slightly excited and filled with anticipation. Seeing this, Yuan King Hua also frowned and curled up even more. A new weapon that surpasses nuclear weapons? These countries have hidden themselves very well. Had they secretly developed weapons that were even more powerful than nuclear bombs? The Second World War could start at any time? He's too ruthless. At this moment, he stopped. He didn't know if he should broadcast it live or not. The weapons of this era were already very advanced, surpassing that of Earth. But it was also very suitable for learning on modern Earth. This civilization was different from the time of the Isodar people, who had far surpassed the people of Earth. They could learn and even copy the technology of their civilization to get the design drawings and principles. They would be able to understand it very quickly and have a shocking impact on the real world. Forget it, he said. He took a deep breath and decided to do a live broadcast. What the heck? The big shot is live streaming. Don't release it. What if all the major rogue nations copy it? 666, I'll give you a rocket. Some of the major research institutes were constantly tipping and sending out rockets as they watched this scene with burning eyes. A group of scientists was already studying this extraterrestrial war. Beyond nuclear weapons. How is that possible? Even if our civilization is low, we already understand a lot of principles and even have all kinds of advanced speculations. At present, we can't find a weapon with more destructive power than this. Some stubborn scientists didn't believe it. You have to believe it. This is a powerful planetary civilization. We can't even imagine their weapons. Someone berated. The scene was in chaos. What we're seeing now is a new era for Earthlings. Knowledge is the power of everything. As long as we know the theory behind it, we can develop the next stage of super war weapons. They swallowed their saliva, and the scene was silent. Everyone knew the terrifying significance of this. It wasn't about those illusory bloodline cultivation techniques. It was about the real benefits. For a country, or even an era, it was enough to change a lot. At this moment, on the TV screen, a special unmanned aircraft appeared on all the continents and countries of the planet, forming a fleet and taking off. What's with these planes? It looks like it's not equipped with any weapon system. It looks very special. It's more like a crumpled ball of paper. Is it some kind of high-grade material similar to memory metal? In a short half an hour, the planes from various countries had actually flown directly out of the thin atmosphere. The paper planes from various countries actually pieced together invisibly, and like bats, they actually began to spread their wings. The plane was like a small umbrella, and then the umbrellas quickly buckled together to form an even larger umbrella. Then, the outer shell on the surface was removed, revealing the inside. It was actually a transparent glass plane that quickly formed a huge glass mirror. A magnifying glass. Oh my God! God! It's unimaginable! Countless scientists looked at the mirror in the atmosphere and exclaimed loudly. They had already noticed it. Their faces began to show signs of fear. At this moment, it was as if they had seen a magnificent giant from the myths of the universe in space holding a magnifying glass and facing the creatures on Earth. This feeling was very shocking. It was like a naughty child squatting under the sun, holding a magnifying glass, gathering the sunlight, and shining it on a tiny ant on the globe. The ants were the cities on Earth. Chapter 779. Change in the structure. Boom. Without any explanation, they gathered into a huge concave glass mirror and activated. Voila! The sunlight quickly gathered in the atmosphere. A thin, circular shadow covered half of Oceania below. The angle was adjusted to gather at a point on the north and south continents. Pucci! A huge white beam of light passed through the planet's atmosphere and gathered at a point on the ground. Boom! It was a special military secret base deep in the mountains. There was a huge metal mirror made of special materials on it that directly reflected the white solar rays that fell on Earth back into the universe. Whoosh! The beam of light arrived instantly. It instantly landed near the moon and pierced through a terrifying cosmic creature. Hiss! The cosmic life form screamed in pain. Everyone's confidence was instantly boosted. They looked at the television and shouted. Is this the Sundering weapon? A nebula-grade super weapon. It's too scary. The forums on Earth went crazy after seeing this scene. Everyone was shocked. They felt as if a new world had been opened up. Those special paper and glass planes fly into the sky and form a magnifying glass placed outside the Earth. The magnifying glass looks like a child's game, but it's really terrifying. You should know that a palm-sized magnifying glass can already light up paper on the ground. In Tibet, a pot-sized one can cook rice and burn people to death. Such a huge one in space. The area of this magnifying glass is more than 50 square kilometers. It stands high in the sky, and because it's high enough, it causes a larger shadow. It feels like it has blocked almost half of the sun in the continent. Destroy the dead stars. The black technology of these countries is too ruthless. I guess these solar weapons will instantly send these planes into the sky as soon as the world war breaks out. Their rays don't have the so-called missile trajectory at all, so they no longer have to be afraid of being blocked by the missile defense system. With a magnifying glass, they can instantly shoot wherever they point, air-to-ground attacks, the true judgment of the sun god. They were all dumbfounded. He was shocked beyond comparison. It was too awesome. What was clean energy? This was clean energy. The principle seemed simple, gathering light, but in fact, it required a strong technological foundation to realize a cosmic magnifying glass. Not only could they fight each other within the planet, but they could also install a reflective mirror on the ground that could reflect the light and fight the invaders in outer space. It was too exciting. It was too cool. Extraordinary war technology. In front of their eyes, the 9 great nations were really going all out. They had combined all the mirror planes in the 9 provinces into an unprecedented mirror weapon. In the Big Shot group chat, everyone was shocked by this civilization. They had developed their own unique weapon system. And NBSP, not even an ordinary rank 8 true god would be able to resist this sort of instantaneous focus. Zhao Feng muttered. The cute girl shouted, copy, copy, copy. Hurry up and copy. And NBSP, our Earth would be able to resist the invasion of a rank 8 true god. He could kill the other party in an instant. His body and soul will be destroyed. The racer of Mount Heron retorted, that's only if that true god is a fool who doesn't know how to run. But this weapon is too cool. He muttered to himself. The television was still broadcasting, and the host's dignified voice gave people a sense of security. Everyone, we have the ability to launch a total of 73 sundial strikes in the 9 states. Due to the position of the planet's front, the only ones that can be used are the mirrors in 27 locations on the northern hemisphere. They all require special materials to be built and will be destroyed after one use. This is because these mirrors will instantly overheat from the high temperature. If they aren't repaired in a short time, they might not be able to reflect the light when they are used for the second time. The high temperature will instantly penetrate the Earth. Everyone was extremely excited. This number made them feel at ease, because there were only a dozen or so monsters that had invaded the moon. Pucci. The planes in the sky were quickly wrapped in black shells again, turning into a huge circular wall with no refraction. The angle was slightly changed, and the refraction was calculated. Then, the black screen was pulled open again, revealing the clear glass body. Pucci. The huge beam of light converged on a certain land on the planet. It was instantly refracted. The second beam of light pierced through the planet's atmosphere and shot into the universe, instantly piercing through the head of the second giant beast. Roar. A heart-wrenching roar. The giant beasts were completely afraid and began to retreat quickly. They hid in the dark side of the moon and flew back along the dark side. We can't stop them. Ha ha ha, they're pretty smart. They're running while hiding on the dark side of the moon. Daddy, we're so amazing. On the black sofa, little Jack hugged his parents and shouted, full of joy. There was no doubt that mankind had won this battle. Humans have never been so close to death. A professor shouted as he walked out of the university and shouted at the students in the dormitory, we should be glad that we have witnessed a new era. A moon dominator posted excitedly. This is the intelligent weapon of our planet. There is no doubt that we have already walked out of the ancient monument and walked our own path of civilization. This is our unique weapon. Everyone was excited. Their planet itself was a cannon, sniping any cosmic life form that got close. Soon, all the countries started to organize the mech armors to drag the two huge bodies back. Although their bodies were not too big, and their lifespans and cultivation time were far less than that of the giant octopus, the two of them together were half the size of the giant octopus. They were a terrifying and huge energy. Unfortunately, most of their bodies were actually made of energy. With their death, they withered quickly like a shriveled balloon. However, it still contained a huge amount of energy and had unimaginable research value. Damn it, the next time I kill him, I might have to use a special method to collect the energy in advance. Otherwise, after I die, this half of the energy will quickly dissipate. What a pity. One of the leaders laughed. Yuan Qinghua's eyes rolled. She was also thinking about something and was eager to try. But at this moment, the situation changed. Suddenly, from the moon's interior, a group of humans so small that they were almost invisible rushed out. They held special metal staffs and used themselves as the power source. They continuously used the metal staffs to shoot out energy bullets. It was as if they had combined the use of technology and extraordinary energy, and they instantly destroyed the mechanical armors. Boom! They quickly dragged the two giant creatures onto the moon. Upon seeing this scene, the leaders of the various continents were instantly furious. Where did this creature come from? They're actually living on the moon and attacking us from behind. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. How could they not be angry? They roared in anger, but they could only watch as their mechanical armors were all destroyed and their spoils of war were snatched. And with the enemy's tiny size, the approaching sun weapon was completely unable to hit it. Chapter 780. The truth of the ancient times can't be hidden from me. At this moment, this battle was ultimately being preyed on by the mantis. However, on the Spore Evolution Forum, no one was bothered by this. Instead, they were too shocked by the new weapon. Even the scientist's expressions changed. He had to admit that their new weapons were very powerful and had too many advantages. A huge magnifying glass over 50 square kilometers focused, and the temperature of the light beam that exploded in an instant could reach up to hundreds of millions of degrees. The temperature at the core of the nuclear explosion was no different. What kind of situation was this? A light beam that constantly carried the temperature of the center of the nuclear explosion. At the same time, it was a weapon with infinite energy without any loss, and could fire infinitely. However, these 2 points alone were enough to defeat the destructive nuclear weapons that heavily polluted the land. It must be known that the manufacturing cost of each nuclear weapon was simply terrifying. This was a meteorological weapon. It drew on the power of nature and had an unlimited energy source. This was the most terrifying part. At the same time, what was even more terrifying was that unlike intercontinental missiles and other nuclear weapons, which had the possibility of being detected and intercepted by anti-missile missiles in flight, this kind of instantaneous attack had no launch trajectory at all. The strategic significance was terrifying. There was no time for you to react at all. Given enough time, it could even completely destroy a continent. Since the energy source was infinite, it could continue to shine and sweep through. It was like the sword of Damocles hanging over one's head in the legends. Some people in the research institute began to discuss. The only weakness is the destruction caused by the light beam passing through the atmosphere. However, the atmosphere of this planet is weak, so it doesn't matter. But what about our planet? Although they're weak, they pay attention to the environment. If you look closely, you'll find that the magnifying glass has a secondary structure. It quickly passes through the second layer and focuses the light beam on one point. It's similar to a line passing through a layer of cloth in an instant. The damage caused by passing through the atmosphere should be very low. It's much less polluted than nuclear weapons. We still need to test the specific environmental effects. But in reality, our current technology is simply unable to do it. Just like the Dyson sphere, we need a huge amount of technological support. It's a type of future technology. Some scientists took a deep breath. What was a Dyson ball? In principle, it was a solar panel that surrounded the sun. It was very simple. As for the one in front of him, the principle behind a magnifying glass was very simple. They're planes made of paper glass that can fly out of the atmosphere. Our technology is almost there. We can only rely on rockets to send magnifying materials into space. With our current technology, a conservative estimate would take decades and tens of thousands of wealth. It's also troublesome to assemble it in the universe outside the atmosphere. Also, our special materials are also a problem. We can't make a special magnifying glass like that. We can only make a mirror that can only reflect without refracting. In fact, nano was a good choice for making a mirror. On Earth, high-purity nano would indeed be oxidized and very fragile, but there was no such problem in the universe. Nano's reflective rate is very good, and the density is low. It is a relatively ideal space mirror material. They had already used their current level of scientific and technological knowledge to discuss the possibility of this sky weapon. The discussion was heated. However, the next second, one of the scientists shouted, "Hey! My friends! Look at these netizens, what have they discovered?" The netizens seemed to have discovered an incredible secret. The crowd was shocked and speechless. What's with all the fuss? What could these netizens discover? Could it be that their skill level was higher than his? Did they see this suppression-grade meteorological weapon even further than he did? They kept shaking their heads, feeling speechless. But the next second, when they casually glanced at the content of their discussion, they were instantly shocked by someone's bold words. His tone is very exaggerated. Does he know more than us scientists who have been in the field for many years? They immediately paid attention to the internet. At this time, the internet was very lively, because not only these scientists were discussing it, but the netizens were also discussing it. The racer of Mount Harana, everyone, I've discovered the truth of ancient Huaxia mythology from this weapon. This is an ancient mystery in the depths of history, the mystery of the inevitable development of the earth god system of Buddhism. It has a vital influence on our future extraordinary civilization. The real secret of this weapon, if I tell you, you may be shocked. The netizens? What did that mean? They couldn't understand at all. Although a suppression class weapon developed after a nuclear weapon seemed very terrifying, what did it have to do with ancient myths? The racer of Mount Harana, you guys are still too young. Listen to me. Little Sunflower's father has started his class.jpg. Everyone was waiting for him to continue. But he just didn't say anything. In an instant, everyone was silent. This bastard was hanging their appetites again? Daddy! Dad! Let's start the class. But very quickly, some people on the internet who had no integrity spoke up. The racer of Mount Harana was very satisfied. Ahem, let me sort out the ancient civilization and technology of China first. According to our current speculations, the history of this online game. Ahem, let's just talk about the background of the online game. Please don't bring it into reality. On this planet named Earth, the ancient Buddhists and Daoists originated from their special nuclear weapons. That was the sprouting era of Buddhism and Daoism. What kind of suppression class weapon would appear on this planet during the Golden Era? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that it was similar to this planet? After the nuclear bomb suppression class weapon, it was the astronomical suppression class weapon? The racer of Mount Harana, this is the history of the development of this planet's civilization. I personally think that we can use it as a reference. They had also experienced the era of nuclear weapons before they arrived at the era of celestial phenomena. Perhaps the future of Earth will go through the same process. When we have the ability to build, we will. What he meant was, the development of the civilization of this 9 regions planet in front of him was nuclear weapons, which evolved into meteorological weapons. In that case, the ancient Huaxia was also a nuclear weapon and had evolved into a celestial weapon. In the future, Earth might also go through the same process and transform from a nuclear weapon. Did he think that it was a necessity for the development of civilization? Would the development of civilization change from individual nuclear weapons to meteorological weapons that manipulated nature? After all, the power of nature was infinite, but human strength had its limits. No one said anything, waiting to hear what he had to say. The racer of Mount Harana asked, then, what if this theory is applied to ancient China? We can combine the history. If the era of nuclear weapons is the sprouting of Buddhism, they discovered nuclear fission and energy that could allow them to cultivate. In that case, a meteorological weapon should be at the peak. What do you think the peak of Buddhism looks like? They thought about it and felt that it was the kind of sect that had countless almighties and blessed lands. The racer of Mount Harana, then, let's think about it again. When we first entered the 6 paths of reincarnation, there was no nuclear radiation. How did we cultivate? We can't cultivate at all. We can only find a way to create a reactor. I only managed to get a huge pile of saras after I entered the ancient hell. Everyone was shocked. That's right, they didn't cultivate at that time either. Then, in ancient times, this planet had no radiation and was very far from the Sunday. It could be said that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was thin. How did they cultivate? He couldn't keep building reactors. Su Ji was stunned as well. That's true. Then, how did the ancient Chinese practice? Su Ji was also very curious. The racer of Mount Harana said, in the ancient times, Earth's radiation levels were very low. They must have been cultivating by creating reactors. They used their telepathic thoughts to collide with particles and release fission reactions like energy. But you can't keep creating things like that, right? This method is very primitive, but how can Earth continuously obtain energy? Everyone was stunned by this question. A weapon that was similar to the meteorological weapon in front of them, using a magnifying glass? In an instant, everyone had goosebumps. Earth's conditions were not suitable for cultivation. This method in front of him. The magnifying glass gathered a thin amount of radiation energy. It was indeed the only way. The racer of Mount Harana laughed. Everyone, you've figured it out, right? They must be using meteorological weapons to gather the thin solar radiation and energy to cultivate. You have to know that a magnifying glass can focus. If you don't focus on a point but a circle of light, then wouldn't that mean that the circle of light is full of energy? This place, perhaps, is the ancient Chinese legend. It's a heavenly abode where an unparalleled mighty figure ascends to the outer realm to construct a formation and absorb the essence of the sun, moon, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. By cultivating there, one's cultivation will progress at a tremendous pace. Whole heavens! A blessing! The ground! Everyone's minds were buzzing, as if they were seeing an ancient legendary golden age. This was indeed the case in the history of the civilization development of planet Zhuzhu. Radiation weapons, then meteorological weapons, also corresponded to the development history of ancient Huaxia civilization. In the early days, Buddhism appeared, and then at the peak of Buddhism, meteorological weapons began to appear, and blessed lands were everywhere. As for the blessed grotto heaven, it was clearly a magnifying glass on top of the planet. The racer of Mount Harana, everyone, we've thought too much of the ancient times. Buddha is the radiation Buddha, and true energy is true energy. They're all just literal meanings. As for the heavenly passage paradise, according to the ancient legends, the essence of the sun and the moon is gathered. I'm afraid it's the true gathering of words. How can it be gathered? Use a magnifying glass. Boom. All the netizens were holding onto their mouths tightly. The blood in their bodies was boiling, and their hearts were beating wildly in their chests as if they were flying. It actually? All of the scientists in the institute were shocked. It was as if they were flying in the air, their hearts soaring in space. Chapter 781. Acknowledged. All the scientists in the research institute seemed to have opened a door to theology. They felt as if their three views had been shattered. Once, a rebellious Chinese student from Guangdong left me. He was very smart and hard-working. At that time, he left my laboratory and did not approve of my research direction. He roared at me, "Sir, times have changed." A white-haired old man murmured, "I was angry at first, then I didn't believe it. I still insisted on my own beliefs, until today." All the scientists looked over with complicated expressions. This was a scientist from their research institute, an authoritative expert in the field of nuclear radiation. "If even you agree, what else can I say?" Someone spoke, but it was met with silence again. Everyone knew that this old man was famous for his stubbornness. He was different from the others. Usually, he would still send out Twitter. As a hot-tempered old man, when Buddhism and Daoism first came out, he had sent out a strong message on Twitter saying, "No one knows radiation better than I do." However, they were quickly slapped in the face. The online players in the 6 realms of reincarnation came up with a bunch of dumbfounded things: physical Buddha, radiation Sara, Teslav ring, Gatling Buddhist staff, and all kinds of cutting magnetic lines. It made him collapse and become completely autistic. After that, the white-haired old man didn't say a word. And in front of him? After nuclear weapons, it was the development of meteorological weapons, just like the inevitable development from the Stone Age to the Iron Age. And what era of the ancient mythological civilization did this correspond to? They had just been deducing the meaning behind it and the possibility of its realization, but now they all seemed somewhat superficial. He already told us. Some of them were not calm and continued to watch. At that moment, the racer of Mount Harana was still in high spirits. "Do you understand now? This was the iteration of a civilization. The Dyson sphere, the magnifying glass, these were all the uses of cosmic energy, and this was the case for high-tier space civilizations. As for paradise, it really means what it says literally. Look again, whole. Heavens. Radiation. The ground. One word one pause.jpg. Whole. Heavens. Radiation. The ground." On the internet, everyone's eyes were wide open with disbelief. Every word was like a lead hammer that struck their hearts. Cave, heaven. Radiation, ground. They turned their heads in shock and looked at the picture. The sky had a large opening created by gathering light with a magnifying glass. Wasn't that a heavenly abode? Radiation to the earth, wasn't it just radiation to the earth? Everyone took a deep breath. It was as if all the words he had said before were just foreshadowing, and he had only exploded now. The violent impact at this moment was like a dam that had just been built had burst its dam. Blood gushed in from all directions, trying to burst their hearts. Paradise, paradise. This was really the literal meaning. It's a complete construction process. In a university somewhere in China, an old professor who studied ancient languages suddenly burst into tears and sat in his office. Is this the truth of ancient mythology and history? Paradise. In the heavenly court of the 7 realms, a jade-green builder tree stood in the sky. A beautiful woman suddenly opened her eyes. "I see." "What?" His disciple, Hu Han, was shocked. If someone told you that a certain ancient mythological civilization broke through the sky and used their divine power to welcome the endless and vast energy from the outer realm, gathering an energy zone for the future generations to cultivate, do you think it's possible? Hu Han pondered carefully. The power of the heavens was directed down to create a supreme holy land. Such a terrifying power would definitely be able to traverse the heavens and earth. It was hard to imagine. Moreover, it would probably cost a great price to maintain such a large welcoming array. In fact, he might even have to distort the laws of the universe and involve the power of a ninth rank. You don't know this, but there are some ancient myths and legends that were covered up by history. However, when the later generations dug them out, it's always amazing that it's actually very simple, that the great Dao is the simplest. Mother Earth sat on the chair and suddenly condensed the water vapor in the air, forming a transparent magnifying glass, shining it at her own creation wood vines. Using the simplest method to make the most complicated thing happen is an unimaginable method of the ancient myths. Buzz! The vines glowed and were soon ignited. Hu Haihan looked at the magnifying glass and suddenly thought of something. He was shocked. In the discussion forums, countless people's minds buzzed and trembled with excitement. At this time, they realized that they had overcomprehended and imagined too much of the information passed on by the ancient people. The forum was instantly filled with all kinds of news. What the ancient people want to tell us is really what it means on paper. It's just that we, the later generations, are too foolish. We didn't understand and misinterpreted the meaning of our predecessors. Countless people were excited as they witnessed a historical moment. This was going to be a groundbreaking scene. The mysteries of history had been completely unraveled as they continued to grow stronger. The racer of Mount Harana, I've already stopped for a while. You guys take a good look at it. Once you're done, I won't say much. I know what I'm doing. After all, there was no need to talk about the advantages of this paradise. You usually gather the spiritual energy of a land. Wouldn't a large-scale formation of this level need to consume it? No need for maintenance. And this was not needed. The simplest of all was the true ultimate. Furthermore, with the convenience of breaking off relations in various aspects, the development of transcendent cultivation planets was inevitable. Then, I'll talk about the next possibility. He had already understood the ancient myths of the Blessed Lands, but the legends and illusions of Nuwa mending the heavens. What does it mean? One was a heavenly abode? One was to nourish the heavens? Everyone's goosebumps rose. When Nuwa mended the sky, she was actually mending the atmosphere. They always felt that there must have been terrifying wars in the ancient times, but all of them were shrouded in fog and turned into ancient dust, and the future generations would never know. Everyone was completely speechless. At this moment, he could only feel the thick history of Huaxia's myths and legends rushing towards him. These ancient epics were too brilliant. He recalled the great mythological era, where heavenly realms stood tall in the sky and blessed lands were everywhere. It was simply fascinating. At this moment, the people in the research institute were silent. They had just been discussing meteorological weapons in high spirits, but now they had completely lost interest. Their pride was shattered by the almost believable deduction of the racer of Mount Harana. This was because there was evidence in all aspects. On this planet with thin spiritual energy, cultivation required radioactive energy, so this was the only way. The name of the radiation of the heavenly passage was once again proven. Coincidence? But how could there be so many coincidences that all pointed to the same place? How could it be fake? They could not help but smile bitterly. At this time, the white-haired old man took a deep breath and said, "The radiation field was my lifetime's expertise, but I was beaten to a pulp. Naturally, I won't comment much on this new meteorological field. We don't need to fight anymore. I know that all of you have looked down on them in the past. This racer of Mount Harana, as their representative, claims to be from the Learning Forum. Many people are full of themselves and have a lot of hot-headed comments. They've been working so hard to gain knowledge that their hairline is bald. But in fact, they did spend their entire lives researching, spreading the truth of the world and ancient history to all living beings. I saw the same quality as us in him, serious, bold conjectures, and careful verification. This quality is known as the spirit of science and craftsmanship. It's not only possessed by authoritative scientists like us in various fields. They also have one. Chapter 782. The Age of Grotto Heaven Planets. Yuan King Hua was also dumbfounded. But after the shock, it was filled with happiness. This was because the players in the forum were indeed a powerful reserve force. They could come up with strategies behind his back and bring him enough surprises. What was in front of him was a huge surprise: the mystery of the blessed Grotto Heaven. It's because of this invention of theirs, the meteorological weapons, that our planet took a step further and we understood the prehistory of our Huaxia mythology. Yes. The history of prehistory. The giants of civilization had taken another step forward, and new history was witnessing the past. It seemed that the mystery of the ancient Grotto Heavens and blessed lands had been completely solved. After all, this was a very realistic question. Where did the spiritual chi of heaven and earth come from? The ancient myths and legends had to follow the basic laws of physics and chemistry. This was obviously the only explanation for the ancient era, setting up a formation in outer space to gather the true essence of the sun and moon, turning it into a blessed land for cultivation. However, after obtaining this ancient secret, I have a feeling about this 9 regions era. I also have an idea. Yuan King Hua's lips curled into a faint smile. The racer of Mount Harana has really helped a lot. Time flew by, and several days passed. The entire Jiuzhu planet was in a huge uproar. It wasn't just the super large elemental creatures from the distant planets that ended in defeat. They lost 2 celestial emperor transcendent creatures. The 9 great continents didn't win because they also didn't see the inscription on the back of the moon. At the same time, all the satellites and mechanical armors crashed near the moon, and the spoils of war, the 2 huge transcendent corpses, were snatched. The only winner was the super small creature that emerged from the moon. Everyone knew that this was the beginning. A new era had begun. At this moment, all the continents were holding a meeting to discuss new strategic countermeasures. The leaders of the various continents and countries were having a meeting. As the most powerful country, the leader of the central prefecture, Ji Wuxiang, was speaking. Everyone, although we've suffered a crushing defeat and lost all our armaments, we've still achieved a certain level of success. What do you mean? One of the leaders asked. Welcome, the representative of the ancient divine beasts, Yuan King Hua. The central prefecture's representative said. Everyone was shocked. In the next second, a young man of the same size as them slowly walked out and looked around. Everyone, we're from the ancient times. His words made the surroundings intoxicated and touching. In the distant ancient times, it was just like now, with 9 dragons pulling coffins. That was a period of ancient mythological history, and the 3 great clans had long been at war. As for the fellow clansmen who had been sacrificed, they were also very sorrowful. But in order to protect this land, what harm was there in dying? In order to prevent them from being ambushed, this was a price that had to be paid. After a while, Yuan King Hua finished. Ji Wuxiang took over the conversation and stood up. Although we didn't obtain the ancient inscriptions on the back of the moon after the battle with the moon exploration satellite, we can still obtain the extraordinary cultivation system through these ancient divine beasts. The revival of spiritual chi is destined. As soon as he finished speaking, all the leaders revealed looks of joy. How could they not covet the individual strength of those huge creatures? Even though they held great power, they were all ordinary people. A knife or a gun could kill them. Who didn't desire longevity? Who didn't desire to have individual extraordinary power to fight against the mechanical civilization? Although he had not obtained the back of the moon, it would be great to obtain the cultivation system of the ancient people. First, let's talk about the current situation. Ji Wuxiang said, in fact, we didn't lose much. The real loss is that huge elemental creature civilization. They didn't get the technology they wanted. And now, we've obtained 2 complete civilizations, and we're starting from the same point as the Lunarians on the moon. However, according to our observations, the lunar people live on the moon's interior, but their technological civilization is not as advanced as ours. In fact, they are far inferior to us. At the side, a golden-haired old man said, it's probably because they developed 2 civilizations at the same time and divided their energy. They fell into a mediocrity, and neither side is good. Probably so. The people present nodded and felt that it was reasonable. After some discussion, it was finally Yuan King Hua's turn to speak on stage. Everyone, this is our cultivation system. Buddhism and Daoism are the 2 great systems. Yuan King Hua naturally wouldn't hand over any more. They were the 2 most basic systems. I suggest that we reform the education model in the future and use the previous questions as test papers and include them in the students' lives. Tomorrow's Supreme. He must be a sage from the ancient era to enlighten all kinds of people. Isn't it too harsh for a student to learn the daily life of a sage when they are young? Only by suffering can one become a strong person. The people of the world, walk the path of the sage. I hope that everyone in the world can be a saint. The surrounding people were in deep thought. This was indeed a good choice for everyone to cultivate. Yuan King Hua's face was solemn. As for your sundering weapon, she said, it's a common method used in our primordial cultivation era. We built a spiritual chi array in the holy land of cultivation. Form a heavenly abode. A paradise? Many people felt their minds go blank. They thought that their methods were original and that the sundering weapon was unique to them. Who would have thought that it had already become popular in the ancient era of extraordinary mythology? Yes, I am. Yuan Qinghua was very proud. She looked around and said, "Everyone, if you all gather into a beam of light, naturally it will be extremely destructive. However, if the range of the beam of light you gather is expanded a little, illuminating a piece of land and surrounding a valley, wouldn't that be a paradise? If you cultivate there, the energy will be abundant, and your cultivation will progress at a tremendous pace." Everyone was shocked. So that was how it was. The lunar radiation weapon was in line with the revival of spiritual energy and the richness of the world. This was the first step. The first shot would change the environment of the planet. However, the lunar weapon couldn't keep exploding. The second step was to activate the weapon and draw in the energy of the outer universe to form an even richer cultivation paradise. After all, a sundering weapon could be used for a long time. The development of their civilization perfectly matched the destiny. "We understand," an expert said, completely convinced. He couldn't help but think, as expected of a divine beast under the command of an ancient civilization expert, it was very sacred. In less than 5 years, a new era had broken out, and people called it was the era of the recuperation of Reiki. The 9 years of compulsory education had started to become extraordinary. Some famous universities were built in the valleys of some blessed grotto heavens, and there were arrays to store energy in the valleys. The spiritual chi was rich, and there was a huge mirror in the sky. You applied to the radiation department of the Sino-Indian University of Science and Technology. I applied for the School of Electromagnetics. I'm using true energy engineering mechanics. Countless people were exchanging their aspirations. This modern education system university was a system of education that selected geniuses without discrimination. It went beyond the formal system of sects and schools, and was very fair and just. There were no sects in this world. It could even be said that the major countries were the top sects on this cultivation planet. The country was the sect, and cultivation was the daily use of the people. Every year, hundreds of millions of students on this planet yearned to fight their way out of this siege. Every year when the college entrance examination results were released, the top 3 scholars would appear in all the major provinces. It would be a great honor, and these peerless geniuses would also be valued by the country. The cultivators in this world still maintained the taboo name of Muna cultivators. Be it technology or the supernatural, the lunar astrologer has always been exploring the laws of the universe and walking on the path of truth. This sentence was carved on the first page of every teaching material. As people continued to cultivate, the spiritual energy in this piece of land that had been exposed to nuclear radiation had once again dried up, and the radiation in the air had become thinner and thinner. And it was not realistic to create another lunar nuclear weapon and bombard the entire world with it. At this moment, the creation of the paradisiacal land had even amazed Su Ji. They had solved a problem that even Su Ji had not been able to solve. Why did he go to Mercury to build a power station? Because the planets were too far away from the sun, there was not enough radiation and energy, and thus spiritual energy. And now, they had successfully solved the core problem of the planets far away from the sun not being able to absorb energy, and they had gathered the sunlight. What an amazing cultivation civilization in the universe! Su Ji's face was brimming with a smile. The previous sandpits were not the real universe, not the real planet, not even an atmosphere, not even a real sun in the distance. Therefore, it didn't develop to this extent. This is the real simulation of space civilization. Su Ji felt that if there really was a cultivation civilization in the universe, it was very likely to be this kind of structure. Perhaps, this was a civilization that had to develop. The transcendent beings on the planet used a long-distance Dyson sphere method to set up paradises, cultivation holy lands, and various top sects all over the planet. This is the true deduction civilization. This is the true path of space civilization development. Su Ji said softly, those so-called novels and cultivation planets are all lies. After developing to such level, they will definitely build similar structures. They will build formation in the atmosphere above their heads, absorb the energy of the universe, and refine some kind of magnifying glass divine artifact of the sex fate to form a blessed land and gather energy. Chapter 783. War, the Mirror Universe. Hwalala. Su Ji was walking in this new world. The entire planet began to transform into a new era with distinct light and darkness. Because there were many magnifying mirrors in the sky, most of the sunlight was concentrated on a few circles. In the blessed land, the other parts of the land became relatively dim and dark. The light seemed to be somewhat lacking. Looking at the planet from high up in the universe, one would be surprised to find that the planet was a planet of the same size. It was as if there were extremely bright spots of light on a dim, round, and vast planet. However, there are many advantages to this division of regions. The disadvantages are also obvious. Su Ji walked leisurely on the planet. It's basically impossible for the other regions to absorb the spiritual energy of the universe. The high and mighty sects and the low-level ordinary people will be born. He bought a new house in the villa area in the city. He sat in the yard and drank tea. After all, the previous flood era was very unstable. Now that the era was relatively stable, he could naturally live there temporarily. "Brother, are you drinking tea again?" Outside the courtyard, a pretty high school girl stopped her motorcycle and took off her helmet. "Yup." Su Ji responded with a smile, "Are you going to practice long-distance running again?" "That's right. Only by cultivating seriously can one become an expert." "Oh right, there has been an assault in the nearby neighborhood recently, you have to be careful. The genkai in your body has been completely drained, and there are teeth marks on your neck. You have to be sent to the hospital in order to save your life. Although the people who were attacked were basically girls, you still have to be careful and protect yourself as a boy." "Is it the evil way of practicing evil techniques?" Su Ji laughed. "Yes, I am." The young girl took a deep breath. After all, not everyone can enter the blessed land or grotto heaven. Some people have ideas about the students who can enter and cultivate, plundering their cultivation energy. "Be careful." She put on her helmet and left on her motorcycle. The motorcycle had no power. It was driven by their own radiation and true qi, which was equivalent to a special cultivation method. Riding a motorcycle was a daily exercise. He had to admit that this kind of cultivation method was very effective. When Su Ji saw this piece of land, he could already imagine the situation on the real extraordinary cultivation planets in the universe. It must also be because the sects plundered the spiritual qi of the entire planet and formed a blessed land. It was difficult for ordinary people to cultivate outside, so everyone could only join a sect, forming a special monopoly. He he he. Su Ji looked up at the sky. "Very interesting," he said. "Isn't it?" However, in this dark and gloomy area, there was no direct sunlight and almost no radiation. On the contrary, it was extremely advantageous for a certain creature. A hidden force was growing and gradually expanding, attracting countless dignitaries and high-level society to join this mysterious and extreme organization. They were secretly fighting against the government. However, the government had monopolized most of the blessed lands and grotto heavens, so they had no way to cultivate at all. They could only attack those cultivators, and this was their cultivation method to begin with. On the other side, the young girl was walking on an empty path in the villa when a black light suddenly flashed in the shadows. "What a pretty little girl!" The pale and weak hand grabbed. Suddenly, the young girl's expression turned sharp. She jumped lightly from the motorcycle and pulled out a Buddhist staff from her back. "You attacked the cultivating girls and my classmates. Is it you, the lowly vampire?" The shadow's expression changed slightly under the cloak. He was shocked and angry at the same time. "What a nauseating smell! I'm from the Buddhism department. Are you ready?" The young girl held a Buddhist staff in both hands and a string of Buddhist beads hung around her neck. The golden Buddhist beads were constantly flowing into the Buddhist staff, as if a Gatling gun was being loaded. "Are you ready to be ferried by me?" Another 80 years passed. The entire planet did not lack energy, and the first batch of heavenly emperors who cultivated finally broke through. There were many experts who had the potential to be invincible. They could even fly out of the atmosphere and create a new divine mirror of the sun. They could stand on the dome and rebuild the paradise. This era meant that the combat power of cultivators had begun to catch up with the cutting edge of technology. Another 10 years passed. Countless experts had climbed to the peak, and a great era had appeared. Some had reached the peak of the celestial emperor and were about to break through to become a god. During this period of time, it was the mysterious blood-sucking dark creatures that dominated the fear of the entire planet. Ji Shang wanted to regain his royal power and establish an eternal dynasty, so he had no choice but to make his descendants his enemies. The mysterious elemental creatures in outer space and even the moon people on the moon seemed to have stopped moving, until this day. Boom! From the distant sun, a beam of light descended. "What's that?" Oh my god! Light beam, it's a sundering weapon. A sun weapon. It's those elemental creatures. They're learning the technology we used back then. How is it possible? It's impossible for a general sundering weapon to shoot a beam of light from the sun and hit the planet of 9 regions. The people didn't have time to react. From the sky, a huge beam of light shot down. It instantly pierced through a large hole with a radius of 100 meters. The high-rise buildings were instantly destroyed. The people near the high-rise buildings didn't even have time to scream. The ground became a bottomless hole, and the surrounding soil turned into golden lava. Oh my god, it's the sundering weapon. We're finished. Countless people screamed, cried, and screamed in fear. It was a mess. The attack of the beam did not have any weapon tracks. It was too sudden, and no one could react in time. Soon, the laser began to sweep across the entire land, cutting everything in the city. The local university was furious and immediately reported it to the 9-state federation. They made the sundering weapon. It's the sun. The creatures there must be it. Certain high place on the sun. Between the 9 regions planet and the sun, they created a special sun descending realm. However, they can cross the vast universe and fly to this kind of 9 regions planet, and still maintain such a huge power. It's a forbidden weapon that surpasses everything. Some of the moon dominators began to calculate frantically. Heavens! At the very least, it's 100 times larger than our sun weapon. This was a terrifying number. It was not that the elemental creatures had not been doing anything for the past 100 years, but that they had been creating a truly destructive, suppressive class weapon. Such a forbidden weapon could instantly destroy every planet in the entire solar system at the speed of light. I'll hit you if I want to, and I'll stop if I want to. That was how they carried out the nuclear deterrence. I don't care. Quickly resist. If this goes on, it will only take a few days for them to melt through the core of our planet. Are they showing off that they have the power to destroy us at any time? You're too stupid. How could a mere beam of light penetrate the core of the Earth? Even if the endless energy keeps shooting and melting the ground into magma, if the whole melted into magma that is tens of thousands of meters thick, it will also instantly buffer the light rays and it will be impossible to reach the core. But they cannot blow up our planet. It is inevitable that they can destroy our civilization like a flood. A heavenly emperor quickly took action. He took out a special mirror and blocked the light speed attack. Let's reflect first. Where is it reflected? Reflected to the sun? Or even hit the enemy's sun mirror and destroy this weapon? That's useless. The sun is so big, and the light is so red that we can't even see the position of the launch. Even a millimeter of error in reflection can't hit the launch pad at such a long distance. At most, the beam will only return to the sun and fall into the thick ocean of energy to be quickly offset, like a stone sinking into the sea. Then what should we do? I don't care. I'll just pick a random universe and reflect it outside the universe. However, at this moment, someone shouted, "Don't! The sun isn't afraid of rays, but the other planets are. We'll reflect them directly back to Mercury." Pucci! A snow-white ray of light was rapidly reflected from Earth and landed on Mercury. One by one, the huge Mercury creatures started to boil, their faces filled with confusion. The solar biological civilization on the solar star created solar weapons. The terrifying white light beam passed through a small half of the solar system, from the sun to the planet of Juzhu. They naturally saw it, and many even came out to see the shooting stars, clapping their hands and cheering. "But you guys are fighting your own battles, why are you suddenly fighting me? Bastard! They're fighting their own battle, how did they get us involved? Hurry up and use the mirror reflection weapon that you've prepared. We'll be reflected back to Juzhu." He suddenly fell silent. "No. Let's not be reflected back to Juzhu. Hurry up and prepare. We'll be reflected back to Mars." In the entire solar system, rays of white light were reflected on the planets. The light beams shot out madly as if they were going to illuminate the entire solar system. On the television station, all the television programs, advertisements, and variety shows quickly switched to reports from the two hosts. "Everyone, emergency! The Second World War is about to break out." Everyone watching TV was shocked. The First World War, using lunar weapons? A nuclear bomb bombarding the Earth? During the Second World War, could it be that the weapons of the sun had been used and wars had broken out between countries? The meteorological weapons of the various great countries would sweep across each other's land? They felt that it was impossible. Recently, the countries had been relatively peaceful. The host reported. The Second World War was a galactic war. The signs from 80 years ago have completely exploded. Those civilized creatures from the Sun star directly ignited the war on the major planets. Chapter 784. Elemental Tunnel, Cosmic Projection. The host continued. However, there is no doubt that the weapons used in World War II, which affected the entire solar system, are indeed weapons of the Sun. This kind of weapon is as powerful as the Moon, and its continuous and unlimited attack will be far more destructive than the era of the Moon World War. A picture appeared behind the host. It was a huge white beam of light. The energy particles that were still descending on the planet and seemed to be inextinguishable were reflected. This kind of high-density light beam was too terrifying. If a god were to be hit by it head-on, he would probably be vaporized instantly. This was the power of nature. In theory, the time of the enemy's attack is eternal and infinite, because the energy of the Sun is infinite. They're making use of the natural force of the meteorological weapons to launch a natural attack on us. Here's the problem. The enemy has unlimited energy, but are our mirrors limited? Because the mirror is made of a special material, as long as it reflects the light for a while, it will be damaged due to the high temperature and may be destroyed. At this point, everyone in front of the TV was stunned. That's right, the huge magnifying glass that gathered light in the universe naturally couldn't be destroyed, because the falling light was balanced and could always form an infinite beam attack. However, after being magnified, it would be focused on a single point and turn into a terrifying beam of light. The destructive power was unimaginable, and the mirror couldn't withstand it for long. Simply put, the magnifying glass could be used forever, but the mirror couldn't be used forever. The answer is that you don't have to worry. Our super advanced material can resist a high temperature of 100 million degrees and reflect for a minute. After an emergency discussion, the various countries of the Kingdom of the Nine States decided that we have 1,700 mirrors. Everyone calculated the number carefully, but it could only resist for a while, right? The host continued. However, you have to know that after the mirrors overheat, we can take them down to cool them in water and then reforge them. We have countless geniuses from various universities and blacksmithing majors. According to our calculations, as long as the powerhouses from various countries are able to control them well, we can perfectly cycle through over 1,000 mirrors. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in front of the TV station was excited and praised their national strength. Therefore, in this Second World War, our planet has the advantage. We will not be affected by the other party's deterrent weapon and can continue to resist. In the future, we can even build an equally large scattering sun mirror and place it in the high sky of the planet. It will spread the light beams and cover the entire planet. We will be able to become a top cultivation planet. Boom! As soon as he said this, everyone was excited. In this world war, they had a huge advantage because they had enough mirrors to last long. The other planets should be the ones to worry about. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then this sun approaching mirror has really helped us a lot. It has provided us with a new way of thinking. The entire planet has become a paradise. That's true. Building a huge sun mirror near the sun, turning it into a beam of light to transport energy over, and then spreading it in the opposite direction of the beam of light, the area it covers may turn the entire planet into a paradise. That's not possible. That would be too diluted. At most, it would be a little thicker if it covered the entire planet. Everyone started discussing. From the images of the universe sent back by the space station on the planet, they could clearly see that the light beam was reflected back and forth in the entire solar system. It was like an endless network of intersecting light rays. With the major planets in the solar system as nodes, they pulled together to form a huge and bright network of light rays. It was vast and beautiful like the Milky Way. Bang! In the next second, the beautiful net of refracted light beams instantly collapsed. At this moment, the mirror on Mercury couldn't hold on any longer and was pierced through, sinking into the vast energy storm of Mercury. Mercury wasn't a rocky planet, but it was a planet that was filled with energy storms. For such a vast and endless amount of rays to hit the ocean of energy, it was no different from a meteorite falling into the ocean of this planet during the dinosaur era on Earth. It would instantly trigger a tsunami that would cover the sky and Earth, drowning all living things on the planet. It was the same for Mercury. Boom! 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 Save me! Help! The entire ocean of energy was in a state of chaos. One after another, the huge Mercury elemental creatures were struck by the energy tide, crushing the bamboo-like buildings above them and destroying their houses. "We're begging for mercy, we're begging for mercy." On Mercury, countless transcendent life forms were shouting, but no one could hear them. This was because the solar system was too huge. Even if it were an ordinary god, it would be extremely laborious to teleport. As for them, ordinary celestial emperor vacuum creatures, it would take several months even if they flew. There was no wailing at all. Kyushu Cosmic Observation Station. One by one, the leaders looked toward the universe. Mercury had been pierced through and was suffering the attack of the weapon. How terrifying is that? In a solar system, the sun is the source of energy for all the planets. Whoever can control the sun's divine power will have the supreme authority to rule the entire galaxy. If it wasn't for the fact that we have so many energy mirrors in reserve, and that our continents have been preparing to defend against the enemy's sudden attacks, we wouldn't have prepared so many energy mirrors. We would be the ones suffering now. All the leaders nodded, their expressions solemn. Indeed, they had been trying to prevent the attacks of other people's meteorological weapons all these years. After all, every country had launched hundreds of meteorological weapons. Who wouldn't be afraid? However, he didn't expect that his own people would be caught off guard, and they would be able to prevent an invasion. This was a great fortune. However, the enemy's sun civilization is clearly using a strategic deterrence. They told all the major civilizations in the solar system that they had the world's largest forbidden weapon energy, which could destroy any planet in an instant. They told them that they had to submit to them, but now, how are they going to transmit the message and make the other side submit? This situation was similar to the time when the little boy was thrown in. It was a forced deterrence. This was a cruel law of nature, where the strong were respected. I have a deterrent-grade weapon that can strike you in an instant. You must submit to me. If you don't accept it, I'll fight you. If you don't, I'll exterminate you. However, the planets in front of him were so far apart, like isolated islands. How could they possibly transmit a message to make the other party submit? "Everyone, let's just take a look." Yuan King Hua took a deep breath and said calmly, "The other party's deterrence obviously can't deter us. It can only deter the other planets in the solar system. We are the only exception. Let's see what the other party's next move is. They must have a plan." Sure enough. Soon, he found something unusual. They saw that the thin beam of light had suddenly expanded by 10 times and turned into a halo of light. They expanded the beam. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the light beam gradually changed shape. It actually turned into symbols, and almost every few seconds, it turned into a character. "What is this?" Yuan King Hua was shocked. He remembered the crayon-shaped infrared ray that he used to play with when he was young. There were many light heads attached to it, and the light that shot out would change into different patterns. Black technology. It turns out that our childhood toys have already hinted at the development law of information transmission between planets. Yuan King Hua was greatly shocked and dumbfounded. Something's wrong. Although black technology can also do it, those solar elemental creatures obviously haven't obtained any technological civilization. They've obviously used the transcendent refining method to refine a magnifying glass. Now, they should also be using the sun magic they've developed to affect the sun beam pattern. They were sun elemental creatures, so they naturally had the ability to do so. On the spot, all the leaders of the 9 provinces were instantly shocked. This is a big step for civilization. Hurry up and translate the words on it. It was a constantly changing 7 words, meaning immediate submission. Should we be reflected back to Mercury? Some people were silent. Zhou Chuan took a deep breath. Don't reflect, don't help, pretend you can't see. This time, they directly adjusted their positions and shot the light beams into the vast universe. They did not land on any planet at all. Thus, a signal for the other party to submit was sent to the depths of the universe. The sun. The expression of a huge elemental creature covered in golden light changed slightly. Those cunning and dirty creatures actually didn't reflect the message we sent back to Mercury. What do we do? A smaller sun elemental creature beside him asked, why don't we turn off the divine sun mirror, adjust the direction, and point directly at Mercury? No need, the gigantic sun elemental fairy laughed and said, let's start the next plan. The next plan? The elemental creatures nearby were shocked. This was a bold plan. The concentrated light beam was a weapon of attack. By expanding the range of the light beam, it could interfere with the formation of characters. By expanding the range of the light beam, it could form an elemental passage. The dense light beam was naturally a destructive attack that could even kill gods. However, as long as the light beam was expanded and the density was reduced to the extent that the elemental creatures could carry it, they could naturally enter it and use the high-speed particle passage and the sundering weapon to descend on that planet. Of course, it wasn't their main bodies that had descended. These half-elemental creatures were like a huge elemental balloon, made up of a large number of elements. Their main body was a solid heart, which they called the elemental heart. The element's heart is material object. It can't sit in the elemental passage. It's better to stay here. My elemental sun body can ride on the elemental passage and descend to attack. Even if I die, this one's heart is still alive. He grinned. This was similar to a type of soul projection, allowing one to control it from a distance. However, ordinary astral projection couldn't travel across a long distance. The light beam in front of him was like a network cable that allowed him to achieve astral projection over a long distance. Maintain communication between both parties. This was a sun spell that they had invented as a sun elf, a sun elemental civilization. Those humans said it very well. A sundering weapon, a weapon for the sun to descend, because this is, completely and thoroughly, the sun god's descent. Boom! In the distant sun's sky, it suddenly took a ride on the expanded beam tunnel. Its huge elemental body seemed to have integrated with the beam as it took a high-speed beam train and quickly rushed to Kyushu planet. I have indeed succeeded. A vast giant of light clenched his fists above his head and made a straight posture similar to a backstroke or Superman flight. He followed the white light tunnel and quickly passed through. He quickly discovered that he had already seen this vast blue planet with life. His heart was cold. I too have become light. Chapter 785. Cutting off the human race, Celestial Bestowment Road. Deeker. Yuan Qinghua looked up and saw a giant sitting in the universe's light tunnel. His fist was pointing at a planet as he quickly arrived at the planet. His expression changed rapidly. It was too similar. When Ultraman transformed, he also traveled through the universe in a light-speed tunnel, then exchanged blows with the human body and became one. Furthermore, this method of descent was simply a brand new era. Those huge elemental creatures had no way of getting close to the planet, but it was difficult to stop them when they descended with the light beams. In the sky, countless ordinary people also began to notice and looked at the light beams in the universe. The words that landed on the mirror suddenly disappeared. The beam of light suddenly grew bigger again. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, it seemed as if some strange energy life form had descended from the light beam. Boom! It was as if something had hit the mirror along with the light beam and detached from it. An arrogant and cold voice resounded through the sky of the city. I've arrived. All the major sects and countries of the 9 prefectures, why don't you quickly kneel down to welcome me? In the past, you used the power of the sun to kill us, the sun elemental spirits. It was simply a humiliation. Today, I'll unify the entire solar system and start with you. Everyone's expression changed. This was a vast peak heavenly emperor, his body covering the sky. He stood tall on the ground and was actually 1/20th the size of Australia. From the planet, he looked like a fly standing on a basketball. They were terrifyingly huge, and they looked like a bunch of ridiculous ants. What a terrifyingly huge being this is! Oh my god! Hurry up and stop the self-defense forces! On the entire planet, the heavenly emperors rose up and flew towards the hundreds of people in the sky. It's useless. You're all too weak. The giant sun god sneered and looked at the hundreds of flying ants. It's just like how you couldn't cause us any harm back then. At the same realm, ants are just scratching an itch for giants. Bang! This sun god was surrounded by flames, and these ordinary-sized celestial emperors couldn't get close to him at all. It was simply despairing. The hundreds of ant-like celestial emperors couldn't even get close. After all, they were just ordinary heavenly monarchs, not like the 6 paths of reincarnation, who crazily climbed the ceiling and had their own talent in the laws of nature. In an instant, more than 70 of the hundreds of celestial emperors died in the first attack. This made the country's hearts ache to the extreme. This was the best power reserve, and they could not help but order, retreat. Hurry up and scatter. Countless celestial emperors' expressions changed drastically as they began to flee in all directions. Sundering weapon. Use the sundering weapon. Someone roared in anger. After all, he had used the sundering weapon to defeat the other side. In the sky, a huge pair of sunglasses started to focus and spin, shooting out a shocking ray of light. Voila! The giant dodged lightly and ran and jumped back and forth on the continent. To him, the entire continent was like a basketball court. He laughed and said, "It's no use, it's no use." Just like a gun, his speed naturally couldn't avoid the bullet at the speed of light, but he could see the angle at which the gun was aimed and avoid it in advance. As long as he kept his eyes on the sky, no one would be able to hit him. So what if it was a powerful forbidden weapon that could destroy a god? If he couldn't hit it, then it would be completely meaningless. Woo! Quickly run! It's impossible to win, it's impossible to win. The entire city was roaring. In front of this huge elemental giant, it was as if the modern city was a ridiculous pile of low building blocks. It quickly collapsed. "Submit, or be destroyed!" The giant shouted. Boom! All of a sudden, a huge missile was fired from the sky. Is it the lunar nuclear weapon? If I can see its trajectory, it'll be even more difficult to hit me. It raised its head with a smile, stretched out a finger in the air, and gently tapped. The laser shot out, and the nuclear bomb in the sky instantly exploded, creating a huge mushroom cloud. Whoosh! In the sky of the planet, there were countless rays of the solar weapons covering the entire land, but they were unable to hit him at all. Peng peng peng! The earth was shaking. This giant began to run with large strides, trampling the entire continent under his feet. He swept through the cities one by one, as if he was rapidly destroying a large pile of building blocks. "Are you going to submit?" The giant laughed. "If we submit, what will happen?" Some of the leaders were in complete despair and couldn't help but ask. The giant replied, "Of course, it's to give you peace. Of course, on the basis of this peace, we won't allow any heavenly emperor-level powerhouses on your planet. Now, all heavenly emperor-level powerhouses will leave with us and enter our sun civilization to become our servants." The expressions of the leaders changed drastically. The giant civilizations were clearly aware of their strengths and weaknesses. Now that everyone was at the heavenly emperor level, they had the absolute advantage in terms of martial strength in the same realm. However, the smaller creatures would definitely break through faster than them, and by then, they would not be far from death. Therefore, they were in a hurry to start a war and use their current combat strength advantage to rule the world. Hence, he directly created the plan in front of him. After all, in another 100 or 200 years, a god would be born, and they would completely enter the existence of the real galaxy. When a great god who could soar in the universe appeared, the era would no longer be theirs. It could be seen that this civilization had terrifying wise men. He was far-sighted. "You planned everything? Including the lunar attack?" Suddenly, Ji Wuxiang asked loudly, "In that case, you're a terrifying great sage who is worthy of respect. You're just like our ancient emperor, Ji Shang. What's your name?" "The creatures on this planet, you can call me the god of the sun's fire, Asa, the wise man? Worthy of respect." The giant's voice was vast and majestic. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "When the other clansmen first established civilization under my leadership, they thought they saw the real sun god. They thought that I would lead civilization to prosperity, and that I could make them happy. However, they soon realized that this was not the case. Because I'm going to lead them to the moon to attack you and destroy you. From the start, they thought that I was a tyrant, and even now, they are extremely terrified of me. They think that I am a violent, unreasonable, and peace-loving sun elemental fairy, unlike them." The surroundings were silent. The giant, Asa, remained calm and said, "They were born without the wildness of the food chain because our civilization is higher. We don't need to eat low-level creatures. We absorb energy from the source. Our civilization doesn't have the concept of killing, so there is no deception, no lies. However, I know that our high-leveled civilization will eventually be devoured by you low-leveled beasts. So, you have to stop the battle with a battle." Suddenly, someone choked. This was an extremely intelligent sun elf. This was a powerful leader. He overcame his nature, resisted his natural instinct for peace, and directly started a bloody war. Only now did they know the reason for the war on the moon. Although it was far away from Earth and could not observe the specific situation of the living creatures on Earth, it was still very weak. However, during the First World War, the nuclear war had caused the entire planet to explode, and the glaciers had melted into the ocean. He could still guess what was happening on this planet. They had the greed and desire to destroy everything. Therefore, he knew that this terrifying race, even if it was in a relatively distant position, would inevitably threaten him sooner or later. Therefore, they flew directly to the moon to prevent this violent race from obtaining a new civilization monument and becoming stronger. They would bring disaster to the entire galaxy. You should know that using your philosophy, this is a problem of who is the slave and who rules who. We will never be able to live in peace. The Sun Giant said solemnly. Therefore, you can only be slaves. My current killing is to prevent even greater killing in the future. After I've dealt with you, I'll rush to the moon to deal with the creatures that look weaker but are easier to break through. When we are not gods, you are not allowed to become gods. For the sake of my clansmen. For the other 4 elemental planets. You wild creatures are not allowed to take a single step forward in the realm ahead. I will rule you. I will rule the other 3 elemental planets and suppress all your evil intentions. Boom! Yuan King Hua's head exploded. This was the Samsara Palace Lord's plan. These creatures were the same as the reincarnation sovereign. They had powerful abilities at the same realm. However, if someone else broke through to become a god, they would be beaten to death no matter how strong they were at the same realm. It would be better to. He used his powerful martial strength to suppress the other party's growth. Surrender. You have no choice. I don't have any either. The moment we become gods, we will also release your qualifications to become gods. The giant looked down at the entire land and stood on the planet. This planet was simply too small. The sun was more than 1,000,000 times bigger than this planet. Our people are few in number, and we don't have the ability to rule your planet. We love peace, we are just and peaceful. We are the supreme rulers most suitable to rule your planet. We are the most just creatures, the most suitable to become a god. Chapter 786. Ancestral Zombie, an Earthling? Because they were just and kind. That was why they wanted to become gods. He could only become a god? Sun God Ace's words struck everyone's hearts, and they were shocked. That's all I have to say. Do you want to submit or not? The giant said once again, you have no other choice. I will suppress my nature and choose to kill a large number of people until you submit. Everyone's expression changed. Zombie clan, do you have any objections? A leader suddenly asked. A voice came from the dark, no objections. We have long lifespans. We can afford to wait, the sun god, Asa, is our comrade. He will make you submit to me. In order to wait for the moment when you can break through, you will definitely submit to me. This planet will belong to eternal life, an eternal blood-sucking dynasty. Everyone's expression changed. Eternal life? It seems that our clan has the power to suppress you. Where there is light, there is darkness. When I'm free, you can come see me. Sun God Asa said from above. At this moment, the leaders discussed with each other for an hour and finally made a decision to surrender. This was a historical moment. There was no other choice. He didn't have any energy to resist. Even if Josu planet had the ability to resist the other party's nuclear threat, the Forbidden Sun weapon, but the second threatening weapon had personally descended. It was simply impossible to resist. If it didn't want to be destroyed, it could only submit. The refracted beam of light brushed past the edge of the moon. Don't destroy the ancient god's tablet. That would be a great disrespect. His voice rumbled and he said in a dignified manner, don't even think about launching me into the universe and then cutting off the light beam that is changed back, leaving me in the vast universe. My main body is controlling the other side of the light beam. The death of the elemental bodies here will only result in a great loss in power. The next time I return will be the time to destroy you. The people on Earth didn't dare to act rashly. They quickly used a mirror to refract the light beam. Soon, the puny humans on the moon had no power to resist and chose to submit. If the 2 bloodthirsty races had submitted, how could the remaining 3 elemental races not? In less than 10 years, they had entered a new era of the universe. The celestial emperors of various races were suppressed in the divine city above the sun, the Asgard Golden Palace. They were about to spend the rest of their lives in this cage. At the same time, a larger sun city was being built. That year, the Sun dynasty was established in the entire solar system. It was known as the first year of the sun. Beams of light began to rapidly refract across the entire solar system, forming beautiful cosmic light bridges that provided the various elemental creatures with the means to fly across the galaxy. The planet's trade could be launched. The civilization of the entire star system was heading towards prosperity. However, the elemental passage was only limited to elemental creatures. Flesh and blood creatures were currently unable to enter. Between the planets, the civilizations had completely opened up. Asa became the overlord of the entire solar system, the only ruler, and was known as the god of giants. The great giant sun god Asa, the eternal sun balance, and endless wisdom. Other than ordering the major elemental creatures to patrol the major planets through the universe bridge and monitor the major planets for energy fluctuations of the breakthrough to godhood, it did not do anything else. Becoming a god wasn't something that could be achieved in a short period of time. To become a god, one had to trigger the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The entire planet would be able to sense the special energy fluctuations, enough to detect the strangulation. Apart from that, it would grant absolute freedom to planets, civilizations, and countries. He didn't care about battles and killing. During this period of time, there was a huge conflict between the Moon people and the people of the 9 regions. They fought a huge war in order to fight for the eternal bloodline, and they did not want to die. Lhasa did not pay any attention to the war. On Juzhu, the immortal blood clan was quickly recognized. The number of people who cultivated Buddha decreased significantly. Everyone was an immortal and began to only cultivate true chi. Gradually, the god of the sun, Asa, became a symbol of power and justice. In another year, sun god Asa floated on the surface of the sun and gained enlightenment. Our bodies are in the form of energy. When I shuttled through the energy channels, my entire body was mixed with energy particles. I discovered a certain special form, and I wandered around and cultivated very quickly. Perhaps I can enter the expanded channel of energy elements for a long time and train. He had once again created the elemental cultivation method and the civilization of his race. He had completely walked his own path. However, my body is too huge. To become a god, I might have to polish myself for more than 2,000 years before I can complete it. By then, things will remain the same, but people will have changed. Another 10 years passed. In the Sun Court. In front of the sun, a group of people paid their respects to a huge sacred palace floating in the universe. Yuan Qinghua looked at Ji Shang, Li Li, and the others and muttered to herself, "Immortal bloodline, vampire, zombie. Why does it feel so strange? It looks familiar." The other party had hidden himself very well, and this was the first time he had seen him. However, he had heard about it for a long time and had even studied some low-level structures of the blood clan. They were very similar to cancer cells and were very strange. They were similar to the blood vessels of earthlings, which made him very confused. However, he still silently looked at the sun in the distant sky and sighed. This is too exaggerated. Although I didn't expect this civilization to use their size to suppress the small, now that I think about it, it's almost inevitable in history. Because they're not stupid. Why would they let an ant like you break through to mess with me? When he had the upper hand, he would definitely crush and suppress him. This was the inevitable course of history. However, just the era of the celestial thearch was already so exaggerated. A super-developed civilization that ran through the entire solar system even built a palace in front of the sun. These sun god race people are still swimming in the sun, he mumbled to himself. At first, he felt that he was about to break through and become a god when he was 200 or 300 years old in this life. However, he was suppressed and could only follow the path of the Supreme Saint and cultivate his combat power. He turned his head and struck up a conversation with the person beside him. "I've long heard of this ancient zombie emperor, Ji Shang, the emperor of the ages. Are you also here to participate in this river system meeting that only happens once every few decades?" The other party had been hiding very well all these years, even though the blood-sucking eternal clan had already publicly cultivated it. "Not everyone can come," Yuan Qinghua said curiously. "There must be a good proposal." "My proposal is to expand the field of the universe and use the light ray sundering weapon to reach all the worlds. We can build a god's kingdom that never sets. Wherever the sun goes, there will be a land that is bathed in sunlight. And you? Could it be immortality? Perhaps it's some sort of special use." Ji Shang glanced at him and did not give him a good look. He scolded, "Embarrass your mother." Hearing this, Yuan Qinghua was dumbfounded, and her mind went blank. Who was the zombie ancestor on this planet? "Little brother Xing, are you a Cantonese dude?" Yuan Qinghua shouted in excitement. Chapter 787. A group of lunatics. Guangdong zombie? Yuan Qinghua had goosebumps all over. Who would have thought that this Ji Shang was a transmigrator from Guangdong? They had already guessed that many ancient people had ascended. There had been many mysterious ancient people in the 5,000 years of the Middle Tang dynasty, Song dynasty, Ming dynasty, such as Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva. At that time, he was already fluent in Cantonese in the hell of Avicenarika. They did not expect to meet a real living ancient person here. Brother Sing, I'm Fu Zhen. Guangdong guys love to eat me the most. Yuan King Hua spoke in broken Cantonese with a serious face. Ji Shang was dumbfounded. He showed a caring and pitiful look, as if he was looking at a fool. He took the lead and turned around to leave with Li Li, stepping into the sun god's temple. Looking at the back, Yuan King Hua muttered, "It's different from the taste of the modern world. There's no reaction at all. He should really be a Cantonese man who traveled through time from ancient times?" He thought about it carefully and was terrified. He quickly took a screenshot and posted it on the internet. Shock! Ji Shang was an ancient time traveler? One mouthful and it's full of the taste of your hometown. After he finished posting, he did not even bother to look at the post. He immediately ran forward and entered the Golden Palace. "Brother Sing, wait for me!" he shouted. On the internet, a new storm was brewing, and they broke apart in an instant. What the heck? Shock! Stonehammer Traveler. Maybe it's because my body transmigrated with our cancer cells. No, it's our clan's incomplete extraordinary immortal bloodline, the zombie bloodline, that transmigrated to another world, and that's how zombies appeared in that world. The ancestral zombie is actually an earthling. Speaking of which, in Guangdong, there have been stories of zombies appearing since ancient times. Maybe a zombie was sleeping in the Guangdong cemetery, where the spiritual energy was thin, and crossed into another world by chance? Confirmed. The entire forum was in a state of extreme tension and panic. Now that he thought about it, he suddenly felt that it was incredible. It was simply terrifying. The bloodline of a zombie. If they were really earthlings, then they would have to go through the third system. Buddhism, Daoism, and zombies. The immortal blood of the zombies, in essence, was equivalent to eternal cancer cells? Zombies were afraid of Buddha, just like how cancer cells were afraid of radiation. The hospital's radiation therapy. Silence. Silence. It was as calm as death. His worldview had completely collapsed. They hadn't thought of it before, but they should have thought of it long ago. After all, if it was related to the ancient zombies, it could easily be linked to eternal life. The symptoms were exactly the same as the zombies. The racer of Mount Harana, as the big boss of the review, posted again, "Everyone, this is another step for human beings to understand the ancient civilization. We can already imagine the prosperity of the ancient civilization. What was the ancient times like? Please follow my words and imagine a scene. The atmosphere of a planet is filled with people of the sunrise realm. The earth is a blessed land with countless cultivators. There are also the three great Huaxia systems of Buddhism, Daoism, and stiffness competing with each other. It's a vast legendary golden age." Everyone had a look of longing on their faces as they imagined the legendary grand occasion. They felt that it would be an unprecedented super prosperous civilization, and one after another, outstanding talents would appear out of nowhere. The various sects fought for power, the heavenly paradises, and the cultivators' greed destroyed the entire planet's atmosphere and environment. Thus, a war broke out, and Gong Gong angered the Buzhu Celestial Mountain. What was this Buzhu Mountain? According to the myth, Mount Buzhu was the only way from the human realm to the heaven realm. Then, do you understand what I didn't before? Mount Buzhu is the only way to heaven. It's like another application of the sundering mirror in front of me. It expands the range of the laser and forms an elemental channel. Mount Buzhu is the giant light elemental passage of this planet. This ancient Gong Gong probably crashed into the largest elemental passage, the largest sun mirror. It really was so. Everyone took a deep breath. Before, they couldn't explain what happened to Gong Gong. It was only until they saw another use of the sun mirror in front of them, which could act as an elemental bridge and elemental channel, that they realized this. He looked at the historical records. Gong Gong and Swan Ni fought for the throne. In their anger, they touched the mountain of Buzhu, broke the pillar of heaven, and destroyed the earth. Therefore, the sky tilted to the northwest, and the sun, moon, stars, and stars died. The land is not in the southeast, so the rivers return. Isn't this the legendary apocalypse of the planet's ozone layer hole? Sure enough, knowledge was the power of all things. The racer of Mount Harana continued to ask, then, what happened after Gong Gong crashed into the largest sun mirror? Nuwa mending the heavens. This word appeared in everyone's mind and they got goosebumps. Fear appeared in his mind, and it was still fear. The racer of Mount Harana, since you're saying that Nuwa is mending the sky, I'll share my guess. What is Nuwa mending the sky? I personally think that the multicolored stone is a material, and the main material is a super great demon that cultivates vital energy. It might be as big as a giant octopus, and after it's killed, the vital energy in its body can be used to repair the atmosphere. Hiss. Nourishing the heavens with true chi. Filling up the ozone hole. Was that even possible? Did the ancient cultivators who cultivated true chi really have the ability to supplement a planet's atmosphere? Many people were shocked and felt that it was impossible. They began to feel that the racer of Mount Harana was just spouting nonsense, and many of them did not believe him. However, in the next second, the racer of Mount Harana gave him a tight slap in the face. What is ozone? As everyone knew, O3. What was the internal circulation of true chi? O2, oxygen, and CO2, carbon dioxide, these two could completely become ozone. What was the five-colored stone? This is the catalyst for ozone generating chemical reactions. It was reasonable. With this, no one could refute. Now that he thought about it, the oxygen in the turtle and the colorful stone catalyst were the materials to repair the ozone layer. Perhaps that was the case, it was a perfect match. That was not all. The car on Mount Akina continued to speed on without stopping. What about the other stories? For example, when the descendants shot the suns, the 9 suns would be in the sky and burn the earth. Were they really 9 suns? Perhaps it was similar to the Second World War on this planet, the meteorological weapon war, the sun-bearing mythical weapon. The round mirror was like the golden sun, so the 9 suns were in the sky. Wasn't that reasonable? It was even more reasonable for it to burn the earth. That's why when the descendants shoot the sun, they shoot down the 9 divine mirrors in the sky. Everyone's mind went completely blank. Is this guy really not fooling us? Was it an ancient historical deduction with reason and evidence? The racer of Mount Harana, as for the other myths and legends, they all seem to be explainable. There's something about Chong E flying to the moon, riding on the moonlight to ascend. What was the actual scene? One could imagine. Then, he looked at the daughter of the sun god, Jingui filling the sea, Quafu chasing the sun. You guys just have to think about it carefully. Who? Everyone was panting heavily, and their brains were buzzing as if they had exploded. Every myth could be thought through carefully, and there was so much content to be derived from it. At this moment, it was as if a perfect mythical Huaxia painting was laid out in front of him. The mountains, rivers, sun, and moon were magnificent. Their super-universe mythical civilization, their use of meteorological weapons, and the traces they left on the planet. The racer of Mount Harana, as for the mending of the heavens, when did it happen? It's still a historical mystery. I personally think it was 13,000 years ago, which is the legendary prehistoric flood. At that time, there was a flood, and Nuwa was mending the sky. As for the prehistoric flood? I personally believe it exists. At that time, the ancient tribal civilizations of all continents had records of this period of 10,000 years ago. The Sumerian civilization, the Aztec civilization, the Mayan civilization, the Huaxia civilization, and more than 600 legends all over the world were scattered all over the world. Do you think that the ancient history of all the continents coincidentally records the Great Flood? It definitely happened. The crowd nodded, and chicks pecked at the rice. The prehistoric mythological civilization. After the Great Apocalypse and the repair of the entire planet, the ancient people felt that they couldn't continue like this, so they ascended. The legend of history had been completely revealed. The racer of Mount Harana, don't worry, everyone. Regarding the flood, there's another one. If the flood that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs really happened during that period, the ancient civilization of mankind had already existed during the era of the dinosaurs. During the Great War, Nuwa patched up the sky and all life was lost. That was how the dinosaurs went extinct. Everyone's expression immediately turned solemn. They felt that this was a very mysterious and ancient guess. After all, the ancient mythological civilization had already been confirmed to have existed. It was very difficult to find out when it existed on Earth. You guys are crazy. At that moment, Su Ji was observing them in secret. Seeing that they were in high spirits, his face darkened. What are they discussing? Weren't they studying transmigrators at the beginning? You've suddenly deviated to this extent, and you still look so excited. So that's how it is. Chapter 788. Solar System Conference. A bunch of lunatics. The racer of Mount Harana had a strange charisma that could always lead people in certain directions. However, the civilization has indeed developed to a new height. Su Ji's expression changed slightly as he sat in his chair. He looked at the proposal that Yuan Qinghua was about to put forward and was very surprised. This civilization is about to develop its own characteristics. Is this a civilization of light? The legend of the sun never sets? Wherever the light goes, it will be our country. Everything will begin to build the extraordinary on the sun's rays. Even their extraordinary system will develop into another kind of radioactive light system. What was the sun? It was a massive energy source that was almost eternal and limitless. Using the sun as an endless power furnace to build a civilization in the light river system was the great advantage of elemental creatures. They had brought this aspect of application and extraordinary system to the extreme. After all, a ninth-order monster was insignificant in front of such a huge planet. Su Ji even felt that a 10th-order monster was a drop in the ocean in front of the sun. In the face of nature, any extraordinary individual was insignificant. How could the energy contained in a normal living being be comparable to that of a celestial body? Level 9, perhaps they can ignore the heat of the sun's core by distorting the laws. Maybe a level 10 can use a special chain reaction to detonate a sun and destroy a galaxy. The power of the explosion might not even affect the body, but the energy contained in it is definitely far less than that of the sunday. Su Ji muttered to himself, this is the power of intelligent life. The sun, the planet, the black hole. No matter how powerful they were still inanimate objects. Powerful inanimate objects can be used by people to form a celestial weapon. However, level 10 was still too far away for him. He laughed and said, level 10. I don't know what kind of great existence he is at all. I'm comparing him with his power. I'm the one who is ridiculous and insignificant. On the path of civilization's deduction, Su Ji was only at the 9th level. At this moment, in the Golden Sun Temple, an illusory golden shadow stood on the throne. It was Sun God Asa's avatar. His massive main body naturally couldn't be contained in this palace. Everyone, please state your specific proposal. Sun God Asa said. As the unified mythological kingdom of the solar system, he had unparalleled authority. This was the era of the Sun Emperor, and no one could deny this. It was a powerful overlord. Zhu's sovereign of planets, Ji Shang, you said that you can let this deity quickly cultivate to God? Sun God Asa's majestic voice came from above. In the distance, Yuan Qinghua was slightly shocked. To allow such a huge life form to quickly cross the accumulation of time and cultivate to the level of God? Could it be that this was the cultivation method of the ancient zombies? Yuan Qinghua's eyes were burning. Ji Shang smiled. This is the advantage of eternal bloodline. We discovered a way to consume lifespan and speed up life in exchange for cultivation speed. Oh! Sun God Asa was very interested. This method is to speed up the advancement of a large portion of one's lifespan, Ji Shang said. It's a demonic technique that burns one's life. It requires one to be immersed in an endless source of energy. At the same time, one will rapidly age. The Sun God, Asa, raised his eyebrows. At the cost of losing one's lifespan, this is something most life forms are unwilling to see. But you're different. You don't need to pay a price, and you just need to sleep like crazy? What's the specific efficiency? For now, it's a primitive technique. Under the state of burning lifespan, the efficiency is 4 times higher. Ji Shang replied. Only 4 times? Asa frowned. Ordinary races could not afford it at all. After all, they aged very quickly and were walking towards death. To them, the cost-performance ratio was countless times higher if they cultivated step by step. But the race in front of him was different. 4 times, that was equivalent to spending 2,000 years of cultivation time. Now, he only needed 500 years to become a god. However, this 500-year period would accelerate one's lifespan as the price. One would enter the boundary of slumber and awakening crazily, and there would be no resistance to the outside world. Unless he found his own Deo protector. Asa frowned again. However, he didn't need a Deo protector. To the sun god race, the safest place was the depths of the sun. Almost no one could find it when they were in seclusion. After all, it was a vast area that was more than 1,000,000 times larger than Earth. How could they find his sleeping place in the endless ocean of energy? Looking for a needle in a haystack. I see. You want me to sleep for 500 years. Sun God Asa smiled. He knew that Ji Shang was very smart and that this was an open scheme. After all, any of their conspiracies would be seen through by him. But isn't the bloodline incompatible? Asa asked. Yes, bloodline can't tolerate it, fear of radiation, light source. However, that's only limited to those below the Heavenly Emperor level. Once one breaks through the Heavenly Emperor level and completely fuses with the bloodline, their entire body will transform into complete immortal cells and they won't be afraid of being burned by the flames. They can be called Hanba or Flying Yaksha, Ji Shang said with a smile. Hwalala. A ray of radiation rose from his hand. It was obvious that the radiation bloodline had been reintegrated into it. Oh! Asa's face was full of interest, a complete zombie Hanba without any flaws? You're just a zombie, yet you've mastered the power of the sun. It's not that there's no flaw, but it's been replaced by an even greater flaw. Ji Shang shook his head, and the flame in his hand was extinguished. After the body is complete, you will need to sleep through and through. This is an even more terrifying flaw. You are very honest. Asa laughed. The eternal bloodline is the general trend. Sooner or later, it will spread throughout the entire galaxy. Therefore, I hope that you, as the high and mighty sun god, the absolutely fair scale of civilization, can push for this bloodline transformation. Ji Shang continued, zombies. They're known to suck human blood to cultivate. They seem to be evil. That was the reason why the blessed and heavenly lands were occupied by the Joseon Empire. We can raise livestock in the paradisiacal land, the livestock can cultivate, and we can drink their blood to cultivate. Yuan King Hua was shocked. This was a groundbreaking cultivation idea. In the past, the paradisiacal lands were used for humans to cultivate by themselves. Now, some livestock could cultivate, and humans would regularly use their blood essence to cultivate. After all, humans needed to eat meat and food. After becoming a zombie, it mainly became a blood-drinking zombie. It was even more of a non-killing category. If he drank blood regularly. How do you plan to solve the problem of the eternal vampire dynasty? Asa said. Dao protectors, form a group of 2. Ji Shang said, of course, they can choose the method they think is right. No one knows what the future of the era will turn into. The wisdom of all living beings is something I can't even think of, however, many people don't care about the disadvantages and want to overcome them. Asa nodded. He knew that Ji Shang was an honest and extremely intelligent emperor. If he was in his position, he would be another Asa, sitting on the throne. He was able to rule the entire river system, not because his intelligence surpassed his opponents, but because his race had the absolute advantage at this stage. The winner was king and the loser was vilified, that was all. Most of the time, wisdom was only a small factor that affected success or failure. Ji Shang laughed. At the same time, not only can our race burn our life force to speed up our cultivation, but we can also burn our life force to pry open the genetic lock and carry out special combat form attacks. In this race, the burning of lifespan can be used in all sorts of ways. Asa muttered. Such a change was indeed not bad. I will consider it. Asa looked at Yuan King Hua. Your suggestion? Yuan King Hua took a deep breath. My suggestion is very simple. Since the light beam can shine on the entire solar system, can it shine on the entire universe? We can shoot light beams out of the universe and climb up along the light beams. It's as if you are in a light tunnel spaceship, and your undying true spirit will explore every corner of the universe. Asa's expression changed slightly. He had never thought that this special ancient creature would be so bold and imaginative. It was so bizarre that it was terrifying. My plan is the civilization of the Mother Sun Stream. The Mother Sun Stream gushes in the universe, surging towards the entire space-time universe. Along this Mother Stream, countless low-leveled planet civilizations, ancient warlocks, sorcerer civilizations, arcane civilizations. They will all be ruled by your authority. Chapter 789. Terrifying idea, Universe True Spirit Original Tree. Can you be more specific? The giant sun god, Asa, was like an ancient Norse statue, handsome and majestic. His first reaction was fear. They were terrified of such a huge and terrifying idea. After that, it was excitement. He clearly knew that the Mother Stream system was a terrifying concept. The concept of a space civilization. How audacious! If he could succeed, then the entire solar system would just be a small wave in the future of the universe's mother stream. Elemental spirits did not need wars, but that did not mean that they did not need more powerful resources and a stronger combat system. In fact, it was precisely because they were pure and simple elemental creatures that they had a stronger desire to pursue the Dao and a deeper truth of the universe than ordinary creatures. In front of him was an extremely exaggerated path to the ultimate civilization. The principle is simple. I'll first talk about the fundamental principle of the mother stream. Yuan King Hua said, "Let's build a sun-descending realm and shoot it into the void of the vast universe. This large and vast light beam will form a huge elemental channel and form a so-called mother stream. It will pass through the endless galaxy, countless planets, and the endless universe." The Silk Road. At the side, it was Li Li's turn to be shocked. That was his first reaction. These idiots really knew how to cause trouble. You can even think of such a bold idea? It could directly create a cosmic ray, a cosmic bridge, and penetrate through the endless universe's void space. All the planets along the way would be its territory. The empire of the sun never sets. Where the sun is the country. Since it's the mother stream, it should have a child stream and a branch stream. Then, where did the tributary come from? This river of light isn't the only one. Sun God Asa asked. The specific method is as follows. Yuan King Hua had obviously come prepared to attend this meeting of the solar system. He spread out a huge picture in his palm. It was a flourishing and lush giant energy tree. In the drawing, their entire solar system was actually just the base of this giant universe tree. At the center of the base of the tree was the sun in front of him, and the sun was shooting a huge beam of light straight into the sky. This pillar of light formed the mother stream. It was the main trunk of this giant tree, and the giant tree began to emit light after being shot a certain distance. Endless pillars of light appeared, connecting to the planets that passed by. From the entire star chart. It was like a vast light-year giant tree with many branches and leaves. At the end of the branches, there were countless beautiful planets. This vast and magnificent scene of the universe tree shocked everyone present. She was too beautiful, simply unimaginably beautiful. In Li Li's eyes, it was as if there was a huge silver tree that pierced through the sky in the vast galaxy. It was glittering and vigorous like a dragon, swaying its hazy branches with stars and brilliant fruits at the end. Li Li was completely dumbfounded. Universe World Tree. Using the solar system in front of them as the base of the flower pot, the tree trunk was launched. And then spread to the endless void? Using the sunshiny beam to split the leaves and connect the huge planets to create an eternal Silk Road. His skull cracked open, and he felt his mind go blank. These people were poisonous. It was simply indescribable. This was more than just audacious. They must have had the guts to pierce through the entire universe, use a big tree to pierce through the butt of the god of creation, and even stir it crazily to come up with such an unbelievable civilization plan. Li Li shouted in his heart. Embarrass your mother, someone quickly come and stop them. However, he had to admit that this light particle civilization, the Sun River System civilization, had the most exaggerated and powerful development path, almost reaching the ultimate. Our sundering light civilization can indeed reach its maximum potential this way. Yuan King Hua spoke with fervor and assurance, with a serious and scientific attitude. You have to know, what is the greatest advantage of being an elemental creature? The advantage was that it could be carried in the light tunnel and follow the network lines to the other side, but the body would remain here. Therefore, he followed the world tree and descended. They will never die, and when their true souls die, they will be resurrected at the source of the mother stream. At this moment, the extremely calm Ji Shang's expression also began to change drastically. Asa was also shocked. No matter how intelligent he was still a native. He was limited by the thoughts of this transcendent world that had just sprouted and was still in its infancy. He was limited by the thoughts of the celestial thearch. His expression changed several times. He stood up and paced back and forth in front of the throne. It was indeed a good plan. Yes, it was. They were elemental energy life forms, and their true form was a huge physical heart. The entire creature looked like fire energy, so it could naturally descend along with the light beam. It did not matter if the true spirit died. As long as the main body did not die, the true soul could be reborn at the source of the mother stream. The solar system in front of them was the root territory of the world tree. The entire solar system was the source of the mother stream. And what did this mean? They didn't have to worry about safety or fear death. They could ride light beams and explore the universe to their heart's content. Their true spirits could descend on every land and expand their territory. The Mother Stream Civilization. Asa suddenly laughed. Good. It was simply amazing. In that case, the solar system disk under this tree will be called the Space Courtyard. But it won't bring about war. Instead, it will contain war, bring hope and transcendence to them, and open up territory for more people to live in. After Asa laughed, he calmed down and said, however, you should know that the speed of light is the fastest speed in the entire universe. Even though the elemental channels we have built are enough for the entire solar system. However, it's still a long time to travel through the entire universe. Yes, light is the fastest speed in the universe, but this speed is extremely slow compared to the entire universe. At present, I know of only 2 ways to cross the speed of light. Yuan Qinghua answered. Those 2? Asa asked curiously. First, it's the space jump and teleportation that only level 8 gods can master. Second, it's the twisting law of the universe that only level 9 life forms can master. Yuan Qinghua said. Asa frowned. This was a great divine power that only higher level transcendent universe great life forms could master. It was still too far away. You mean, this is a plan for me after I break through to God? Asa asked. That's not the case. Yuan Qinghua said seriously, even if we can't break through to the 9th level, we still have the knowledge of the ancient 9th level great life forms. Knowledge of a rank 9 being? Asa's face was burning. Yes, I am. Yuan Qinghua said indifferently, without reaching the 9th grade qualitative change, enough life can also form a quantitative change. Building a world-class project can distort the laws, although it is relatively bloated. Look at this universe tree blueprint of mine. Our solar system, as the base of the cosmic tree, is there any difference? Asa looked at the blueprint again. The entire solar system seemed to be filled with dense and complex beams of light, forming a special array pattern. Yuan Qinghua said, look, this is a special array pattern. It can be called the incense dragon vein array. It uses the entire huge solar system as the incense array. It is enough to distort the natural laws of a certain place. And what we have to distort is here, the center of the sun. He pointed at the huge sun mirror above the sun. We will use the incense of the entire galaxy to distort this sun mirror and turn it into a divine artifact that will lay the foundation of our civilization's laws. We will let the light it gathers break the upper limit of light speed, surpass light speed, and shoot it into the universe. This was a great and bold civilization construction plan. Asa praised, still listening quietly. This sun advent mirror will be the true origin of the mother stream, the sapling of the mother stream. It will shoot out the mother stream and carry the divine weapon of our civilization's race's destiny. Yuan Qinghua laughed. In fact, they were not against the rule of elemental creatures. After all, without sun god Asa, the civilization in this galaxy would have to experience more bloody massacres, endless wars between planets, and countless killings before they could be unified. Just as Asa had said, the killing now was to prevent more killing in the future. And this kind, just, and smart emperor of a transcendent dynasty was naturally trustworthy. He was even the best ruler. He was impartial and made every planet civilization under his command feel at ease. After all, the races of flesh and blood had their own selfish motives. At the same time, this mother stream mirror's distorted laws will not only allow us to pass through the upper limit of the light beam, it will also distort the laws and block the exploration of other rank 9s, preventing them from finding the source of our mother stream. After all, this is our home, the true vital point. Yuan Qinghua said. This array can actually shield tier 9? Asa was shocked. It should be able to block it. The amount of change is also very exaggerated. The billions of lives in a river system should be able to resist the exploration of an ordinary rank 9. However, if the other party is stronger, then, Yuan Qinghua took a deep breath. He hadn't tested it before, but with the incense of a river gathering, there was a high probability that ordinary 9th grade beasts couldn't be found. But what about a more exaggerated or stronger one? There was probably no other way. However, this race's god tool of providence will become stronger and stronger as the average level of our people becomes stronger. The stronger our people are, the harder it will be for the other party to explore their level 9. Even if a god or even level 9 appears in our civilization, the other party won't be able to find them at all if they're at the same level. This plan is very feasible, Yuan Qinghua said. It's indeed complete and feasible. ASA thought about it carefully. Then, how many sun mirrors do we need to build for the entire solar system array to reflect? 711 in the major realm and more than 17,800 in the minor realm. The number of Yuan Qinghua flowers exploded to a terrifying number. This was a huge project of the galaxy. At the same time, we still need to select some professionals to build this light array and do field work and research. A conservative estimate would be that it would take at least 300 years to build this Joss flame formation, even if all the great civilizations were to use all their power. 300 years. ASA took a deep breath. What about the mother stream mirror in the core? The Joss flame spell formation would gather the Joss flames in the mother stream mirror in the center, turning the mirror into a divine artifact of laws. It could distort laws and shoot out the main branch of the mother stream, surpassing the speed of light. The mother stream level core can be built at the same time. Yuan Qinghua thought for a moment. However, this is the core magical artifact. The source of the mother stream needs more exclusive rights and modifications. It needs to be researched and broken through by all the moon dominators of the entire civilization. Chapter 790. ASA was still listening. The mother stream system was indeed the core system of the elemental life forms. However, the vast mother stream that ran through the entire universe and connected countless galaxies were only the ultimate form of civilization. Even now, they had completed the Joss flame light array of the entire solar system and the divine weapon of their race, the mother stream mirror, which was able to shoot light beams across the entire void space. However, it was still a small green sapling that had just sprouted. This tree was growing very, very slowly. One had to know that the speed of light. For the universe, it was still too small and slow. The galaxies in the universe were often measured in thousands of light years. And what was light years? The light flew in a straight line for a year's distance. Even if the law of distortion grew faster than light, it would still take countless light years to grow from a seedling to a sapling. They arrived at another solar system. Voila! Yuan Qinghua showed him another map and pointed in a direction. A great tree of the universe that grows outwards in units of light years. Its tree age grows with time. As light, it was naturally much slower than a direct space jump, but it was an eternal bridge that connected countless tributaries. This is an unimaginably stable and low-cost channel for space jumps. It's a very grand idea. ASA couldn't help but show his infatuation for this beautiful giant universe tree. It grew at a speed faster than light, constantly sprouting and growing. It was an ancient tree of miracles in the universe that many transcendent life forms could not even imagine. A vast and magnificent legendary miracle. In the future, this giant tree of the universe would sooner or later produce various universal civilizations with it as a node. It would form a true extraordinary system of the mother stream universe, and countless civilizations would treat it as their own mother. That was the true size. Very good. I'll allow this project. At the same time, ASA said, Ji Shang, I've also allowed your immortality system to be popularized. As the source of the mother stream, you will cooperate with the eternal true souls and the great moon occupiers to study and protect the tree of the universe's mother stream. It will be a wonderful and perfect chemical reaction. After a moment of discussion, both major decisions were approved. Both sides had completely retreated, leaving only Sun God Asa on his throne, resting with his eyes closed. An eternal bloodline. According to their speculations, this ancient, great, and supreme bloodline came from the only incarnation of truth in the universe, the God of creation. Some of their races obtained this gene, but they lost the perfect characteristic and became incomplete. They could only wake up for half the time and sleep for the other half. And this is only because the blood of that race is rich. If other races were to receive this bloodline from this eternal race, their blood concentration would decrease and their sleep time would be extended. Therefore, they were classified as first and second generation blood breeds respectively. For every level, the sleeping time will be increased by 1 level. The first generation was 5 to 5. The second generation was 4 to 6. The fifth generation was 1 to 9. At the end are the last fifth generation bloodlings. They're actually sleeping for 90% of the time and waking up for 10% of the time. What was the use of such immortality? It has such a huge flaw that it can be killed at any time. Asa took a deep breath. What he got was the sleeping time of the second generation vampires, 4 to 6. However, it was already the highest bloodline. Ji Shang did not hide it from him. Ji Shang himself was also a second generation bloodling, the true first generation, the source of pure blood for the entire planet of 9 regions. In fact, it was the young man beside him, Li, who was the true ancestor of zombies. He was not a simple character. However, there were not many of such first-generation true ancestors who could create second-generation descendants. They had to pay a huge price and hurt their cultivation. The stronger they were, the more they were unwilling to spread their bloodline for no reason and give it to unrelated people. In the end, it will definitely lead to one result. The eternal bloodline is constantly being diluted. People were crazily pursuing higher bloodlines, but with the higher bloodlines of the older generation, they were constantly killed, fell into deep sleep, and died in various accidents. Their bloodline could not be continued, and their pure blood was inevitably diluted. Unless they could find the mysterious planet of the first generation. The home of the true patriarch of the blood race, the mysterious planet of origin, is the huge pure blood treasure. Of course, if there's a strong expert, he might be able to study his own bloodline, and he might be able to get close to pure blood later on. It's 5 to 5, but that would definitely take countless years. It's really difficult to study the bloodline in this area. After pondering for a while, he decided to fuse it with the genetic medicine that he had left beside him. Inform the leaders of the major elements that for the future of our race, I am about to fall into a deep sleep. Tell them to maintain the rule of my deep sleep. You're not allowed to become a god, and you're not allowed to interfere with any other civilizations, wars, or developments. Yes. A deep male voice came from the shadow. Another 100 years passed. Asa fell into a deep sleep, while the powerful elemental beasts continued to follow his words and maintain the order of the world in the universe bridges of the major planets. At the same time, the star chart of Sun was officially built. The heavenly emperors had no hope of becoming gods and began to climb to the great saint realm. Furthermore, they began to fight for the blood of immortality. However, in the end, most of them were third and fourth generation pure bloods. The long period of slumber had caused them to form their own groups and alliances, becoming each other's Deo protectors. Many people relied on each other in life and death. During this period, the difference in the bloodline of the immortal became more and more obvious. The lower one's bloodline level was, the shorter one's time of awakening would be. This would result in one's cultivation speed to be slower than others. In the long run, the gap would be unimaginable. At the same time, the cultivation method of burning life was completely developed. When he woke up, he would burn his life to speed up his cultivation in order to obtain a higher cultivation base. Then, with this acceleration, he would naturally fall into a deep sleep soon. Through frequent and rapid dormancy, one could rapidly increase their cultivation. However, this method obviously had a fatal weakness: it was impossible to guard against external malice, which was very important to the ability of a Deo protector. The era. The era will determine the fate of the strong. On this day, Ji Shang once again ascended to the throne of the supreme sovereign of the 9 prefectures, becoming the great saint with the most exaggerated battle prowess, and re-established the great Shang Empire. The times determine who is the overlord. The times create heroes. In the ancient sun god era, they were the protagonists of the world. Their huge bodies ruled the galaxy and were invincible among those of the same level. They were destined to rule the world. During the era of the vampire dynasty, the sun god, Asa, was in a deep sleep. I was the one with the highest bloodline. I started cultivating the vampire bloodline, and all of you were forced to enter my era. This is my era. The great Shang dynasty swept across the entire central prefecture, and Ji Shang quickly became the emperor of the central prefecture. His descendant, Ji Wuxiang, was forced into the palace and could only submit to the dynasty. This was the general trend. He could no longer resist and became a vassal king, sent to the border to retire. After that, Ji Shang fought against a country by himself, and swept across the 9 prefectures and 8 countries by himself. Even after countless experts from various kingdoms worked together, they were still not a match for them. In the end, even when they used the sun mirror, they were completely unable to hit them, and a kingdom was quickly destroyed. One man against a country. This exaggerated combat strength is hard to imagine. Only the huge body of Asa could cause such pressure. No, according to the ancient divine beasts, this kind of combat strength is close to the great saint realm. It's also because we cut off our own cultivation system so that he could take advantage of us. We both cultivate in Buddhism and Daoism, but in order to cultivate our zombie bloodline, we cut off our own Buddhist cultivation system. Only when the zombie lineage reaches the heavenly emperor level can it be reintegrated. However, it's precisely by cutting half of one's cultivation that one can only lose with the combat strength of Dao cultivator. The tribes of the continents were all shocked. The ancient Ji Shang had recovered and ruled over the world. He was already unstoppable and was even about to claim the title of emperor on this planet. It was a terrifying scheme. It was an open scheme against Asa. It was also an open scheme against them. However, they had no choice but to fall into the trap and step into the new era he had created. All those years ago, the Ji Shang from the Middle States immemorial era, the legendary emperor, has finally come. This is a terrifying man. He's been hiding in the dark all this time and didn't make a sound. He only made a move today and it's already earth-shaking. In the Sun God's era, the formation of this overlord was a result of fate, and the times created heroes. Then in his blood-sucking dynasty, he was the hero who created the times. He plotted to put Asa to sleep and dragged the entire galaxy into his blood-sucking era. He is the king of this new era. It was another year. Ji Shang pushed the moon. All of the dwarves on planet U were shocked. Why? It was like the unification of the giant elemental race, and then the unification of the giant race. Isn't there a moon people era for us? It's like the race with the largest body size ruling, and then the race with the second largest body size ruling. There's no time for us. No. Our potential is actually stronger than theirs, but we have been suppressed. Our race should have been the fastest to break through to the God realm, but we have been suppressed. It makes us too weak in the same realm. Our advantage doesn't lie in this. Many of the elders were crying. Their king was also a mighty lord of a generation. His intelligence and wisdom were not inferior to the kings of the two clans, Asa and Ji Shang, but he did not make a sound. In fact, the other clans did not even know the name of their king. This was a huge humiliation. In the end, they were still being ruled. An unrivaled great emperor of that time had completely dominated the entire river system. It was known in history as House Hang. Ji Shang ascended to the emperor's throne, and King Li sat next. The two of them looked down and announced at the same time, Moon God Ji's statues were all over the planet. This was in preparation for the solar system array diagram that was about to be completed and the huge amount of incense and faith. After all, with incense, one had to believe in it in order to gather the power of will. But who should they believe in? Naturally, it was Moon God Ji. At the same time, the entire universe tree was also known as the Moon Tree. This tree-shaped symbol was a perfect fit for their lunar robes and the symbol of the Great Shang Empire. Ping City. Statues of Moon God Ji stood in the square. Moon God Ji was a mysterious and dignified young man, and behind him was a beautiful and knowledgeable moon maid. Although the river system of Joss Flames was still under construction, it had already started to worship and was forming a habit in advance. In a manner. A white-haired old man was drinking tea, followed by an old lady who was serving tea and water. "Brother, are you drinking tea again?" Outside the courtyard, a beautiful middle-aged woman stopped her motorcycle and took off her helmet. "Yup." Su Ji listened to his neighbor's greetings, which had been going on for decades, and responded with a smile, "Are you going to practice and run long distances again?" The student from back then had become a middle-aged man. "That's right. Only by cultivating seriously can one become a strong person." The middle-aged woman's voice gradually became lower, as if she was out of breath. Su Ji laughed and said, "Are you still thinking of a way to get a third-generation bloodline? It's not easy being a commoner." "Yes, I am." She took a deep breath, put on her helmet, and rode away on her motorcycle. The vampiric race prevailed, while Buddhist cultivators naturally declined. Even though they had reached the 7th stage Hanba realm and could ignore Buddhist cultivation, or even cultivate in both, how many 7th stage heavenly emperors were there? Buddhist cultivators were still the nemesis of the ordinary zombie race. The entire race did not cultivate and were incompatible, so they naturally declined. At the same time, as ordinary civilians, they were originally Buddhist geniuses who were recommended by universities. Now that the times had changed, it was natural that they would decline. Even if they wanted to change their cultivation, they could not find anyone to sponsor high-level pure-blood zombies. This is the tide of the vast era. It has benefited a group of people, but also changed the fate of a group of people, making them hide in the abyss. Su Ji continued to drink his tea calmly. "Before I deduced this civilization's sandbox, I didn't expect it. I naively thought that the ants had an absolute advantage, but I didn't expect it to develop like this. However, if you think about it carefully, it's inevitable. Potential doesn't mean that one can rule the era. There are various factors. What is fate? This is fate. Su Ji looked at the young housekeeper next to him and smiled faintly. Just like you, who are about to be affected by fate, you've followed me for many years. Now, you're with me, worshipped by all living beings. When one person achieves the Dao, his chickens and dogs will rise to the heavens. Chapter 791. The Miracle, Descend. Incense was a terrifyingly huge gain for almost all experts. Although most of the Joss flames were used on the divine artifact of laws, the Mother Stream Mirror, which was a universal law that could distort the speed of light, some of them would still be gathered on him and the housekeeper. This was the Joss flame of a solar system. It was so huge that there was no need to describe it. It's just that incense is the source of energy that other people dream of. It's a stable channel for those gods to desire to become a god. For me, it doesn't matter. Su Ji's eyes were calm. This was because incense was energy, and energy naturally had to be used for cultivation. And he was too lazy to spend this time on cultivation. This was because there was a better option. The energy that the Zergs gave back after they died did not need to be converted. They could be absorbed directly. So up to this day, Su Ji had not even had a single formal practice or the process of accumulating energy for conversion. Now that the energy was delivered to him, he was just going to let him practice. He still didn't have any thoughts. Su Ji shook his head lightly, his eyes full of a matter-of-fact look. I don't need my incense offerings. I can even give them to this young housekeeper. This young housekeeper was originally just a mechanical housekeeping AI, but the incense was condensed on her body. When the river system incense formation was completed, she should be able to gain wisdom and have her own consciousness. Regarding this, he felt that it was natural. So be it if she was enlightened. It was naturally a good thing to have the possibility of becoming an expert. At most, he could create another AI butler and put him in the orchard to do housework. However, as a person who has gained wisdom through incense, the impression that she has given to her is that she's Moon God Ji's servant, which means that she's the servant of the Moon God Ji in this world. Su Ji muttered to himself for a while and seriously thought about it for a while. He made the housekeeper girl lie down, opened up her body, and modified her so that she would have her true potential from a mechanical housekeeper AI. Since that's the case, I'll probably have to abandon the cells of the entire race. After all, that's Carolyn's system. Since this star system is an elemental civilization, it should be integrated with the genes of the elemental race. Fortunately, I already have some experience in creating the 4 elements. The 4 races from before were elemental life forms that increased the octopus genes. Now, this young housekeeper girl could try using an elemental life and a magic core gene. The main body of the elemental heart was changed to a magic nucleus. This probably wasn't the element's heart, right? Is it the elemental brain? This is also a huge elemental energy creature? It's in line with the times. After all, flesh and blood creatures can't use the elemental passage now. Su Ji began the transformation. No, if the fusion of magic nuclei is not perfect enough, why don't we use the world bottle, the universe in the brain, that is an advanced magic nucleus? This magic nucleus can store energy. Wait, since it can store energy, why don't we make it similar to the 9 revolutions mysterious art? This elemental creature can restrain its energy normally, revealing its elemental flesh and heart. This heart is in the shape of a human, and when necessary, it will become huge, similar to the real body of Pangu. And it's not the flesh that's expanding, but the energy. This kind of large elemental creature is not bad. It seems to be more convenient than those big and bloated guys. He flicked his finger and the entire living room turned into a laboratory. Countless circuits appeared and a petri dish appeared. Time passed day by day, and the entire era was changing. The days he spent in the villa were quite leisurely. It had taken him 70 to 80 years to modify the 4-element creatures back then. Now, it had only taken him 11 years to modify them. It's a pity that she's a creature that gathers incense and the old-fashioned impression of all living beings is superimposed on her, but she still lacks a trace of spirituality. The weakness of the Joss flame creatures was that they did not have enough talent to create new path. With only exaggerated physical combat power, they would not be able to create new era. How can I make up for it? Su Ji frowned. During this period of time, the sun descending mirror river system formation was about to be established. Another day. Outside the villa district, an old woman passed by on a motorcycle. Age had left many wrinkles. She took off her helmet and asked, "Are you drinking tea again?" "Yup." Su Ji was still vexing over the maidservant when he suddenly thought of something. He smiled at the old woman and said, "Are you still trying to find the bloodline?" The woman was silent for a moment. "I'm not looking anymore. It's just that I'm still working out." Buddhist cultivators were the most long-lived. However, now that the Buddhist cultivators had declined, the grotto heavens and blessed lands were not open to her, and there was no cultivation energy. The only reason she could live until now was that she had relied on her previous level 5 cultivation. It wasn't that she couldn't find low-level zombies or blood clan bloodlines, she just couldn't accept it. He was very unwilling. The 4th and 5th generation zombies slept for too long, almost no different from being dead. Su Ji stared at her and suddenly laughed. "Ji Yi, you've worked so hard all your life. Do you want to come in and have a seat?" The surname Ji was the surname Wang, and it was also a common surname. They were basically descendants of the Ji family's royal court, but their bloodline was thin and they were no different from commoners. The woman was stunned. She thought for a moment, then stepped through the door and entered. Su Ji was still drinking his tea, and he handed over a cup of tea. Ji Yi took a sip without hesitation. She couldn't help but look intoxicated with admiration. It contained a huge amount of energy that far exceeded the heavenly paradises, and it also had an indescribable gentleness. "What tea is this?" It was as if the sun god was embracing me. "Ordinary zombies can't drink this." Su Ji just laughed and said, "You know, my family runs a business, and this is a luxury good that I got from abroad in the 9 provinces. You're still studying Buddhism?" "Yes, I am." The old man nodded and began to chat about his daily life. "Although my cultivation has not improved, the precision of my application has improved. I have been publishing a paper recently. Although Buddhism has declined, I have developed some new techniques to help us declining cultivators to make a living." Su Ji was silent for a moment. "You should know that your cultivation aptitude is not outstanding. Since you've been abandoned by the times, you might as well enjoy your daily life. There's no point in suffering." Although Buddhist cultivation had truly declined, it was only to the majority of Buddhist cultivation students. The true top geniuses still had to undergo a transformation with the help of the country. Although the cost was huge, and they had to cut off all their Buddhist meridians and cultivate again, after breaking through to the 7th level of Heavenly Emperor, they could still regain their Buddhist meridians and continue to be geniuses. The reason why Ji Yi didn't receive any help was because she didn't have enough talent. After all, there were less than 50 people who could receive help. "You've also advised me before," Ji Yi sighed and smiled bitterly. "But I'm not willing. I know that my aptitude is top-notch locally, but to the entire continent. The country doesn't want to bet on me. The times were cruel. Without enough talent, it was impossible to go against the current." Su Ji then pointed to the maidservant next to him and said seriously, "My maid Wu Ming is already suffering from dementia. Can you teach her how to cultivate the Buddha?" Ji Yi was stunned. "All right." After that day, the white-haired old woman changed her daily training to teaching another old man cultivation. She even brought him home after teaching him for a few months. Another half a year passed. Ji Yi's face was full of shock. As she taught, she thought to herself, "Sister Wu Ming's talent is too exaggerated. Even though her brain isn't very good, she still likes to bring me tea and water. She even asked me if I had an excavator and wanted to clean my yard. I think even though she has dementia, her instincts as a housekeeper have been carved into her bones. However, her talent is still terrifyingly strong." It was another year. Ji Yi was completely shocked. Level 3. And this is under the condition of bringing me tea and water every day. It only took a year to reach the 3rd level, and that's at such an old age, missing the golden cultivation period. She looked at the old man, whose white hair was rapidly turning younger. She could not help but run over to Su Ji and say, "Can I take my sister to a nearby university to take a test? There are official examination equipment there. Go on." Su Ji rubbed his temples and did not refuse. Boom! Ji Yi, the old lady, grabbed the handmaiden's hand, got on the motorcycle, and left. Another year passed. The news of him breaking through to the 4th level spread like wildfire in the nearby area. Even the local newspapers were reporting about it. The reputation of a peerless genius was secretly spread. "Why is Big Sister called Nameless?" Ji Yi asked again. Su Ji was taken aback for a moment before he replied casually, I don't have a name because I'm a servant I bought. Why don't you give me a name? He bought it. His aptitude is so exaggerated to this extent? Ji Yi's heart flashed with disbelief. She knew that rich families sold young girls as servants. This was a stroke of great luck. She shook her head and said, I don't have the right to name it. Ji Yi seemed to have placed all her hopes on the maidservant, constantly teaching, researching, examining her body, cultivating, and watching her step by step towards youth. In the end, with a breakthrough in her cultivation, she transformed into a beautiful young lady. Ji Yi was getting older and older, so he brought her out with him. There were even people who started to pursue the maids. Didn't you say it was true love when I was old? Now that he had broken through, he was young and had a high cultivation level, yet he was already falling in love at first sight? Then why don't you guys pursue this old woman instead of falling in love at first sight? Ji Yi stood in front of everyone and continued to focus on her studies. She devoted the rest of her life and her hopes of breaking through to the next level to the maidservant. It was as if he was treating her as another him. However, as she continued to teach, Ji Yi also discovered a problem. His learning ability and cultivation aptitude are amazing, but he's not innovative at all. I've pondered the first 5 realms for a lifetime. I can teach them, and I have my own experience, but what about the future? After that, those at the 6th step who only rely on books will become true bookworms. She bit her lips and bit the bullet to start learning the 6th rank. She taught him the results of her research. Another 3 years passed. The nameless maid had broken through to the 6th step. He went to play in an inter-university tournament, and after losing a few matches, he actually won 3rd place. Ji Yi was overjoyed. As expected, the method I created is very good and I successfully defeated my opponent. However, the cultivation speed here is still lacking. I'll study it carefully next time. She constantly summed it up and regarded herself as a nameless person in the ring, completely pouring her life's grievance of not being able to meet her talent on her. His reputation had spread throughout half of the province. Genius, he's simply a genius. In less than 10 years, he was already grade 6. This kind of talent has already surpassed Ji Shang, who was in the middle of teleportation. Not only that, but he's an old man. He's already missed the golden period of cultivation. Perhaps the future will be the era of this nameless girl. It's just a publicity stunt. This kind of thing can't possibly happen. Some of the top universities had come. Although they did not think that one could cultivate 6 realms in 10 years, they still found that one's talent was heaven-defying and offered a reward that was hard to refuse. They also strongly suggested that one should change their cultivation. After all, the cultivation of Buddhism was no longer a general trend. Ji Yi was completely flustered. What do we do? She asked Su Ji. I'll leave the person to you, do as you please. Su Ji said. Ji Yi gritted her teeth. Aren't you afraid that I'll sell my sister? As you wish. Su Ji did not mind. He was still looking at the forum on his phone and secretly observing the players. In the future, you don't have to bring her back to my place. She's one of your people. I will ask her to help me get the longevity gene. I don't want to die yet. I am such a shameless person. Ji Yi shouted in a daze. Su Ji ignored her. Up to you. Thank you. Ji Yi suddenly choked up and began to sob for no reason. She was bawling loudly. She had naturally guessed what had happened. The rich family that she had greeted since she was young was not simple. I will reject any invitation and take Sister Wu Ming to become an expert myself. Then, I will obtain the bloodline of longevity. As an expert, it was naturally easy for him to obtain a high-level bloodline. I want to become Sister Wu Ming's Dao protector. She shouted. Now, they were all in pairs, stepping onto the path of cultivation together. Even Ji Shang was the same. After all, after going into a deep sleep, he needed someone to protect him. To become the Dao protector of such a talented person, she naturally had her own selfish desires and ambitions. It could make her rise. Thank you. She suddenly knelt down in front of the door and kowtowed hard. Then, she turned around and ran away. A new era. Su Ji looked up at the sky, his thoughts unknown. The sky changed dramatically with a loud rumble. It was as if something in the world had changed. Ji Yi, who had just been speeding off on her motorcycle, suddenly turned her head to look at the big screen on the highway. Today, After more than 200 years of construction, the star map of the river system has been completely established. Please let us make our first most sincere prayer to the ancient moon god, G. The same galaxy, different planets, and the same faith. Behind the host was a huge statue of the moon goddess, and beside the statue was a maid. A new era. Ji also took a deep breath and looked at the big screen as she continued to ride her motorcycle on the road. However, she suddenly felt that something had happened to Nameless Sister behind her. Boom! She suddenly turned her head to look. Hoo! Praise! Holy song! The divine song was like the murmurs and songs of countless beings, surging forward like a tide, boundless and boundless. The Nameless Sister behind him seemed to have become a god under the blessing of all living beings. She was covered in an illusionary moon laurel robe and had a phoenix hairpin on her head. She looked sacred and her snow-white skin was glowing with a dazzling holy halo. It seemed like the ancient gods were being crowned. Boom! Endless energy gushed forth, causing her life to evolve into a vast and unknown life form. Her body suddenly grew taller. He had completely revealed his true form. Endless elements wrapped around it, revealing its true form. Boom! It was as if the real body of Pangu had descended. A seven-colored illusionary, translucent woman stood on the ground and slowly grew. Endless energy extended into the sky, passing through layers of clouds and mist, reaching a height of thousands of meters. All the living beings on the continent raised their heads and continued to pray devoutly. Nearby, the city's residents saw this scene in the sky and shouted fiercely, "Ah! A miracle! The gods have come! Divine miracle, the prayers of all living beings, reveal your true body!" Some people were shocked. "Sister Nameless, you're actually a special, powerful, and mysterious elemental being. And this outfit is..." Ji stopped her motorcycle on the highway, took off her helmet, and looked up. Her face was filled with shock. "Who exactly did I take away?" She looked up at the sky. This was a shocking scene that she had never imagined in her life. She really couldn't believe it. Chapter 792. Searching for him hundreds and thousands of times. Faith was the season of worship. However, in the eyes of the masses, moon attendants were the servants that followed behind Ji. They were like the first archangel that sat down, and moon goddess Ji's statue had always been followed by servants. Although the incense was concentrated on Ji, it naturally gathered on the attendants behind him. Furthermore, Su Ji had transferred all the incense and faith he had received to the maidservant. What kind of creation will the incense of a real solar system create? Su Ji looked up at the sky. To him, this was just a matter of convenience. Ping City. It was the third largest city after the capital. It was located by the sea and had the reputation of being the magic city of the sea in the middle state. Technology, transcendence, and countless international giant companies gathered in a super-class world city. That's a true god. As expected. The interstellar project of convergence, the materials piled up by the civilizations of major planets, the epic dream-like creation of the universe, it was actually. It gathered the Joss flames and fell on the god's body. Quickly, go and see him. The location of God Ji's maidservant and the ancient moon god must be near that land as well. At this moment, the entire city was in a state of shock and joy. Advanced energy vehicles rushed in from all directions and rushed toward that figure. This was an elemental giant that stood tall on the ground. Its entire body seemed to be made of 5-colored dreamy crystals. It was crystal clear, as if a great god had descended from the sky. They had never been as nervous as they were today. It was an unprecedented miracle. It was the god who created the moon and gave civilization. It was a mighty force that transcended the mortal world and was above the planet. This is Ping Cheng's local Channel 2 television station. I'm reporter Li Wei. Behind us, we can see a miracle that has never happened before. It's a blessing from the moon god season. No. This in itself is the descent of Ji into the mortal world. A beautiful female reporter with a slim figure was shouting at the camera. Behind her was a giant elemental god who was proud of the sky. When our planet was still in slash and burn cultivation and primitive people lived in the cave era, we were looking up at the stone monument in the sky, the origin of the civilization that orbited our planet. Today, we will finally face, the host roared, this is a historical moment. Boom! The entire planet's atmosphere was shaking. At this moment, it was as if all the Joss flames had found their target, and the endless surging river flowed backward. All the Joss flames of the entire galaxy passed through the beams of light in the sky and surged over. A rainbow-colored long rainbow pierced through the sky and dyed the sky five-colored. Boom! 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 The massive Milky Way of Faith was actually expanding her elemental form. The transparent energy of Faith actually formed a kind of entanglement with her elemental energy body. Faith was energy, and the elemental body was energy. The two actually formed a special chemical reaction. The energy of Faith formed the energy of his element and turned into 7 colors. There has never been an elemental creature before. It's 7-colored, the sun element is red and gold, the fire element is red, the water element is blue, the electric element is platinum. This is an elemental creature that surpasses the 4 elements. Ji Yi was completely shocked. She had studied Buddhism, Taoism, and nature. She had also studied the 4 elemental races that represented the giant god and ruled the river system, but she had never seen such a unique elemental life. Boom! The size of the sky continued to expand, and soon, it reached 1/20th the size of the central province. This was the size of the sun god, Asa, who had attacked the entire planet back then. However, this was far from it. Its body continued to grow larger and taller. How large was the incense offerings of an entire solar system? A mere Jisu planet only provided a small part of it. At this moment, she had completely grown into the size of a continent. It pierced through the atmosphere, and its long black hair fluttered in the vacuum of the universe. It was like a basketball standing on a hand-sized doll. Boom! 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 This giant was shrouded in 5-colored divine light. When he lowered his head, he could see half of the entire planet. This is the servant of a true god? Seeing this, all the living beings on the continents looked up at the same time. Countless people were dumbfounded. The entire planet was like a circular basketball court. The elemental giant could reach its limit with a few casual steps. The capital. This was the capital of Zhongzhou, the center of power in the world. On Capitol Hill, in a luxurious ancient wind temple, many councilmen in black lunar robes were in the hall. The news quickly came. A giant god appeared? Moon servant? It's suspected that he has revealed his true self in the human world during the worship season. Ji Shang heard the report. He strode forward and couldn't help but look up. It was a huge and majestic figure. Such a figure was enough to make countless people sigh in admiration. It finally appeared. As a high-level member of the council, Yuan Qinghua couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although Ji Shang had never admitted his identity as a transmigrator, Yuan Qinghua still had doubts and guessed that he was still hiding. Even Li Li, who was beside him, was a suspect. But right now, his attention was naturally not on this. This is a historical moment. The other party is the mysterious existence behind the creation of the civilization in the solar system. Have we finally found him? He took a deep breath and quietly went online to post. Shock! We've finally caught the ancient and mysterious existence. It was still the same familiar style of posting, but as soon as he finished speaking, the entire forum was in an uproar, as if a plan had finally been realized. Our plan searching for him among the crowd, has it finally succeeded? Countless people started to discuss. They had designed the Joss Flame constellation array not only to gather faith and create a mother stream level that could distort the natural order, but also to gather on Ji and the maidservants. After all, the Joss Flame constellation array was instantly built, and the energy of the Joss Flames would definitely flow towards the hidden moon god Ji. The cost of such a search seemed terrifying. It was too exaggerated to build an entire galaxy array map, but it was indeed a feasible plan. From the looks of it, we are not any weaker than the secluded mountain prefecture lord in terms of searching. Already imagining the scene, Ji Yi's face was filled with confusion. I'm traveling incognito, and you can still find me here. The Samsara official sovereign next door, it's fine. It's your first time. Doghead. Ha ha ha, the first time might be a little confusing, but you'll get used to it in the future. The group of people had a lot of drama and kept talking. He typed smugly. After all, the plan had succeeded. This was a very bold and imaginative idea. Otherwise, how could he have found it? It was a miracle. This was naturally worth being excited and celebrating. They were filled with a sense of achievement. However, even though they were joking, their expressions were still very serious. This meant that something terrible had happened. What was the other party? He was the one who had destroyed the ancient mythological civilization of Huaxia. A terrifying enemy. The opponent of the ancient god. The current ancient god was about to fall into a deep sleep and was eager to find an heir to prevent the other party from taking the opportunity to attack. This kind of person was bound to be world-shaking. He had found the trail in front of him, but it was impossible for him not to be alarmed. This was a huge step forward. To the entire universe, it was enough to cause a lot of shock and chain reactions. We've finally caught you. Now, do I really have to face this terrifying enemy? Did you get a glimpse of his mysterious true face? Yuan Qinghua took a deep breath and looked at the entire Council of Representatives. She had already begun to take action. Chapter 793. The Great Dream of Civilization. On the side, the representatives were discussing madly. Moon God Ji's maid has revealed her true form after absorbing the faith. This being is actually a life form in the form of energy. With that, Moon God Ji. It should also be a giant life form in energy form. The four elements may be the closest to the structure of a god. No. A knowledgeable moon seer immediately retorted, our biological structure and form are the closest to the form of God. Don't forget that the form of a god descending to the mortal world is our human form. The two sides began to quarrel intensely. This was equivalent to the question of who was the orthodox and the orthodox. Then is it possible that God, in both human form and elemental form, split his own bloodline, thus giving birth to the four elemental life forms, as well as us flesh and blood life forms? Fallacy. Someone retorted loudly. How could a god be in two forms, elemental and flesh? Is it really a fallacy? Suddenly, an old, white-haired lunar astrologer seemed to have thought of something and said in trembling voice, you must know that those half-elemental creatures are mostly composed of elemental energy, but their core is a heart made of flesh and blood. If it was called the heart of the elements, then the god. Is it possible that it's a human-shaped heart made of flesh and blood, and after revealing its true form, it's that enormous elemental creature? As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. It was indeed possible. A human-shaped heart. The energy cloak. This perfectly explained the bloodline of gods. It was true that gods were super-large elemental creatures, but usually, they would retract their energy and reveal human-shaped elemental hearts. This perfectly explained the theory of bloodline. The life forms in their river system were really split into two bodies, turning into the four-element creatures and flesh and blood creatures. Beside them, Yuan Qinghua was also shocked. Hearing their words, she whispered in shock. Now that I think about it, it seems that the enemy's cultivation system and life form have already revealed some corners. Ji, who was fighting against the ancient gods, was a huge half-elemental level 9 existence. Ji was just a name. It was a term used by the natives of this world's civilization. Yuan Qinghua didn't think that was the real name. After all, a level 9 great existence was enough to rule a world. In every civilization, they had different names. The moon goddesses. Ji. At this moment, Ji Shang was wearing a black dragon robe in the hall. His eyes were dignified as he took a deep breath. He was inexplicably shocked by the miracle in the sky. He listened to the discussion of the representatives below. He suddenly didn't know what kind of mood he should use to face this ancient mysterious existence. He was the only one who had experienced the entire length of a civilization and knew the most clearly what the sky moon god steel meant to the entire planet and even the river system. It had only been 500 years. It was he who had given civilization. It was even possible that he had given life to the entire planet, and they all had the blood of this god. It was an indescribable and magnificent existence. According to Li Li's description, it was likely to be a 9th-level universe overlord. For such a great existence, a planet or even a low-leveled civilization in a galaxy was not worth mentioning. However, at this time, they had interfered with it and built an ancient monument to circle the space of the galaxy, helping the natives on the planet develop from nothing. It seemed to be a great gift from civilization. At the same time, it was also a great unknown. He knew that no bestowment came without a reason. There must be a reason and a goal. Do you want to go? Li Li asked. I'm going, but not for anything else, but for the doubts of a civilization. Ji Shang was silent for a moment. Say, he said. If a planet's civilization develops naturally, what do you think it will develop into in a short 500 years? Li Li was stunned. Naturally, he had read the history. Even those who had never read history knew. In fact, Ji Shang had been very interested in it back then, so he had told Ji Shang about the development of Earth's civilization and how long it had taken. It was so long that Ji Shang was completely silent. The primitive society has the longest accumulation. After 500 years of development, it's still a primitive society. Li Li gave the exact same answer. Ji Shang did not speak. He took off his gorgeous dragon robe and changed into a rough ancient sackcloth, straw shoes, and a straw bamboo hat. Once again, he thought of his most ancient tribal primitive man. It was as if he was reminded of his most primitive time as a caveman. He fought with wild beasts, left the cave, and gradually led the people to live in tree nests. I'm back. He looked at his clothes and strode out of the palace. In the villa complex in the suburbs of Pingcheng, Su Ji stood under a big tree in the courtyard, looked up at the sky, and said quietly. The servant's reaction has exceeded my expectations. The faith of a solar system is so vast that it has exceeded my expectations. With such a huge amount of faith, it's not just the sentient beings who gave her wisdom based on their own impressions, making her a true incense god. At the same time, there is also a special change in form. The energy body of the Joss flames is actually entangled with the elemental energy creatures. It will form a new elemental mutation. An energy form creature mixed with the energy of faith. Perhaps I can call it the fifth element. Su Ji was weighing his options. What was in front of him was also a type of experiment. He was also very unknown about the situation in front of him. After all, such a huge body, although it was in the form of a hazy mist that spread out energy and was not condensed at all, like a mirage, was still too huge. It's ridiculously large, exceeding the size of an ordinary four-element creature. In fact, it's going to grow infinitely. Su Ji muttered to himself as he thought about it. Is this the advantage of the Nine Revolutions' mysterious art structure, the physical expansion mechanism? After all, the Pangu body of the Nine Revolutions' mysterious art can theoretically grow infinitely as long as there is enough energy. However, one of them expanded its body size with flesh and blood. One was to expand the body with energy. I still have to study it. Maybe faith energy fusing with her energy body is the reason why she can break through the limit of her body size. Su Ji laughed leisurely. A primitive man in leather suddenly walked out of the shaded corridor of the villa. His eyes were deep and full of wisdom. He was once the sage of a primitive tribe, guiding the people of that era to discover fire, to discover grazing, to cultivate land, and even to walk towards the civilization of city-states. Tap 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 tap. He walked forward step by step on the stone slabs as if he was measuring the progress of the era. He muttered. When I first saw the moon god stele, I knew that it was the most wondrous miracle in the world. The inscriptions on the stele contained the laws of the world, so it must have been created by a great ancient existence. It would definitely lead the entire human civilization on the right path, so I took a group of people to observe the weather. However, in fact, it was not so great, because it was far beyond my imagination. Someone once told me that the human civilization on their planet has flourished for about 200,000 years, and only the last 4,000 years are meaningful. The ministers behind him were all shocked. It was hard to imagine how long the development of a planet's civilization had been over such a long period of time. It was simply despairing. I can't believe it. Ask them what the 200,000 is doing. On that planet, they hid in caves and ate raw flesh and blood. They never found any fire and didn't have a language. They were afraid of the fear of nature, the night, mosquitoes, looking at the sun in the sky, thinking about why they rose and why the moon shone. Beside him, Yuan Qinghua was shocked. This was clearly referring to their Earth. The other council members and ministers were all in disbelief. Yes, and we, from knowing the sun, the universe, and the laws of the world. It only took me 500 years. Ji Shang's gaze was burning as if there was a raging flame burning in it. He looked at the mysterious young man before him and said, "The magnificence of that stone monument is something that only I can personally push civilization to agriculture, tribes, city-states, steam, modern, the universe, the extraordinary, and even the entire galactic engineering. Only then did he know its true meaning. It's like a miracle of the world when we compare our views. We understood the truth of the universe a long, long time ago, and we stepped on the right path. Is our civilization fabricated? It developed so fast that it felt like a big dream. Perhaps it was really a big dream? And we don't know." Ji Shang looked at the mysterious youth in the courtyard. He was still looking at the vast and magnificent figure in the sky, as if he was calculating something. Then, when the 500 years are just a fictional dream, and we are all people who are like dreams and bubbles, and we actually exist here, what do we mean to you? The god who created our civilization, the mysterious and ancient moon goddess. G. Chapter 794. The Laughing God. Ji Shang's voice was loud and clear, filled with excitement and a little anger that even he himself could not detect. Ever since he had obtained the information from Li Li, he had calculated the entire civilization and compared it with the rest. Only then did he realize how terrifying it was. He was grateful to the moon god Steel, but he also felt as if he was being manipulated by a dark hand. To a proud person like him, this was something that was absolutely unacceptable. Ji Shang, just what do you want to say? Su Ji turned around. Only then did everyone see the figure under the tree. The entire world had been wondering what the ancient moon god season looked like. Some people guessed that it was very ancient and had white hair. Some people guessed that it was as mighty as the sea and majestic. Some people guessed that it didn't even have a human form and might be some kind of special and indescribable creature. But no one had thought. Ji looked so young, as if he was 16 or 17 years old. He had delicate features, and his skin was as white as milk. The pretty boy in the library stood under the tree, giving off a gentle and well-behaved feeling. There was no aura around him, and it was hard to even notice his existence. Countless people's hearts were buzzing. He's that young. The ancient and vast existence that created the entire solar system, the civilization of the solar system, is actually like this? You don't even have the bearing of a tyrant. It's as if you are weak and can be bullied at any time. No one said a word. No one had expected him to look like such a young man. Perhaps this ancient god had long been indescribable, and the so-called appearance was just a myriad of changes. What do I want to ask? Faced with God's question, Ji Shang was silent for a moment. He could not help but pour out the doubts he had suppressed for many years. Our civilization has always been manipulated. From the moon god monument to the present, even the so-called incense formation and the universe mother stream system are all within your expectations. These questions kept him up all night. At first, I didn't know what the moon tree on the moon god Steel meant, and I thought that it was a moon pattern formed by a vast amount of knowledge, so I engraved it on my moon robe and made it into a pattern. It was only when he heard about the mother stream system and saw the universe laurel tree that he knew. The endless knowledge that was given to us has finally gathered into a big tree. This tree is the mother stream system. All the officials were shocked. Thinking about it carefully, he finally understood the terrifying meaning behind it. The laurel tree on the moon was the ultimate path formed by the accumulation of countless knowledge, and they just happened to be on this path. The mother stream system that they had deduced, the universe moon rose tree, was already within moon god Ji's expectations. So that's how it is. You think that I'm the one controlling everything? Hearing this, Ji's voice was unexpectedly gentle, as if he was really a weak and gentle young scholar. The path was indeed paved by me. You asked me, to me, what are you all? Is that important? To you, what you are is perhaps the most important. Ji Shang took a deep breath. That's right, it might not be important what living beings like him meant to gods. And what did he mean to himself? Why did he live? That was the most important thing. He felt that he was a little obsessed. If you really want to say that you are like ants to me? Or perhaps, an interesting toy? Or even a game of sudden inspiration? Su Ji lowered his head and looked down at the green tree. It was a nest of black ants, moving back and forth, crawling in the black, wet soil. They said softly, they are very similar to you. Boom. Everyone's mind suddenly exploded. Then do you think I will love you? God loves all living beings. I gave you life, so I have to protect you. Su Ji slowly sat down on the chair under the lush green tree again. He held a thick black book in his hand and slowly flipped through it. That's really ridiculous. Rustle. A cool breeze blew past. If you had a long life, would you patiently care for a nest of ants that can be seen everywhere? In the air, only the rustling sound of the pages being flipped could be heard. The gentle and elegant young man was reading without raising his head. The levels of life are not the same. To you, I am a creature 2 dimensions higher than you. Don't think too highly of you guys. Ji's voice was carefree. Poor ants. They only need to care about what they live for. They only need to fight for supremacy in this ant nest and become strong ants. They don't have to always look at the sky with melancholy and care about themselves. What meaning does it have to those living beings of a higher dimension? As for the higher dimensional beings, why should you be afraid of whether they are good or evil to you? On tenterhooks? Because destroying you has nothing to do with you. It is laughable. Ji Shang suddenly chuckled. I'm simply overthinking. He suddenly understood that feeling. Yes, it was. It was his mood. These two words were enough to explain everything. He had been waiting for them here purely because of his mood. If he didn't wait here, it would only be because of his mood. They might even leave directly and never return, never to return to the solar system. It was also because of their mood. When that time came, the entire civilization would be confused and confused, unable to find their God. That would be laughable. That was because God had never really cared about them, just like how they had never cared about the ants that walked on the ground. It was just a sudden impulse. That was all. Yuan Qinghua was also shocked. This was the attitude that a universe overlord, a great Dao maker who transcended the laws of the universe, should have. Now, we have another piece of information. Intelligence number 1, the enemy that destroyed the ancient Chinese mythological civilization Ji is a super-large half-elemental creature. The size of its body is likely to be comparable to a planet or even larger. Intelligence number 2, Ji is an elemental being, so I'm afraid that the civilization he's in is also the Mother Stream civilization. In other words, the Mother Stream we're creating now is the new Mother Stream, but it's not the only one. Yuan Qinghua felt that from this backward civilization in the solar system, she could more or less see the general structure of the enemy's transcendent world. The characteristics of the creatures and the path of civilization. These two were the most important indicators, and he had now completely found them. Then, is there anything else you want to ask? The young-looking Ji had a gentle and affable look on his face, even though his words were far from that. Then, can I surpass you? Ji Shang's gaze was fiery. Boom! The entire world fell silent. Countless ministers were terrified and horrified. What kind of treasonous words were these? Angering these great existences from the higher dimension and destroying them would not be more difficult than destroying an ant's nest. Ji, who looked like a teenager, suddenly laughed. His laughter was very clear. I've heard a saying from a certain civilization. When humans speak, God will laugh. That's right, everyone has the chance to surpass me, and so do you. Don't worry too much. I won't destroy you. Look. Young man Ji lowered his head and looked at the ants under the big tree. No matter how ridiculous and helpless the ants' logic is, it's not enough to make humans angry. Instead, they will be careful because if they can't help but laugh, their home will be blown away. At most, I'll just get tired of laughing and feel bored, so I'll leave those ridiculous ants. So weak that it didn't even have the qualifications to cause anger? Some people felt bitter in their hearts and were about to collapse. That's right, many things were better off living in the present, living for themselves, and looking forward to the great existence of the high-dimensional universe. It was simply asking for humiliation. Ji Shang listened quietly with a serious expression. He had truly realized the cruelty of reality and how weak he was. He had to face up to his powerlessness. No one from the higher dimension would choose to help him. A laughable person like him would only make others laugh. However, you all do have the chance to surpass me. I've already given it to you. Ji finally smiled. He slowly closed the book under the tree. Because I'm going to die of old age. That's why I created this world. As soon as these words came out, the sky fell and the earth cracked. At this moment, it was as if an incomparably heavy weight had completely smashed into their hearts. Many people felt as if the sky had collapsed, and they were in disbelief. Chapter 795. Mother Stream's depletion in a new era. Because he was about to die of old age? This sentence was earth-shattering and exploded in everyone's hearts. This great existence of the universe that had existed since the ancient times and had given this civilization in the solar system, a deist that had surpassed level 8 gods and could distort the rules of the universe, had actually died of old age? How did he die? Ji Shang could not help but ask. Ji Shang was also a Dao seeker of a civilization, and he felt extremely sorrowful. The fact that such a great existence in the universe would fall one day made him feel even more depressed than the blow he had just suffered. Distorting the rules is not changing the rules. Ji Wang sat on the chair and turned around. He looked at the big green tree and said in a soft voice, as if he was talking to himself. Just like this tree, life is a straight line. From birth to death is the process. Life is its beginning, and death is its end. You can twist its length, but the process cannot change the beginning and the end. Just like how you want to distort the light, you can only distort its speed, but you can't completely change or erase its existence. Ji had the appearance of a teenager with a warm and sunny face. He was reading under the tree, as beautiful as a person in a fairy tale. He was like a young man studying under a cow under a tree, with a mother calling him home at any time. When your level is high enough, you'll discover the consciousness. My heart is the world, and it'll be the path to the higher level. However, that's all there is to it. No matter how great a life form from a higher dimension is, it can't change the underlying rule of the ancient universe. Before life and death, we are equal. Then? An unbelievable thought suddenly appeared in Ji Shang's mind as he muttered in his heart, then, I'm about to die of old age. Could the eternal bloodline that appeared in this world be a way to save myself? Li Li, who was beside him, was even more horrified. His eyes were in a daze as he looked at the young man named Ji with a complicated expression. It was as if he was looking at a hazy memory from yesterday. This terrifying ninth-rank existence had appeared in a hospital on Earth back then and brought him to this galaxy. He was the real instigator, the mastermind behind the scenes. What did this mean? Such a terrifying universe overlord actually knew Earth's coordinates. It's too terrifying. He muttered. It was as if he had seen the mastermind behind the scenes, hidden in the fog. The enemy had long been extremely close to them, but they had no idea. At that time, Li Li had always wondered why he had transmigrated. What was the reason for his transmigration? It was not until today that he thought of the reason. Because he was about to die. That's right, GCAI had started researching the bloodline of immortality. He had brought himself to this land and allowed the tinder of immortality to spread in this galaxy test site that he had created. He was researching a way to survive. Is it because of the blood of eternal life? Ji Shang also lost his voice as he looked at the sunny youth in front of him. Even though this land was created because of my mood, it still has an additional goal. I want to turn this river system into a civilization that studies the bloodline of eternal life, and then. We were all opened up because of this. All the ministers, the leader of Zhuzhu planet, and the king of Zhuzhu's face changed dramatically. It was only now that they realized that the blood of immortality seemed to be an extremely extraordinary thing. There was no comparison before their civilization. Previously, he had only thought that the blood of eternal life was a relatively precious treasure, but now that even such a great existence had died of old age, it could be imagined that the blood of eternal life was extremely precious. Even such a great Dao-achieving being who transcended the laws of the universe would drool over him. However, another question arose. In the past, Yueshenji did not have the bloodline of eternal life, and he still did not have it now, because he was about to die of old age. Then where did the incomparably precious immortal bloodline that he suddenly obtained before his death come from? The natives couldn't understand. Only Yuan Qinghua and Li Li knew the terrible truth. It was the spoils of war from a world-shaking battle. Thus, they used this trophy to create the civilization in the solar system and study the everlasting species. This was the origin and truth of all. I was going to die a long, long time ago. The young man's expression was gloomy. The saints know their fate, and so do I. I can even be precise to every minute and every second. So, I wandered in the vast universe, looking for a way to live forever. I wandered the endless void universe until I met another civilization. Yuan Qinghua had goosebumps all over. It's a very special and prosperous super civilization. Their two great existences can live forever. They've lived for hundreds of thousands of years. It's unbelievable. That's the lifespan of several Type 9 powerhouses. Their long years have made them almost invincible among the Type 9 realm. Yuan Qinghua was completely shocked. That's right. According to their speculations, the two ancient gods should be similar to the long-lived reincarnation monarchs. They were invincible in the same realm and could fight countless great saints of the same realm. It was extremely exaggerated. If the Samsara official sovereign could cut through the entire level 7 and the immortal path, then the two ancient gods should be the same among the level 9. However, such an exaggerated ancient Huaxia ancestor and a super ancient god had still been killed by this existence. An ordinary rank 9 can't live for more than 100,000 years. Ji has a normal lifespan of a tier 9 martial artist, but he's only 80,000 to 90,000 years old at most. His combat strength is actually heaven-defying. Thinking of this, Yuan Qinghua had goosebumps. He was a monster. I'm afraid Dichi, no. Perhaps he might even surpass Dichi. Such a monster was so powerful that even if the inheritor of the ancient gods were to break through to rank 9, their combat strength would only be at the level of an ordinary rank 9. Could they really win? The time they had left was too short. When the true enemy revealed himself in front of them, the more they knew, the more terrified they felt. I asked them for the coordinates of the eternal planet. And so, a great battle broke out. Ji Huan continued to narrate leisurely. It was a very brutal battle. We had a few ordinary rank 9s under our command, but they were beaten to death almost instantly when we unleashed our combat power. It's really pitiful. Those stronger ants will probably reach their limit by breaking through to level 9 in their lifetime. They're far inferior to us, the great beings who have the hope of breaking through to level 10. In just a few years, there are powerful civilizations of the Mother Stream falling almost every day. The Mother Stream is shattered, and the ancient warlocks and elemental emperors in the void of the Mother Stream have all fallen. The eternal origin of the Mother Stream has been exhausted. Everyone saw an earth-shattering mythological war in the universe from these few short sentences. It was a battle that involved almost all their strength. There are 2 of them and only 1 of me. However, it's obvious that only 1 of them can wake up at the same time. I'm not afraid of a one-on-one fight. Young man Ji spoke. Ji Shang was completely numb. He could not help but ask, that was the entire Mother Stream civilization. To think that it was all destroyed just to extend one person's life. At the side, the minister's expressions changed again. They had angered this ancient existence. Previously, Ji Shang was very rational, but now, he seemed so irrational. My life is naturally more important than civilization. The young man looked at his book. The ant's nest is gone. I just need to make another one. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Teenager Ji closed the book and looked at them as he continued, there's only 1 person left on the other side. He has woken up, and I'm not willing to risk my life to fight him. I seem to have the absolute advantage, but I can still live until he's in a deep sleep and then beat him to death. In fact, it's the same situation as that person. Yes, what happens after the other party is killed? Just as you all have thought, I'm about to die of old age. I'm also about to fuse with the blood of eternal life and follow in his footsteps. I also need a Deo protector. The young man stood up and looked at the sky. Everything is going according to my plan. I'm going to annihilate the other civilization to avoid future trouble. But according to the plan, I need a Deo protector with an eternal bloodline. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes were burning. Chapter 796. This is real. Everyone looked at the youth season under the lush tree and was completely stunned. There was a reason for everything. The reason was probably clear now. Although the moon god season was as casual as creating an ant's nest, he still hoped that a stronger ant would appear in the ant's nest, or even break free. Because if he wanted to live, he had to sleep. Therefore, he had to try to find a Deo protector in this world. His maidservants and even geniuses of various generations could compete for it. The moon goddesses. Ji, is it really good for you to reveal all your secrets? Ji Shang took a deep breath because he had said too much. He even chatted with them as if it was a normal conversation. He did not put on any airs at all. They had investigated this family before. The previous master was also so friendly and casual, and he would chat with anyone who passed by. However, the people who had just arrived were just like ordinary passers-by, casually chatting. Even if his identity as a true god was discovered, he did not put on any airs. This was very bizarre to them. In their opinion, after being discovered in the mortal world, they should at least show the majesty and dignity of a god. Do the rulers and emperors of our planets have the same attitude as our neighbors? Ji Shang only smiled bitterly. At the same time, the best course of action would be to act as a god and display an affinity for the common people. He would protect all living beings and express that he would select an heir to protect his sleeping self. At that time, with such merits and miracles, countless people would definitely want to do it. However, he felt that this unbelievable being was very proud and disdained to lie. What are you guys thinking? In the end, I thought too highly of myself. Young man Ji suddenly laughed, took a sip of tea, and said lightly. If I even lie to an ant, that would be too lamentable. Even ants have the right to know the truth, even though they are always laughable. Young Ji's voice was very gentle, but there was a strange coldness in his tone. Everyone's pupils contracted slightly, and their faces turned green and white. Among the people present, who wasn't a peerless genius selected from the countless billions of people on this planet? They were shocked by his arrogant words. However, it was not arrogance, but a bloody fact. He was exposing their scars of weakness. At the same time, I don't think that there's much possibility for you to transcend. It's just a game of interest. You're just starting the same game as the other person, like a bet. Unlike him, I'm just playing a game out of interest. I don't care about the result. Deo Protector, to be honest, I'm not used to this. After I fell into deep sleep, even though there was no one to protect me, I still had a backup plan. Other existences might not be able to find me, so I won't replace the good with the bad ones. You all think it's too natural. Alright, you can leave now. Don't disturb me from reading. Ji waved his hand and lowered his head to read a book. He sat leisurely under the tree. Ji Shang's expression changed slightly, and he looked around. Thank you, Moon Goddess, for answering the questions of the mortals of this land. He slowly bowed. Ji did not respond. This ancient existence seemed to have transcended an unknown void at this moment. He treated them as if they were air and the moving ants on the ground as if they were a bunch of low-dimensional creatures. It was as if he didn't see it at all. A powerful thought suddenly surged in Ji Shang's mind. Would a person care about what the ants beneath their feet were saying? Sometimes he would look at them, but most of the time he would ignore them. We are like ants. In the end, Ji Shang could only quickly leave. All the ministers present, the upper echelons of Zhu planet, were extremely horrified and inexplicable at this time. Hualala. A gentle breeze blew past. Walking on the blue stone path leading out of the villa area, there were lush green plants on both sides and fitness facilities in the distance. The scene just now felt like a lifetime ago. It was like a dream that transcended reality. They had all thought of the Moon God Festival's various ways of doing things, but none of them had thought that it would be like this. I never thought that our galaxy civilization was really just a game, a test field for eternal life created by a great god. He didn't hide anything and told us directly. Because the Lord. I don't care at all. Li was also shocked. He turned back again and looked at the young man who was still reading quietly under the lush green tree in the courtyard of the villa. He cried and laughed at the same time, feeling like he had suffered a huge blow. That's not cool at all. Even now, according to normal logic, shouldn't a real god leave after showing a miracle and disappear in the void, leaving everyone to kneel and worship him? However, this supreme being told everyone to leave while he stayed and read. He could truly feel that this existence had exceeded all of his previous imaginations. Whether it was appearance, conversation, attitude, or style. As expected, fantasy novels are all lies. Li's eyes flickered, and he finally sighed deeply. Yes, how can such a great existence in the universe care about the feelings of a group of ants? How could he act tough in front of a group of ants? All sorts of miracles. When the gap was too big, this might be true. It was just like how humans would not show off in front of ants. In that case, why did he reveal his true self and leave immediately after revealing the miracle? In order to maintain his dignity in the eyes of the ants? Remain mysterious? It was simply laughable. Everyone was leaving. As soon as they walked out of the neighborhood, a reporter from the TV station rushed forward with all kinds of filming equipment to interview them. Dear leaders, how is it after having an audience with the ancient G? A female reporter with a hot body asked. The entire planet, and even the entire galaxy, was extremely shocked. Countless people were in front of the TV station, looking forward to it. Gee, what will he say? The elderly, children, and young men were all staring at the TV, breathing rapidly. They were looking forward to the ancient moon god season and what kind of oracle it would bring to the people of this era. He was looking forward to it. However, in the face of the entire planet's live broadcast, Ji Shang waved his hand. He was not in the least bit interested. We are not accepting any interviews right now. Please forgive us. After that, everyone left. All that was left was a sea of reporters, who stood there in a daze, their faces blank. After the reporter was stunned for a moment, he was a quick-witted person. He immediately regained his composure and revealed a professional smile. It seems that the planet leaders have received the teachings of God and have gained a lot. All of them had complicated expressions on their faces as they rushed back to sort things out. You must have obtained a legacy from an ancient civilization that's not inferior to the moon god steel. We humans will definitely make great progress again. The great moon god season is illuminating our path, giving us knowledge, guiding us, and blessing all living beings. The host's words made everyone in front of the TV cheer. Thank you, great God. God is teaching the people on earth. We should learn to be grateful. Countless people were celebrating and cheering on the streets, bars, and everywhere else. Only those in power knew what they had been through. Meeting God was a conversation that went beyond their thinking. On their way back, they had complicated expressions. How could we apply our logic to that kind of existence? How could we use our ridiculous thinking to measure that great and indescribable existence? We are really a bunch of ridiculous ants. We actually tried to speculate about the high and mighty heavens with our own will," said a powerful true patriarch of the blood-sucking sect. His expression was complicated and lonely. Laughable. We're such a joke. Everyone around was extremely bitter and self-deprecating, feeling that their pride had been shattered. Li looked at these people and didn't say anything. He suddenly remembered a sentence. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. Now, they finally realized how pathetic their ignorance and weakness were. Perhaps it was a good thing. Li smiled bitterly. He had been in this world for many years. After all, he had already integrated into this land. He remembered the words of this existence just now. I've heard a saying from a certain civilization. When humans speak, God laughs. That's right, everyone has the chance to surpass me, and so do you. Don't worry too much. I won't destroy you. Look. No matter how ridiculous or helpless the logic of ants is, it's not enough to make humans angry. Instead, they will be careful because if they can't help but laugh, their home will be blown away. At most, I'll just get tired of laughing and feel bored, so I'll leave those ridiculous ants. Li strode forward and looked up at the sky, where the stars were scattered and the golden full moon was shining. He had completely understood many things. The moon goddesses. Gee, the affability that doesn't seem to put on airs is the greatest arrogance. Chapter 797. The universe's lunar tree, the mother stream seedling. On the other side. On the entire planet, a giant five-colored phantom that blotted out the sky and covered the earth collected the endless Joss flames and was gradually becoming smaller and falling completely. Let's go. Ji and her maidservant got on the motorcycle and ran off excitedly. How could she not know what had happened? She knew that this maidservant definitely had the bloodline of Ji's god, which was far beyond his imagination. She was a divine servant who had always followed Ji, and this kind of person actually. Since it was a great opportunity in her hands, how could she let it go? All she could think about was the old man who had watched him grow up. That was Ji. The moon goddess. Ji. Even now, she still found it hard to believe. However, now was not the time to think about this. She had to take action. If she didn't seize the opportunity, she would be a real fool. Let's hide. Ji was on her motorcycle, drifting at high speed. But how could he escape without a sound? Ji Shang very quickly received the news. Someone beside him was very dissatisfied and asked, "Should I stop him? That kind of person doesn't have the talent. Someone with the bloodline of a true god will grow up with her and become her Deo protector. It's simply a waste of a heavenly treasure." In order to grow, cultivate, and become an expert, Deo protectors were necessary. After all, with the eternal bloodline, they would become stronger in pairs. On the path of growth, there must be someone to protect each other. If the other party was strong, then they would have a terrifying advantage. And who was that? It was Moon God Ji. His personal maid. He had the divine bloodline of the Ji clan, an enormous elemental life form, and a human heart. How could they not be jealous? Everyone wanted to have such a powerful opportunity and have such a Deo friend to accompany them. No need to stop her, let her go. Ji Shang took a deep breath. He also had his own fixed Daoist friends, so he naturally wasn't as jealous as the others. He only said, "You said that she's not worthy, that her aptitude is not good. But that's only from our perspective. In Luna's eyes, we're just a colony of ants, and we look the same size. The so-called geniuses are just slightly bigger ants. Everyone is almost equal." The people in the Congress were completely silent. That's right, perhaps in the eyes of such a great existence, they were all a group of ants of the times, tall, short, fat, thin, all the same. It was hard to imagine who would be able to transcend. After all, it wasn't something that could be achieved with just aptitude and talent. Yuan Qinghua was deeply touched by this. For example, Subaru, who has poor talent, still managed to reach the top. Moreover, Shang Lin's daughter, who has average talent, was chosen. As for Du Shuet, although he is talented, he cannot be considered a genius. Look at the top person, Medusa. His talent is far inferior to that of his peers, but he has reached the peak. The strongest power in this world was not aptitude, wisdom, or talent. It was fate. The three pillar gods controlled fate, so they controlled everything. And now, the fate of these people was random, but it still depended on the individual's performance in the era. Nothing was absolutely rigid. In many eras, those who could reach the top were not the ones with the strongest aptitude. This year, the solar system's incense formation was set up. The ancient moon god Ji had revealed his true god. The god was giving an oracle to the mortals on earth. No one knew what kind of teachings the group of people who held the most core authority of the world had heard from the ancient gods. They only began to work hard quickly. They had been very proud and haughty before, but now they had become humble and advanced bravely. The era had completely advanced. Geniuses were born one after another. Some people said that they had obtained a new stone monument of civilization because from then on, the era would be updated very quickly, and all kinds of new technology would emerge one after another. Some people said that they had obtained the terrifying truth of the world, that there was an invasion from external enemies, and that the world would face an unknown and terrifying test. However, he didn't dare to do anything. This part of history was buried in history. In the later generations, many historians investigated what Ji had said at that time. This was a historical mystery that made people think deeply and had different opinions. In the second year, the mother stream mirror shot out a beam of light. Did we succeed? We've distorted the upper limit of light speed. This is the mother stream. Oh my god, we will remember this great era. Boom! A huge, snow-white beam of light shot straight from the sky of the galaxy at a speed 1.4 times faster than the speed of light. It was as proud as a human landing on the moon for the first time, and the entire galaxy was cheering. Hwalala! From a distance, the entire solar system looked like a flower pot on the base of a giant tree in the universe. A snow-white seedling was taking root and sprouting. The source of the mother stream, the river, is already surging. It's like the mouth of a spring, gushing towards the parched void and land of the universe. Countless civilizations in the distant future will turn into fish and swim in this mother stream. Universe Moon Rose Tree, Mother Stream Sapling. Ji Shang placed his hands behind his back and looked into the distance. Behind him, the heavenly emperors were witnessing history. As for the sun god, Asa, he was still in a deep sleep. No one knew where he was sleeping and cultivating. He would not appear unless he broke through to become a god. This year was known in ancient history as the first year of the Mother Stream. The Great Mother Stream's origin civilization system, the Universe Rose Tree, the world's Mother Stream, a great and vast extraordinary civilization in the universe, had completely opened its curtains. Mother Stream. Back on Earth, Su Ji had already returned to the orchard. He put down his luggage, all sorts of furniture, and luggage in the living room and watched this historic scene. He had no choice. He had gone out for a trip and lost the butler who had followed him for a long time. For now, he could only do everything himself. Intelligent sub-brain, release the Zerg isolation area. Su Ji suddenly said as he looked at the mother stream. If it did not open up the blocked land area, then the mother stream system would be nonsense. I've already released my authority. The mechanical voice of the sub-brain was heard. Su Ji sorted out his thoughts and said again, in the future, the land covered by the light beam will change at any time. The condition of the change is where the light beam is. It has been confirmed. The mechanical voice sounded again. This way, it's really a civilization that never sets. Wherever the sun shines, it's all land. Su Ji looked at the civilization and smiled. At first, I was thinking that the next step would be to plant more land when the Zerg population increased. After all, there was only one power plant, which was not enough at all. Should he expand to a solar system near this solar system? But how do you explain this? Su Ji laughed a little helplessly. This was a huge problem. Previously, he had felt overwhelmed and difficult to deal with. How could he explain the world suddenly becoming bigger? The solar system was next door, and he could suddenly go there? After all, he had wanted to cover 7 or 8 of these rivers from the start. Plant him until the world turned upside down. However, his strength was very low, so he naturally couldn't do it. The sub-brain of the Zerg allowed the Zerg race to enter the high-dimensional thinking space-time. The sub-brain of the Zerg race was the pillar god of the race. The stronger the Zerg as a whole, the more Zerg it could bring in. But now, with the explosion of life in the entire galaxy, the Zerg sub-brain had become stronger and could begin to expand the land. He looked at the huge mother tree. But now, he's taking the initiative to come to me. In the future, I'll continue to open up land and accommodate new planets. That's logical. I can even feel that the speed of expansion is just right with the light beam. It can spread its branches and leaves, sprout branches and sprout. The mother stream system is truly an amazing and perfect civilization system. Su Ji gasped in admiration. He felt that the growth of this tree seedling was very much in line with his wishes. The perfect expansion model for interstellar farming mother stream. This was in line with his idea of greenifying the galaxy. After all, it was also planting a tree to greenify the entire galaxy. It had the same effect. He could still grow up on his own. He could also water and fertilize himself. In the future, the tree might even run on its own. It was much more perfect than his previous Mercury green farming power station. On the internet, many netizens were already furious. What Yuan King Hua said had a strong impact. From the moment Ji Shang met this ancient god and asked his first question about the moon rose tree on the moonstone monument, which was the mother stream, it was already very shocking. So that's how it is. The mother stream system is Ji Yuan's civilization system. There were even opposing systems that were in opposition to the Buddhist and Daoist systems in the ancient times, and they once fought with us. This system can go against Buddhism and Daoism. It's very terrifying. Ji, this creator of the mother stream civilization is very scary. In our words, he's the same as the great China's Type 9 that founded Buddhism and Daoism. But we're not bad either. We've revived this ancient system based on his elemental race's characteristics and walked the path that he had once walked on in ancient times, the mother stream system. He'll definitely be shocked if we successfully revive it. Chapter 798. The Player's Plan. Everyone was discussing. They felt that the future of the mother stream civilization was indeed comparable to the Buddhist and Daoist systems. No wonder they could resist them, and the two great civilizations would erupt in war in the ancient era. Don't tell me that the mother stream is a Western civilization and is fighting against the Buddhist and Taoist civilization in the East? It seems a little similar. Perhaps there are records of the myths and legends on Earth. There are also records of the world tree and the mother stream in the West. But then again, we're not bad either. Someone said, the people of our era are very talented. When someone heard this, his confidence was immediately boosted. That's right, there are many geniuses in our era, and there are countless evildoers. It's also a prosperous era. Although there are some fools, we still revived ancient Huaxia's Buddhism and Daoism civilization. And now, we've even revived the mother stream civilization. We're awesome. We used the clues to revive two ancient civilizations. Even if it was those ancient civilizations, the ancient gods, and Ji, the two of them would still be shocked. The one above, you're exaggerating us too much. I'm scared silly and I don't dare to say it, but I'm sure you admire us. Everyone was still discussing and thinking that he was great. This was also a golden era. If they continued to develop, they might not only be able to recover, but they might also be able to surpass the war between the two level 9 ancient civilizations. The future prospects were very good. Screenshots. 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 Just as they were discussing, they saw that the situation had changed again. The situation was progressing, so they had to stop their discussion and continue watching. One by one, screenshots were released. Everyone looked at the gentle young man who looked to be 15 or 16 years old under the big tree. No one would have guessed that this was the legendary Ji. Is this the enemy's face? The enemy who destroyed our ancient Chinese civilization? Clenched teeth. It's hard to imagine that he's a teenager. They continued to watch. This time, they didn't speak much. They were completely solemn. They didn't even joke around. They carefully observed the entire incident. When they saw the last moment, they felt that many truths had completely washed away their minds. It was hard to accept such a huge amount of information in a moment. After a long while, Yuan King Hua said, "Everyone, the information you want is here. I won't say anything more. The other party has exceeded my imagination. At the same time, the transmigrator should be Li Li. Actually, I'm not in a good mood, so I'll take a rest first. You can discuss among yourselves." Everyone was shocked. It seemed that Yuan Qinghua was just like Ji Shang, Li Li, and the others in the picture. They had been dealt a heavy blow by this god. Sometimes, contempt was more unbearable than humiliation. Usually, Yuan Qinghua would take the initiative to discuss the whole situation after taking a screenshot of it and broadcasting it live, but this time it was different. It was obvious that she was really not calm. The internet was in a heated discussion. Li Li, I've already felt that something was wrong with that guy. The mole is indeed him, and he's from Guangdong. I wonder, what era did I transmigrate from? It might be in the modern era. It's a pity that my appearance has changed greatly after my cultivation. I've become more handsome. Otherwise, I might be able to find out who I was before I transmigrated by comparing my photos. I even personally think that I can try to search for missing or dead people with my current appearance. Someone suggested. Someone agreed. I personally think that we should indeed search, but the scope is too wide. I personally suggest that we search according to the population census of transmigrators that I compiled in my 10-year book Age. We should prioritize the search dying in a car accident while saving people, dying from jumping off a building because of a cuckold, dying from an electric shock on the computer. This type of person, make a comparison, doghead. What are you talking about? A newbie was immediately puzzled. Isn't this a game? How can it be linked to reality? You still need to check people's water meter. Ha ha ha. This is indeed a virtual game, so it naturally doesn't exist in reality. However, we suspect that this is a hidden Easter egg in the game that is linked to a certain person in reality. After all, it's very real. There's a physical Buddha, a chemical deist, and there's even a Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva who can speak Cantonese. I see. The newbie had an epiphany. People started to discuss Ji again. His combat strength is more exaggerated than I imagined. The ant theory is very terrifying. This is a truly rational and cold saint. He looks gentle, but in reality, he gives off the feeling of a giant looking down on an ant. That gaze was calm and dead, without any fluctuations, and very terrifying. At this moment, the racer of Mount Harana stepped forward again. Everyone, I'll summarize it. First of all, we need to figure out Chu Ji's lifespan. According to our speculation, it was about 80,000 to 90,000 years ago when they were about to die. Hence, they brought the Mother Stream civilization to start a war. This also explains why they started a war, it was because of their lifespan. As for the ancient gods, as well as the predecessors of Wandering Know-It-All and Hermes, Huaxia rank 9 in the Buddhist system, their combat power should be extremely powerful. After all, they have long lifespans. We can compare their combat power with that of the Samsara Palace Lord. If an existence like that is dead, then one can only imagine how terrifying the battle prowess of such an opponent is. It has only been 70 to 80,000 years, and he has already reached such a height. According to my speculation, it might be because of the difference in life form that his ceiling combat strength in the same realm is very exaggerated. It could also be a sneak attack. After all, the enemy was in the light while he was in the dark. But even so, their battle strength should be similar. After the analysis by the racer of Mount Harana, everyone felt that it made sense. With the same body size, the bigger one would naturally have the advantage, and the smaller one would cultivate faster. However, this G cultivation speed was way too fast. An elemental creature with a huge body should not be able to cultivate so quickly. They were all shocked. However, on second thought, each of these terrifying universe giants must have their own unique points. He was still very mysterious at the moment, and his combat strength was unbelievably exaggerated. The racer of Mount Harana continued his analysis. But it's clear that his life is coming to an end. He hasn't fused with the blood of eternal life yet. Once he does, a fatal weakness will be exposed. So, he created this civilization to experiment with the blood of eternal life. At the same time, he wanted to see if there was a possibility of a genius appearing. But just as he said, I don't have any expectations because the probability is too low. To him, this galaxy civilization still has value in existence, because even if it's difficult to give birth to a truly powerful existence comparable to him, it will still be a new Mother Stream civilization, and he's also rebuilding his own civilization. Everyone nodded. The reconstruction of civilization was naturally the biggest reward. The racer of Mount Harana, so, what should we do? Was Yuan Qinghua going to commit suicide? Not contributing to the other party's civilization? There was no need. He could continue to work hard in his cultivation. Even if he didn't have the small chance of becoming a Dao protector and completely breaking into the enemy camp, his own growth was still necessary. Even that civilization would naturally grow as usual. You must know, according to Meng Mei's theory, there are countless calamities in the common people's lives. When the upper levels fight to the death, the common people below are all innocent. He can't interfere with the development of the Mother Stream civilization, but we can still secretly learn from their civilization experience. For example, learning from their Mother Stream super civilization would be very scary. Everyone nodded. They were geniuses in the area of learning secretly. For example, they did not suffer any losses by secretly learning from the Mother Stream civilization. After all, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll always win. Chapter 799. Breakthrough, Mid-Level God. On the internet, many people were discussing it. They were discussing the Mother Stream civilization and the various possibilities of the G. Someone even said, "Brothers, this is a great opportunity for you and King Hua to become the guardian and gain trust. Then, he can kill the other party and play the role of a spy. Hard work. The important task of saving the universe. The savior is this man. Godfather. You and King Hua will become the Dao guardian and stab the other party while he's asleep. He will replace him and kill the other party effortlessly. A Tier 9 powerhouse is right in front of us. Charge." Everyone was very excited. But many people shook their heads. This was very idealistic. You and King Hua breaking through to the 9th grade? Perhaps he had to dream, and there would be everything in his dreams. At present, the player with the fastest cultivation base was Cutie Pie, who had already set foot on the path of Tier 9. The Alchemy Emperor was a latecomer, but he had already become a god with his previous life's experience. His speed could be said to be very fast. But even so, Menmei still had a big problem in reaching the 9th rank. As for Dichi, when he saw the 3 pillar gods recently, he had developed his own way of proving the way of the sorcerer tribe, behead the 3 corpses to prove his Dao. It was based on the witch clan's cultivation technique of Sword Saint Ajo on ancient wood planet back then, and 3 great avatars appeared. This was a special sorcerer's true form. It could separate the flesh of a 3-headed and 6-armed sorcerer and turn them into an independent person. The 3 sorcerer tribesmen's avatars helped him in his cultivation. However, this method was not very powerful. The cultivation speed of the 3 avatars was only doubled, but it could not achieve a true qualitative change. But to Dichi, it was barely enough. This was because he was extremely fast and had terrifying talent. However, it was still very slow for others to use the severing 3 corpses to verify their Dao. Even if it was doubled, it would not achieve a qualitative change. Even a Dao Lord would only be at 30–40% when they die of old age. You wouldn't be able to break through even if you doubled your speed. Not everyone is a Dao Lord with ridiculous aptitude. You'll only be slower. For normal gods, 10% to 20% of the speed was the normal speed. Double the speed? It was still unattainable. Grade 9 was not that simple. The corpses of the gods who had fallen on this path of cells were like mountains. After all, the sorcerer tribe. How could they possibly compete with the Monster Core clan, the entire clan, these 2 great clans at the threshold of the 9th step? There were still many netizens who were discussing rationally. Dichi has no advantage on this path. This is a race restriction. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been fighting against higher opponents and winning against stronger opponents. However, beheading the 3 corpses to verify the Dao is not an exaggerated technique. AI. The primordial world had no advantage at this level. They're riding on a tractor while the demon cores and the entire clan are riding on a high-speed train. It's normal to have no advantages. Not everyone is like those 2 races with cheating talents. By the way, those 2 cheating races were guided by the ancient gods. They are gifted races that specialize in breaking through to the 9th rank in search of a chance of survival. It's impossible for ordinary transcendent races to do so, okay? Dichi should be able to make breakthrough by cultivating this thing. He's already very fast and has already fused with more than 50% of his body. With the quality of his life, the remaining 25% of the doubling speed is left. He's basically going to make breakthrough, so Dichi is not worried. But it's different for others. Menmei's cultivation is probably going to die. Everyone was discussing the current situation, and in a short while, they were discussing the method to break through to the 9th step. At this time, the cute girl ran out and said, "Who said I can't break through? I'm much stronger than Dichi, Alright. I have a shortcut, the method of proving the way with the incense dragon vein. I can use all the living beings to help my earth dragon vein body cultivate. It's similar to Carolyn's dream of 1,000 years. To be honest, I feel that my dragon bloodline race has a much greater advantage than Dickie race. I'm going to have some fun with big sister Carolyn and use her knowledge to draw parallels from inference and perfect my philosophy in this aspect. The cute girl felt that her opportunity to become a deist was in Carolyn's hands. After all, she was the one who had received Carolyn when she descended back then, and her relationship with Carolyn could be considered quite good. Once Dickie entered the small universe world, he could go and ask about his cultivation technique and perfect his own plan. According to this trend, I'll have a great advantage on my path of cultivating to rank 9. The second player who had the advantage was the racer of Mount Harina. This guy's main body's alchemy factory allowed him to copy bloodlines, and he recently grew a magic core for himself. It was simply too wretched. Alchemy Emperor was the third person to have an advantage. I personally think that he has very few cells, and it's the quality of his life source. When he was evolving, he was definitely thinking about his own path to rank 9. Meng Mei continued. This ranking is uncertain at the moment. I have reason to suspect that the easiest way to break through to the 9th rank is the little bug in a bottle. Everyone was stunned as they listened to Meng Mei's analysis of the current path to the 9th step. It turned out that these wretched big shots had already started on the road to the 9th rank behind his back. Take precautions? Did the alchemy monarch think of this when he was evolving? They were stunned. In that case, when we evolve species in the future, shouldn't we study the path of this species' 9th rank path and see if there are any advantages? Damn it! I have to learn from Sima. The smaller, the better. But this is too difficult. Everyone knows that a simple structure is good, but a simple structure requires a species with extraordinary potential and a simple Dao. This is making things difficult for me, Fat Tiger. Clenched teeth. Now that I think about that skeleton warrior plug-in, it's very likely that this bastard had considered his own breakthrough to the 9th rank when he was evolving. No wonder it was so simple. The skeleton was full of holes. It's not just to insert more plugins into the body and leave more space, it's also to reduce the number of cells in your body. Everyone gasped. It was too dirty. All of them were multi-layered pancakes, but none of them wanted to work hard in cultivation and wanted to fight for a good background? And then lie down to the peak? Everyone wants to be like a cute girl? A dragon vein that had lived through many eras? After all, this world was unfair to begin with. How could an ordinary race like you compare to a rich second generation who was born with the creation wood and the foundation of a transcendent world? Only by working countless times harder than an ordinary Hushan could one make up for an innate deficiency. It seems that everything in the world is balanced. If I don't work hard in my next life, I'll have to go bald and reincarnate into a good family. The path to the 9th rank has to be taken from a baby. It seems I'll have to research a race that's the foundation of a Dao integration realm. On the entire online forum, the atmosphere of extraordinary species suddenly changed. They felt that they had to work hard. Everyone knew that a top-grade heaven-defying species was enough to help them achieve great results in the future. At this time, along with the discussion on the internet, there was an undercurrent in the private Big Shots group chat. At this moment, Yuan Qinghua asked. Then, should we carry out our plan B? The construction of the Mother Stream system was not only for external reasons, such as the search for G's true body and their so-called second-tier plan. That was to use the Mother Stream to search for Earth and achieve the revival of the supernatural on Earth. This was a crazy and bold idea, but one had to know that the other party might be an enemy civilization, and there were still many things to consider. For example, G's attitude. However, they felt that he might not attack ordinary people or destroy the planet. At the same time, they were not asking Earth to search for the Mother Stream civilization because Earth could not see the Mother Stream tree. After all, the light beams in the vacuum were invisible. Therefore, astronomical telescopes could not observe this vast rose tree in the universe. The reason why those masters could see the energy world tree in the universe was that they were all transcendent masters, so they could naturally sense energy. At the same time, there was another crucial point. Not only was the energy invisible, but the Mother Stream had also distorted the rules. Ordinary people outside the civilization, below level 9, would not be able to sense the existence of the Mother Stream at all. This was the civilization's protection mechanism. After all, it's impossible for you to find the origin of the Mother Stream. Thunderlord, then, it's the Mother Stream. Let's look for Earth. After all, we know the location of Earth. It's known everywhere in the Milky Way that branches can be extended, but do we really have to do this? Alchemy Emperor, I still have to consider. If this gets out, that bunch of people will all say that we're crazy. Doghead. The racer of Mount Harana, don't be anxious. I was the one who suggested the plan. Although it's a little risky, there's definitely a guarantee. One had to know that this universe rose tree didn't appear in an instant like a space jump. 1.4 times the speed of light growth was still very slow. I don't know how long it'll take for them to grow into such a behemoth that their branches can reach our side and open up the Silk Road. At that time, what would the situation be like? No one knows, but we might already be very strong. This is just a plan for the future. Alchemy Emperor, indeed. At the same time, Yuan King Hua can secretly interfere with the direction of the world tree's growth, the mother stream's tributaries, whether they extend here or secretly help to shield them, they have the initiative. Long Yuming, Yuan King Hua, I've already gotten the technology you gave me. Other than the Sun Linjing, there are many terrifying civil and military technologies that are of great use to us. However, it will take at least 2 to 3 years for us to fully understand them in the laboratory and carry out a mass reform in reality. Everyone shook their heads. In reality, Alchemy Monarch was also reviving martial arts in reality, but it was very slow. Now, he had obtained the technology, but 2 to 3 years was still too slow. It had only been half a year. In that high-dimensional space-time, a day was 100 years. Time flew by, and no one knew what would happen in the next 2 or 3 years. Distant water could not quench present thirst. By then, the war between the two sides that surpassed the ancient gods would have already started, or perhaps ended. The Alchemy Monarch, damn it! Our civilization is too low-level in a low-dimensional space. Even if we have technology and extraordinary powers, it's difficult to develop quickly. Su Ji was lying in the living room, reading the comments silently. They even watched their bosses discuss it in private. These guys are really audacious. They're trying their best to stir up trouble. They're doing whatever they can. Su Ji shook his head, speechless. But it was only natural for them to do so. From their perspective, this was the normal thing to do. However, no matter what they do, they can't keep up with the times, just as they said. After all, the world is changing every day. Su Ji shook his head and put down the tablet in his hand. He sensed the energy fluctuations in his body and muttered to himself, for example, I'm about to break through again. Boom! He could feel the energy surging in his body. The civilization of this river system has just begun to mature, and it's about to break through to become a mid-level god. Chapter 800. The Intersection of Worlds, the Storm. What was a qualitative leap? This was called a qualitative leap. The previous land, sand plate, orchard, and cellar were pitifully small. At this time, it was the power of a river system. Even if it had not experienced a powerful war, the population of the 9 regions planet alone was more than 8 billion, comparable to Earth. Not to mention the other planets. In just 500 years, it had provided him, a human god with a normal body size, with the energy to break through to the middle level. It was simply too fast. That was why Su Ji had not been interested in the faith of the entire river system. This was because, like the giant octopus, it had to cultivate in seclusion and was considered external energy. The feedback energy from the death of his insect race didn't need to be converted at all and could be directly converted into energy within his body. Boom! A huge amount of energy filled his body like a tsunami. This energy is too powerful. You have to know that I have cultivated a perfect Dao foundation of countless systems, and the energy I need is tens to hundreds of times more than that of low-level gods of the same realm. It's filled up in a short time. Su Ji smiled. It only takes 500 years for the entire river system to reproduce. He knew that ever since he had reached this stage, he no longer had to worry about energy. The so-called lack of energy was just a weak creature on a planet that had insufficient means and ways to obtain energy. However, it was different when a civilization extended to the universe. In the vast universe, how much energy was there? Just a single sun was a very difficult energy to drain. When I break through to God and soar through the universe. With the establishment of the Dyson sphere, my Zergs have reached such a high level of civilization. They are indeed not lacking in energy. Su Ji's expression was calm and relaxed as he silently observed his body. The energy was surging. Boom! Endless energy washed through his body and elevated his life level. It was like a surging river that swept everything. Whoosh! After an unknown amount of time, Su Ji's eyes suddenly flickered with a bright light. The light flickered and then disappeared, returning to normal. He's already a mid-level god. At this rate, he'll probably become a high-level god in a week or so. Su Ji measured his speed. This speed was about the same as when he broke through to Tier 7 Heavenly Emperor, or even Tier 6. Basically, it took about a week to break through a minor realm. Of course, the major realms would be stuck relatively later. It seemed that the higher one's realm was, the slower one's cultivation speed would be. This was common sense for cultivators, but it seemed that this was not applicable to Su Ji at all. His cultivation speed was just that stable. He had thought that he would be slow to become a celestial emperor, but it turned out that he wasn't. Now, he thought that he would be slower in becoming a god, but in the end, he still wasn't. This is because every time I advance to the next realm, the amount of realm energy I need increases exponentially. However, the speed at which I can obtain energy also increases exponentially. Su Ji's expression was indifferent as he said, at the same time, my greatest advantage is, as the Bug Clan Queen, the Bug Clan death feedback energy you receive doesn't need to be absorbed or converted. It will directly turn into the energy form of your original cultivation base. I've been cultivating for more than 4 months now. Perhaps I'll have to cultivate slower. Su Ji said coolly, if I were to train any faster, I'd catch up to the vanguard. My cultivation path in the future is not mature yet. My cultivation speed is constantly increasing, but they are different. Their cultivation speed is getting slower and slower as their cultivation level increases. The deduction of civilization was a difficult problem. After all, this was common sense. On the path of cultivation, the further one went, the more qualitative changes one would experience. Su Ji shook his head. I've always been short of energy, short of money, and thrifty. It looks like I'll have to try to become rich in the future and spend money extravagantly. Perhaps, at this moment, he finally had a bit of the spirit of a real ancient god. Because he had become rich. Before this, he was a pauper without any foundation of a Tier 9 existence. Su Ji laughed to himself and looked at the entire sandbox world again. Without a doubt, the mother stream system that had just been established was developing rapidly. The seedlings of the moon rose trees were shooting up into the sky at an astonishing speed. This tree would be his eternal energy generation field in the future. He would no longer need to build an energy-type sandbox in the future. At this time, the entire age of light was flourishing, and there were many uses of light. However, in the end, they were stuck in the Heavenly Emperor era, and they used this as the ceiling to break in. It seems that there won't be many changes in the short term. On the day of the change, Sun God Asa will become a god and the first god will appear. Su Ji observed carefully for a moment, then turned around and looked at the war between the 7 realms, the small universe world, and the lava land. Ever since he had broken through to become a god, he had immediately gone to the universe to build a new sandbox. He had only returned now to look at the disputes on this sandbox again. It seems that after 400 to 500 years, the 3 pillar gods have completely distorted the laws of the universe and have found traces of Caroline. They are looking for her coordinates and are about to launch an attack? Su Ji's expression froze. When the 3 pillar gods entered the small universe world, a terrifying war would definitely break out in that huge land. At the same time, Dichi was also constantly monitoring the lava land of the 3 pillar gods. When he saw the 3 pillar gods attack, he would definitely follow them in secret and enter that land. For both of them, Caroline's little universe world was truly a fertile land that had yet to be cultivated. In fact, it was countless times larger than their land. It would be an unprecedented main battlefield in the starry sky. It's very interesting. Su Ji sipped his tea gently and closed his eyes slightly. Since the other worlds were taking action, the world of 6 paths of samsara should be doing the same. After all, war was essential for the development of civilization. The 6 paths of reincarnation. Boom. 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 With Su Ji's breakthrough, the earth shook and the mountains shook. However, the ground was not torn apart again. It expanded rapidly and was still the original land. The world is changing drastically, and the ancient land is recovering. The expression of the secluded mountain prefecture lord changed slightly and he said softly, however, the revived land is not the path of the heaven-born, the path of animals, or the path of the mortal world. Instead, it's the underworld that houses the souls of ordinary people. This was the trend of the world. The era of divine arts practitioners had passed. The secluded mountain prefecture lord snatched the trust of the ordinary people and led them to plunder the divine arts practitioners. He wanted to overturn the rule of the netherworld so that the divine arts practitioners would not be able to control the power of the human world. De Ting could no longer hear the voices of the mortal world and could not sense the overall situation. This was a shocking scheme. At the same time, the Samsara official sovereign had also established the underworld in the new era. He had started to take in the souls of ordinary people and was fighting for the era of ordinary people. In the netherworld, the bridge of helplessness and the road to the netherworld were rustling, far from the grand occasion of the past. In the Samsara palace, the underworld gods below were all very respectful. High up in the sky, a young man in a black dragon robe, the strongest god in the world, opened his eyes. It seems like we're going to wage war in the outer realm again. As soon as he said this, the gods around him, including Mengpo, were all moved.